Usually when we look at a financial market, there is this really comforting expectation of abstraction, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's mostly just numbers on a screen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You pull up a stock ticker, you watch the price of some massive tech company move up and down, and deep down it is driven by sentiment. An earnings report drops, consumer confidence wavers, or I don't know, a CEO posts something bizarre on social media and the price adjusts.
Right. It's entirely a financial construct.
Yeah.
The movement you see is a collective human belief about the future value of an enterprise. I mean, it's basically a negotiation of ideas.
But then you step into the world of power trading, and suddenly that whole clean, abstract financial framework just completely shatters.
Oh, it shatters on day one.
Right. You sit at a desk, you look at a screen, and you see a price spiking wildly, maybe jumping 10 or 20 times its normal value in a matter of minutes. And your instinct is to think, wow, there is total human panic in the market right now.
But it isn't panic.
No, it's not. We're looking at a pricing landscape that is quite literally tethered to physical reality. Heavy machinery. Copper wires heating up, the actual wind speed in some rural county.
And that right there is the crucial disconnect for anyone entering this field. You are looking at the absolute definition of a physical machine masquerading as a financial product.
Masquerading is the perfect word for it.
Yeah, because if you don't understand the mechanics of the actual grid, the numbers on your trading screen will look completely random to you. I mean, you'll literally just be trading shadows.
Which is exactly why we are jumping into this today. So welcome to this deep dive. You, the listener, are embarking on a really massive sequenced journey with us here.
A very long journey.
A very long but very rewarding journey. We are acting as your gateway right now into the Power Trading Desk Master Program, which was developed by Durga Analytics.
Right.
And to give you a sense of the scale here, this spans 13 comprehensive modules covering the entire life cycle of power trading. We're talking 234 chapters in total.
It's exhaustive.
Totally exhaustive. We are going to explore the physical power system, market reality, advanced trading strategies, valuation, analytics, all of it. We will get into the gritty details of execution, risk management, the actual software architecture of ETRM systems, and even regulatory governance.
And it all builds toward this final capstone of designing a durable, profitable trading organization.
Exactly. And to guide us through this landscape, I am sitting down with a veteran power trading and risk management consultant from Durga Analytics.
Glad to be here.
Someone who has spent decades, literally decades, in the trenches, trading physical and financial power, designing enterprise risk systems, and teaching professionals how to actually survive these incredibly complex markets.
Yeah, survival is the key word there. This program is built specifically for professionals. So whether you are an aspiring trader, an originator, a quantitative analyst, a risk manager, or a tech professional, the focus is modern professional practice.
Moving past the textbooks.
Exactly. We are moving past the academic theories to focus on clean analytics, disciplined risk management, and sound technology. And we're always tying it back to the reality of running a trading desk that makes money and, like I said, actually survives the market.
And our mission today is to start at the absolute foundation. We are tackling the concept behind the very first step of the program. So this is Module 1, Chapter 1, titled, Why the Physical System Drives Price.
It's a perfect place to start.
Right. Our goal today is to shatter that illusion we talked about, the idea that electricity trades like a normal financial asset.
And making that mental shift is, frankly, the single most important hurdle for a new trader or analyst.
Why is it so hard for people to grasp at first?
Well, people coming into power trading from equities or from foreign exchange, they arrive with this deeply ingrained assumption that the market will behave with normal financial elasticity.
Because that's what they're used to.
Right. But the foundational truth of this asset class, the rule that dictates absolutely everything else, is that electricity is a flow, not a stock.
A flow, not a stock. Meaning, unlike almost any other commodity on the planet, you cannot just box it up and put it in a warehouse for a rainy day.
Exactly. Think about the global oil market for a second. If global demand suddenly drops or a pipeline gets delayed, producers can just store that oil in massive physical tanks.
Or like wheat going into a silo.
Right. Wheat in a silo, gold in a secure vault. With those commodities, you have physical inventory. And that inventory acts as a giant shock absorber against any sudden market surprises.
But electricity doesn't have that.
No, at least not in any meaningful quantity at a macro system scale. It simply cannot be stored. Whatever is generated by a power plant in one specific second must be consumed by a home or a factory in that exact same second.
Okay, let me stop you right there, because anyone who reads, the tech news is going to have an immediate objection to this.
I think I know what's coming. Batteries.
Yes, batteries. We are seeing headlines every single day about massive grid-scale battery parks being built. So aren't we currently building the exact warehouses that you're saying don't exist?
It's a really great point, and the battery sector is growing exponentially. I mean, it's fascinating to watch.
But there's a but coming.
There is a massive but. You have to look at the sheer scale of the math here. If you take a major regional power grid that requires, say, 40 gigawatts of power to keep the lights on during a hot summer afternoon.
40 gigawatts is a lot.
It is a massive amount of energy. The total capacity of all the batteries on that grid might only cover a tiny fraction of that demand. And even then, only for a few hours.
Oh, wow. So they aren't exactly giant warehouses.
No. Batteries are excellent for smoothing out short-term wrinkles, but at a national scale, we still do not have a massive multi-day inventory buffer. The grid is still, for all intents and purposes, a real-time zero inventory environment.
Okay, I want to try an analogy here to help visualize this zero inventory environment.
Go for it.
Imagine a bizarre, just highly stressful restaurant. So in a normal restaurant, which represents the oil market, the chef cooks a huge vat of soup, puts it in the walk-in fridge, and when a rush of customers comes in, the waitstaff just ladles it out.
Right, the fridge is the inventory buffer.
Exactly. But the power grid is a restaurant where there is absolutely no pantry space, no fridge, and no heat lamps. The unbreakable rule of this restaurant is that every single meal must be swallowed by a customer the exact millisecond the chef finishes cooking it.
That sounds terrifying.
It gets worse, because if the customer isn't ready to eat, or if the chef cooks too slowly, the entire restaurant instantly explodes.
I've seen a lot of grid analogies in my career, but that one captures the stress of the control room perfectly.
I can't even imagine the stress of being the manager of that restaurant.
Well, the manager of that bizarre restaurant is the system operator. In the United States, you will hear them referred to as an ISO, which stands for Independent System Operator, or an RTO, a Regional Transmission Organization.
And in Europe?
In Europe, the equivalent is a TSO, or Transmission System Operator. Think of them as the air traffic controllers for the grid. Their entire job is to continuously balance supply and demand in real time.
Because if they fail,
the frequency of the grid drops, safety relays trip, and you get cascading blackouts. The restaurant explodes.
So if there is no fridge for the soup, no buffer to absorb a sudden rush of customers, the price itself basically has to become the shock absorber.
That is the core mechanism of power volatility. When there is no physical inventory to absorb a supply or demand shock, the financial price has to do 100% of the balancing work.
That makes so much sense.
When the grid has plenty of spare capacity, prices are calm. But when the system is stretched to its absolute limits, prices can multiply by orders of magnitude in minutes.
So the violent price action is not caused by traders panicking on a floor?
Not at all. It is caused by the actual physics of the grid running out of slack.
That brings us to the underlying framework of this module. The source material outlines 3 unshakable physical realities that govern every single power trade, every risk model, and every valuation.
Yes, let's walk through those.
So the first is what we just discussed, right? Non-storability. The second reality is instantaneous balancing.
Because supply must equal demand every second of the day, the timing of electricity delivery is absolutely everything.
How so?
Well, a megawatt of power delivered at 7:00 p.m. is a completely different financial product from a megawatt delivered at 3:20 a.m.
But wait, why can't a trader just average that out? I mean, if I buy a share of a company at 10:00 a.m., it's the exact same share at 2:00 p.m. An ounce of gold doesn't change its chemical makeup based on the time of day.
You cannot average out a blackout.
Ah, good point.
Look at it this way. At 3:00, system demand is incredibly low. Most people are sleeping, factories might be powered down. The system operator can meet that low demand using only the cheapest, most efficient power plants.
Like what?
Like nuclear facilities or wind farms that are spinning anyway. That megawatt is very cheap to produce. But at 7:00 p.m., people are home from work, turning on ovens, blasting air conditioning, demand peaks.
And the cheap stuff isn't enough anymore.
Exactly. To meet that peak, the operator has to turn on additional, much less efficient, much more expensive power plants. The actual physical cost to manufacture that megawatt at 7.0 p.m. is fundamentally higher. Time changes the physical product.
Which leads directly into the third physical reality, and the one I think trips up the most people: network constraints.
This one is huge.
Let's define this clearly for the listener. If I am an analyst sitting at a desk in a skyscraper in Chicago, looking at a pricing screen, why do I care about a network transmission wire, say, 500 miles away in some rural farming county?
You care because there is rarely a single uniform price for power across an entire region. The electricity has to travel over a physical grid, like literally high-voltage transmission lines.
Right, the actual wires.
And those wires have strict thermal limits. If you try to push too much electrical current through a wire, it generates heat. Push too much, and the wire literally melts.
Wait, literally melt?
Literally melts and physically sags into the trees below, causing a massive short circuit.
Okay, so the system operator has to prevent the wire from melting. How does that impact the trader in Chicago?
Well, actually, let me test an analogy here first. Let's say there is a factory producing thousands of brand new cars for incredibly cheap. But the only road connecting that factory to a major city is a one-lane dirt path.
Okay, I see where you're going.
It doesn't matter if the factory can produce 10,000 cars a day, right?
Eh.
If the dirt road can only fit 100 cars, the city is going to experience a car shortage.
That is a perfect visualization of a network constraint.
Nice.
In the power market, replace the car factory with a massive wind farm producing essentially free electricity 500 miles away, and replace the dirt road with a high-voltage transmission line.
So if the people in Chicago turn on their air conditioners and demand more power,
The system operator wants to send them that cheap wind energy. But if the transmission line is at its maximum thermal limit, if the dirt road is full, they cannot push a single extra electron down that wire without melting it.
so what does the operator do to keep the lights on in Chicago? They have to find a power plant located inside the city of Chicago, on the correct side of the bottleneck, and turn it on.
And I'm guessing that local plant isn't cheap.
Usually not. That local power plant is likely an older, much more expensive natural gas unit. So the price of power at the wind farm might be $0 because they have excess supply trapped there.
Wow, literally zero.
Sometimes even negative. But the price of power in Chicago might jump to $100 because they had to turn on an expensive local plant just for them.
So the physical location of the power literally dictates its financial value.
Completely. This is known in the industry as locational marginal pricing, or LMP. It's also called congestion pricing.
LMP, got it.
The exact same megawatt of electricity has a drastically different value depending on exactly where it is injected into the grid or withdrawn from it. If your risk models and trading strategies ignore the physical topology of the network, congestion costs will entirely wipe out your profit margins.
That is wild. So non-storability creates the massive volatility. Instantaneous balancing makes time the most critical variable, and network constraints mean location is everything.
That's the holy trinity of power pricing.
I want to move from the abstract physics to the concrete math here. In the source text, there is a fascinating breakdown of how a trading desk actually visualizes this scarcity. It centers around a specific chart representing the supply stack. Let's paint a picture for the listener.
Sure. Picture a standard graph. The horizontal axis running along the bottom represents the total system demand, measured in gigawatts.
Okay, so as you move from left to right, demand gets higher.
Exactly. And the vertical axis on the left represents the price, in dollars per megawatt hour.
What really stands out to me in the material is the shape of the curve itself. When demand is low, on the far left side, the curve is super flat. It basically just hovers along the bottom.
Because the system has plenty of slack.
Right. But as demand increases and moves to the right, the line doesn't just go up at a steady 45-degree angle like a normal supply and demand chart would.
No, it doesn't.
It stays flat, then it begins to bend, and suddenly, as it gets pushed toward the maximum limit of the grid, the price curve shoots straight up vertically. It is completely nonlinear.
And that nonlinear shape is the most dangerous reality for a new trader to grasp. Price is a direct function of how hard the physical system is being pushed.
It's just waiting to snap.
Exactly. To make this tangible for someone running a desk, the curriculum walks through a specific operational scenario. Let's look at 2 different days on the exact same power grid, day A and day B.
Okay, I'll set the scene for day A. It is a beautiful, mild spring day. System demand is humming along at a manageable 28 gigawatts. The weather is breezy, so those wind farms we talked about are generating plenty of cheap power. and efficient natural gas plants are easily covering the rest.
Right. On day A, the system operator is completely relaxed. Because demand is low, they're operating on the flat, comfortable part of that supply curve.
The market easily clears.
Yeah, and the price settles at a very stable $25 per megawatt hour.
The restaurant chef is casually stirring the soup. But then we fast forward to day B. A massive, high-pressure heat wave parks directly over the region. Millions of people get home from work and immediately turn their air conditioners on maximum cold.
The rush begins.
Demand rockets from 28 gigawatts all the way up to 41 gigawatts. But here's the kicker. Because it's a high-pressure heat wave, the air is stagnant. The wind drops to absolute zero.
So your cheap wind supply vanishes at the exact moment demand hits its peak.
The worst possible timing.
The worst. The system operator is now watching their safety margin evaporate in real time. They have to start moving up that vertical section of the supply curve.
To avoid a blackout.
Exactly. They are forced to call on the absolute last resort generation. These are often decades-old, incredibly inefficient, oil-fired peaker plants.
Just sitting there waiting for an emergency.
Right. These are machines that are so expensive to run, they might only be turned on for 50 hours out of the entire year.
Yeah.
But right now, the grid needs them.
Because there's no other choice.
No other choice.
Yeah.
And because those peaker plants are so expensive, the price required to clear the market violently spikes. It goes from $25 to $300 per megawatt hour.
That is a 12 times price multiplier, and this is the real aha moment for me. A 12x move happened, and literally nothing financial changed in the world.
Not at all.
There was no breaking news alert on a Bloomberg terminal. There was no shift in global macroeconomic sentiment. No central bank raised interest rates. The entire price explosion was 100% physical.
Yes.
More demand from the heat, less cheap supply from the wind, and the physical machine simply ran out of headroom.
And if you are a trader who is only watching the flashing price ticker on your screen, you are completely blind. You see chaos, you indent narrative about market panic, and you'll likely lose money.
But if you know what to look for.
If you are a trader who understands the physical system, you are watching the meteorological models. You see the heat wave and the wind lull coming 5 days in advance, and you position your desk accordingly.
So how does this physical reality translate to the actual technology that a trading firm uses? You consult on the design of ETRM systems for Durga Analytics. Let's define that first. What exactly is an ETRM?
ETRM stands for Energy Trading and Risk Management. It is the core enterprise software architecture that a trading desk uses to capture trades, track positions, model risk, and handle settlement.
Okay, so it's the central nervous system of the desk. Why does this physical behavior completely break standard financial software then?
The problem is, if an organization buys an off-the-shelf risk system designed for equities or banking, it is essentially just a financial ledger. It only looks at standard deviation and historical financial volatility.
It looks at the past behavior of the numbers, rather than the real-world machinery creating the numbers.
Precisely. Let's look at VAR, for example, or value at risk.
Right, very common metric.
It is a standard metric used by risk managers to calculate the maximum potential loss a portfolio might face over a given time period. Standard VAR models rely on normal bell curves Gaussian distribution.
So they assume things will be mostly normal.
They assume price movements will mostly cluster around a predictable average. But power prices do not follow a bell curve. They are characterized by extreme fat-tailed events.
Because of that vertical spike we talked about.
Exactly. If your risk system does not ingest physical data, if it isn't pulling in live weather feeds, power plant outage notices, and transmission grid constraints, it will systematically lie to you.
Give me a scenario where that lie becomes incredibly expensive for a desk.
Well, let's say your standard VAR model looks at the last 30 days of mild spring weather and calculates that your risk exposure is minimal. It tells the chief risk officer that everything is safe.
Everyone's happy.
Everyone is happy. But that software doesn't know that a major transmission line is scheduled for maintenance tomorrow during a sudden heat wave.
Oh, no.
Right? The physical constraint causes the price to jump to $5,000 per megawatt hour, and the desk loses $10 million in 15 minutes.
Just like that.
Just like that. The financial model failed because it ignored the underlying mechanism. A modern ETRM must be a physical model first and a financial ledger second.
That is a terrifying reality check for a risk manager. But it also highlights the difference between textbook theory and the real world. I mean, we have been discussing this as clean physics demand goes up, wind goes down, price spikes.
Clean and simple.
But when you are actually sitting on the trading desk managing these positions, the information isn't that clear, is it?
Not at all. A textbook gives you perfect physics with perfect hindsight. On a real trading desk, you are operating entirely in the fog of war.
The fog of war. I like that.
You are trying to piece together the physical state of the grid, but you are doing it with incomplete, laggy data. Your weather models might only update every 6 hours, and meteorology is fundamentally an exercise in probability anyway.
Right. The weatherman is often wrong.
Very often. And the planned outage notices from the system operator might be delayed. You are trying to read an X-ray of the market, but the image is staticky and constantly shifting.
And meanwhile, the screen price you are looking at is already embedding everyone else's best staticky guess of what the grid is actually doing. Surviving that fog is the real job.
It really is. It's what separates a career trader from a tourist. And that actually brings up a very practical piece of advice for anyone listening to this who might be preparing for a job interview at a power trading firm.
I love this. Let's get into the practical career advice. What is the classic interview pitfall for this role?
The interviewer is almost guaranteed to ask you some variation of this exact question. Why are electricity prices so much more volatile than the prices for storable commodities like crude oil or natural gas?
And the trap is giving a generic answer, right?
The trap is overclaiming certainty with a shallow concept. The candidate will confidently say, oh, because power markets are driven by extreme changes in supply and demand.
Which is technically true, but completely misses the point. Literally every market on Earth is driven by supply and demand.
Exactly. If you say that, you reveal that you do not understand the asset class at all.
So what's the strong answer?
The answer that proves you understand the mechanism and gets you hired names the physical reality. You say, because electricity is non-storable at a macro system scale, there is no physical inventory buffer. Therefore, the instantaneous matching of supply and demand leaves no slack in the system, forcing the financial price to absorb 100% of every physical imbalance.
You identify the lack of a buffer as the core catalyst. You prove you understand the machine.
That physical intuition is the core skill that this entire master program builds upon. Every advanced topic we cover downstream relies on this exact foundation.
Let's distill the core takeaways for you, the listener, as we wrap up this opening chapter. First, electricity is effectively non-storable at a system scale, meaning supply and demand must match continuously, millisecond by millisecond.
Crucial point.
Second, the price on your trading screen is not just a measure of financial sentiment, it is a summary statistic of how hard the physical machinery of the grid is being pushed.
Yep.
And third, the three physical realities, non-storability, instantaneous balancing, and network constraints dictate the shape of every contract, every risk model, and every enterprise software system you will use.
If you master those concepts, everything else just falls into place. When we move forward in the program to Module 4 to discuss shape and optionality, or Module 7 for risk management, or Chapter 14 specifically on congestion, you will see how it all traces back to the physics we outlined today.
Because you can't value it if you don't understand it.
You simply cannot value a trade if you do not physically understand the constraints surrounding it.
Which is exactly why the rest of this first module is dedicated to teaching the physical system before we even think about touching a trading strategy. So, now that you understand why the physical system drives the price, the very next step in our journey is to understand the actual heavy machinery doing the work.
Getting into the hardware.
Exactly. In our next deep dive, we will be tackling Module 1, Chapter 2, the generation stack. We will look under the hood at the different types of power plants, from nuclear baseload to renewables, that actually make up that supply curve.
That chapter is going to be essential for anyone who wants to model merit-order dispatch, or truly understand how a power plant's underlying economics dictate its behavior on the grid.
It is going to be incredibly insightful. But before we sign off, I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over.
Lay it on them.
We started this conversation by talking about the comforting illusion of financial abstraction, the idea that markets are clean, psychological, and driven by human sentiment. But the next time you are watching the news and you see a massive, chaotic price swing in any market, whether it is housing, supply chain logistics, or even a digital asset, ask yourself a fundamental question.
What's driving it?
Are you really looking at a wave of human panic? Or are you just witnessing the absolute limits of a physical system running out of headroom? Think about the stressful restaurant with no pantry. When the inventory buffer is gone, physical reality sets the price.
It is an unforgiving environment if you are unprepared.
But a deeply rewarding one if you know exactly how the machinery works. Thank you for joining us on this first step of the journey. We will see you in Chapter 2. You know, if you ever walk onto a live power trading floor for the first time, your immediate impression is usually just pure, unadulterated chaos.
Oh, absolutely. It's totally overwhelming.
Right. You're hit with this wall of screens flashing red and green, fundamental supply charts, weather maps updating every few minutes, and you've got traders making split-second decisions involving millions of dollars.
Yeah, it looks like trying to read the Matrix without the code breaker. I mean, people are shouting, phones are ringing.
Exactly. But underneath all that noise, there's actually this brutal, elegant logic dictating every single price movement on those screens. So, welcome to this deep dive. Today, we are pulling back the curtain on that underlying logic.
Because it really is just high-speed physics translating into economics. When you strip away the flashing lights, the market structure is highly logical.
And our mission today is to give you, whether you're an aspiring trader, a risk manager, or maybe an ETRM professional, the exact tools you need to survive and, actually make money on a desk.
Right, because to do that, you have to understand precisely what drives the price of a megawatt hour. As a consultant with Durga Analytics, I've spent decades building trading desks and training professionals.
Which is why you're here.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the very first thing I always tell them is that you cannot trade the financial paper if you don't understand the physical iron on the ground.
Which is such a critical point. And just to ground you, the listener, in where we are on this journey, this deep dive is part of the Power Trading Desk Master Program.
Yeah, it's a massive sequenced progression, 13 modules in total, right?
Right, a total of 234 chapters. We start with the physical grid in Module 1, then running a power trading desk in Module 2, and the US and EU market reality in Module 3.
And then we move into strategy beyond textbook trades from Module 4, valuation and analytics in 5, and analytics, AI, and data engineering in Module 6.
Yeah, and you can't forget risk management for survivors in Module 7, then execution and scheduling in 8, ETRM as a strategic control layer in 9, and regulation and behavior in Module 10.
Plus, enterprise ETRM architecture in 11, building a durable power desk in 12, and finally, that capstone Module 13, where you design a whole trading organization.
It's a huge journey, but right now we are firmly rooted in the bedrock. Module 1, Chapter 2, the generation stack.
And even just within Module 1, we are building a massive foundation. I mean, we cover why the physical system drives price, the generation stack, thermal economics, nuclear, hydro, wind, and solar.
Basically all the physical units.
Yep. Then we get into merit order dispatch, unit commitment, economic dispatch, and the security-constrained versions of those, like SCED and SCUC.
Plus all the transmission stuff, right? Topology, AC versus DC, congestion, nodal versus zonal markets, and expansion planning.
Exactly. And we round out that first module with grid reliability standards, load forecasting, renewable forecasting, intermittency, storage economics, and demand response.
It's a lot, but it all starts here with the generation stack. Because like we said, every single power price on a screen is set by some generator's cost.
Right. If you can picture this stack in your head and look at current demand, you can instantly estimate which fuel is on the margin, and therefore where the price should be.
Okay, let's unpack this right away. Because if our goal is to estimate price, we need to know the rules of the game. How does the grid actually decide who generates power right now?
Well, there is one golden rule of merit order dispatch, and that rule is only variable cost matters.
Only variable cost.
Yes. The system simply lines up all the available power plants from the absolute cheapest variable cost to the most expensive and runs the cheapest ones first.
Okay, I have an analogy for this because this concept trips up so many people trying to break into the industry.
Go for it. Let's hear it.
So it's like owning two cars. Let's say you have a $100,000 luxury sports car sitting in your driveway. Beautiful machine, but it gets a terrible 5 miles to the gallon.
Okay, an expensive gas guzzler.
Exactly. Next to it, you have a $2,000 beat-up rusty sedan, but that beater gets 50 miles to the gallon.
I think I see where this is going.
Right, so if you just need to run down to the grocery store today for some milk, which car do you take? You take the beater.
Obviously.
Why? Because the cost of buying the sports car, that $100,000, is already gone. It's a sunk cost. For the trip today, you are only looking at the cost of the gas.
That analogy hits the nail on the head. You only care about the variable cost of the trip. And the grid operator, whose job is just to keep the lights on, thinks the exact same way.
So applying that to the grid, the sports car is basically a nuclear power plant, right?
Exactly. A nuclear plant has staggering fixed costs. We're talking billions of dollars, decades of financing to build the thing.
But the actual cost to run it today?
Very tiny. The variable cost of the uranium fuel for one more hour is incredibly low.
Contrast that with a natural gas peaker plant, which is your beater in this scenario.
Yeah, a peaker is relatively cheap and fast to build, but it operates essentially like a jet engine strapped to a generator. Yeah. It burns incredibly expensive fuel very quickly.
So the nuclear plant runs constantly because its daily gas tank is cheap.
Right, while the peaker plant sits completely idle until power prices spike high enough to justify its massive fuel burn.
Which means those billions of dollars spent building the nuclear plant, they are completely invisible to the dispatch algorithm.
Invisible to the algorithm, yes. But don't mistake that for irrelevant. Those sunk costs are exactly why that nuclear plant has to run flat out all day. They are desperate to claw back that capital.
One cheap megawatt at a time.
Exactly. But this brings up a classic trap for aspiring professionals. I've seen this happen in interviews for junior trader roles all the time.
Oh, wow. What's the trap?
The interviewer will ask, how does the grid choose between running a gas plant and a nuclear plant, given their massive difference in build costs?
And the candidate tries to factor in the construction cost.
Yep, and it's a guaranteed failed interview. The only correct answer requires you to ask for their fuel costs. On the desk, capital is sunk. Variable cost is reality.
That is a phenomenal tip to keep in your back pocket. So, since variable cost is the ultimate deciding factor, what does this actual cast of characters look like?
Well, let's visualize the stack. If we reference the chart from our source material, we can walk right up the cost hierarchy from cheapest to most expensive.
And they use color bands, which helps with the mental imagery. Let's start at the bottom in the teal band. These are your near zero or low-cost units.
Right, sitting at exactly $0 per megawatt hour variable cost, we have wind and solar.
Because the wind blows and the sun shines for free?
Exactly.
But wait, let me push back on this for a second. If it's literally free, why wouldn't a grid just build 100% wind and solar and have free electricity forever?
That is the fatal flaw of renewables. They are non-dispatchable. Yes, the variable cost is zero, but the output is entirely weather dependent.
So you can't just command a solar panel to turn on at 8 p.m.
Exactly. If demand spikes when everyone comes home to cook dinner, but the wind has died down and the sun is setting, that zero-cost energy simply doesn't exist.
Ah, okay. So they sit at the bottom, taking priority dispatch when available, but they can't guarantee capacity.
Correct. Also in that teal band is hydroelectric power, sitting around, say, $5 a megawatt hour.
The source notes it's highly flexible, but energy limited. I assume that means you can't just run a dam dry because power prices are high.
Precisely. Hydro is cheap, but constrained by water availability and environmental rules. You're managing a reservoir over a whole season.
Got it. And rounding out the teal band is nuclear at roughly $8 a megawatt hour. Very cheap variable cost, but mechanically inflexible. It just runs flat.
Right, so those are your low-cost workhorses. But as demand rises throughout the day, we have to move up the stack into the Navy band.
The mid-merit generation. Here we find coal sitting historically around $32 per megawatt hour.
Yeah, and coal is moderately flexible. It can ramp up and down a bit to follow human demand, though we should note its position is declining in many markets.
Due to environmental regulations and aging fleets, right?
Exactly. But theoretically, it sits right there in the middle.
Which brings us to where things get really spicy. As demand peaks, we hit the amber band, the high-cost peaking units.
This is where the price volatility lives. In this band, you have CCGT.
Combined cycle gas turbine.
Oh, yeah, you got it. Sitting around $48 a megawatt hour in our model. It's efficient, flexible, and very frequently the exact unit sitting on the margin.
Setting the price for the entire grid.
Right. And at the very top of that amber band, you have your gas or oil peakers at $95, or sometimes much higher.
Because they have terrible efficiency, but they can turn on in minutes to save the grid.
Exactly. So think about the vocabulary of the trading floor now. When a trader shouts, gas is on the margin, what are they actually saying?
They're saying demand reached high enough into the stack that a CCGT is the last unit the operator turned on.
Yes. And because of wholesale market rules, that specific plant's $48 cost is dictating the price for every single megawatt being traded.
It's like they're reading sheet music. They know wind is high, nuclear is flat, coal is burning, and demand just ticked up enough to fire that gas plant.
That's a great way to put it. They see the underlying notes. And that leads directly into how these technologies behave dynamically.
Right. We've thrown around terms like baseload, mid-merit, and peaking.
Yeah, so baseload runs continuously, like nuclear. Mid-merit cycles up and down like coal and CCGT. and peaking only runs during the highest demand hours.
But here's where it gets really interesting. One of the core model skepticism points from the text is that these aren't fixed labels, right?
No, not at all. This separates the novices from the surviving traders. A power plant does not have a permanent identity. These are temporary roles.
Roles that are entirely relative to the rest of the stack.
Yes, and the stack is a living entity that changes completely when fuel prices move.
Let's run a scenario on that. Say a massive cold snap hits, pipelines freeze up, and natural gas prices suddenly spike.
Okay, classic winter scenario.
So our CCGT's variable cost jumps from $48 up to, let's say, $70. But coal isn't affected by the pipeline freeze, so it stays flat at 32. What happens?
The merit order literally resorts itself in real time. Yesterday, at $48, that gas plant was running ahead of older coal plants that cost $55.
Right.
But today, at $70, the gas plant looks wildly expensive. So the grid operator dispatches all the $55 coal plants first.
The CCGT and the coal plants effectively swap places in the stack.
Exactly. The gas plant is pushed up into a peaking role, running way less, while coal drops down to take over the mid-merit role.
It's a complete hostage to relative fuel economics. So if the stack is constantly resorting itself, how does a trader track this to actually price a trade?
Let's do the desk math. Imagine staring at your screen.
Right.
You see system demand right now is exactly 2,500 megawatts.
Okay, 2,500 millibu.
And you need to know where the price will clear. You just walk up your stack from cheapest to most expensive.
All right, I'm looking at my supply. First, I take all the zero-cost wind I can get. Let's say wind is at 600 megawatts.
Okay, 600 from wind.
Then I take nuclear, running flat out, giving me another 1,000 megawatts. And my available coal gives me 800 megawatts at $32.
Stop right there and add that up. 600 from wind, plus 1,000 nuclear, plus 800 coal.
That's 2,400 megawatts of total generation.
But the grid demands 2,500.
Oh, so I am short 100 megawatts. If I don't find it, the lights flicker.
Exactly. So the grid operator is forced to reach up to the next available unit. In our baseline example, that's our CCGT gas plant at $48.
The operator turns on the CCGT to cover that final 100 megawatt gap?
Yes. Therefore, the CCGT is the marginal unit. It sets the clearing price, so the entire market trades at roughly $48.
But let's inject some real-world chaos. Say a storm front stalls and wind output unexpectedly drops by 200 megawatts right then.
What happens to your math?
Okay, now wind's only 400. Plus 1,000 nuclear plus 800 coal. That's 2,200 megawatts of cheap power.
And you still need 2,500.
So I'm short 300 megawatts now. I pull from the CCGT gas plant.
Right, but say that specific gas plant only has a max capacity of 200 megawatts. You take all of it at $48, and you are still short 100 megawatts.
Wow. What does the operator do?
They have to hit the panic button. They move up into the peaking band and fire up the oil peaker, sitting at $95 a megawatt hour.
And instantly, the marginal price of the entire market jumps from $48 to $95.
Purely because the wind died down and forced the grid to walk higher up the cost stack. Desk traders do this mental arithmetic constantly.
They aren't waiting for an AI model to tell them the price spiked.
Nope. They see the physical wind drop, they know the capacity of the gas plants, and they instantly bid the price up to the peaker level.
They read the physical reality first and translate it to financial reality second, which is incredible, but as these operations scale, you can't just rely on mental math for a continental grid.
No, absolutely not. This is where ETRM comes in, energy trading and risk management systems.
The technological backbone of the desk.
Right. In an ETRM system, this generation stack lives as hard, heavily managed reference data.
So databases tracking unit capacities, constraints, and exact fuel linkages for every plant.
Exactly. And this is a massive operational reality. If your reference data is messy or out of date, your fundamental models output garbage.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Exactly. If the ETRM thinks a 500 megawatt coal plant is available when it's actually down for maintenance, your model thinks power will be cheap.
You put on a massive short trade, but the grid actually fires up expensive peakers.
The price skyrockets, and you lose millions of dollars. This is why reference data governance is a massive strategic priority, which we covered deeply in Module 9.
It's not just some annoying IT afterthought. Millions are on the line. And there's another reality check here, too. Our textbook stack was very clean and ordered.
Oh, the real world is significantly messier.
Right, because fuel prices move intraday, and plants rarely run at perfect efficiency.
Yeah, if a plant is running at part load, meaning it's only running at 50% of its max capacity, it's less fuel efficient. That physically raises its actual variable cost.
Plus, unit availability data is often incomplete, or plants just trip offline unexpectedly.
So the merit order you model in your ETRM is always just an educated estimate of the true physical reality.
So, what does this all mean for you, the listener? Let's bring this together with the core rules of the desk.
Rule 1. Variable cost drives dispatch. Fixed costs are sunk.
Rule 2. The stack runs conceptually from $0 renewables up to incredibly expensive peakers.
Rule 3. Baseload, mid-merit, and peaking are relative roles, not permanent labels. They shift dynamically.
And finally, the specific mix of generation available on your grid dictates the price volatility of your market.
Spot on. Now that we have the qualitative map, we need the hard math to calculate exactly what those variable costs are.
Which means next time we are moving into Module 1, Chapter 3, Thermal Generation Economics.
We are. But before we get to the heavy math, I want you to consider the macro picture of everything we just discussed.
Okay, lay it on us.
Think about the global energy transition. People usually just talk about it as an environmental initiative.
Sure, reducing carbon.
Right. But if you sit on a power trading desk, the energy transition is fundamentally a price formation story.
Wait, really? How so?
Well, as you build massive amounts of zero variable cost wind and solar, and simultaneously retire reliable mid-merit coal and baseload nuclear.
You're physically hollowing out the middle of the stack.
Exactly. You are creating a grid that swings violently between free energy when the sun shines and incredibly expensive peak energy the second a cloud rolls in.
It makes you wonder, if prices start spending half the day at zero and the other half at $1,000, how long until the traditional definitions of cheap and expensive energy completely break down?
You are literally reshaping the entire statistical price distribution that a desk must manage risk against.
But to figure out exactly how to trade that volatility, you'll need the hard math. Keep that luxury sports car and that beat-up sedan in mind next time you see your power bill spike. Until next time, keep digging deeper.
You know, when you first walk onto a modern power trading floor, there's this overwhelming illusion of just pristine control.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you look around and you see this sea of glowing monitors, perfectly aligned columns of numbers in your ETRM system, and these beautifully smooth forward price curves stretching, years into the future.
Yeah, it all looks so abstract, like it's just pure, clean mathematics. It feels incredibly detached from the physical world. You sit there in the air conditioning, clicking a mouse, and it is so easy to trick yourself into thinking you are just trading financial derivatives in a vacuum.
But then you have to remember that behind every single one of those flashing green and red numbers on your screen is a massive, incredibly loud, vibrating piece of heavy industrial machinery.
Yep.
We are talking about 1,000-degree boilers, high-pressure steam turbines, and raw physical fuel being pulled out of the earth and burned. Like, the screens look like pure finance, but the reality is gritty, unforgiving physics.
And that tension, that exact tension between the perfectly modeled spreadsheet on the trading desk and the messy, totally unpredictable physical reality of the power grid, well, that is the entire game.
Exactly.
That is where fortunes are made and where trading desks get blown up.
So welcome back to another deep dive. Today, we are putting on our consultant hat.
That's right.
We are your power trading and risk management guides from Durga Analytics, and our mission today is to teach you the practical, desk-focused strategies you need to survive and thrive in these markets.
Because surviving the desk requires bridging that exact gap we just talked about. You have to be able to translate physical engineering constraints into tradable dollars and cents on the fly while the market is literally moving in front of you.
And to ground you in where we are, remember that this deep dive is part of a much larger sequence journey we are taking together in the Power Trading Desk Master Program.
Right, it's a massive journey.
Yeah, 13 modules in total. We're moving from the raw physical constraints of the grid up through market structure and strategy all the way to enterprise governance and designing a durable trading organization.
Because you really can't build a robust enterprise architecture if you don't intimately understand the physics of the product you're trading.
Exactly. So just a quick recap of the structure so you know the roadmap. Module 1 is power system fundamentals.
Then Module 2 is running a power trading desk.
Module 3, we get into U.S. and EU power market reality.
Module 4 is strategy beyond textbook trades.
Module 5, valuation, analytics, and model skepticism.
Module 6 is all about analytics, AI, and data engineering for desks.
Then Module 7, risk management for survivors.
Module 8 covers execution, scheduling, and operational risk.
Module 9, ETRM as a strategic control layer.
Module 10 gets into regulation, behavior, and leadership.
Module 11, enterprise ETRM and technology architecture.
Module 12 is building a durable power desk.
And finally, Module 13 is the capstone, designing a trading organization.
It's a lot of ground to cover, but it all builds on itself.
It really does. And today, we are zeroing in on Module 1, specifically Chapter 3, which is called Thermal Generation Economics.
Which is so foundational. I mean, the mission for you in this session is highly practical.
Yep.
In most hours, in most power markets globally, thermal plants, meaning gas and coal plants, are on the margin.
Right. They're the ones actually setting the price of the power you are actively trading on the screen.
Exactly. So to anticipate where that price is going, you must be able to compute a thermal plant's running cost based on its fuel and its efficiency. It is, hands down, the single most useful calculation in short-term power trading.
Okay, so before you can trade the market, you have to understand the physical reality of how a pipeline of natural gas actually becomes the electricity lighting up your trading screens.
Right.
And everything today hinges on two words: heat rate.
Heat rate, yes. In a super complex machine designed to boil water, create high-pressure steam, and spin a turbine attached to a generator.
Just a giant boiling kettle, basically.
Basically. And thermodynamics dictates that this process is never perfectly efficient. You lose a tremendous amount of energy as waste heat.
Right. It always takes more energy and fuel than it ever puts out on actual electricity.
Exactly. And heat rate is the metric that captures that inefficiency. It measures exactly how much raw fuel energy is required to produce one single unit of electricity.
Okay, let's unpack this for a second. On a commercial desk, we're usually measuring this in MMB2 per megawatt hour. Right?
Yep.
So millions of British thermal units of fuel going in to get 1 megawatt hour of power coming out.
That is the standard commercial unit. It acts as the ultimate bridge. It mathematically links the fuel market universe directly to the power market universe.
I always like to think about it like this. For anyone trying to make it stick in their head, it's basically fuel economy for a power plant, but inverted.
Oh, that's a good way to look at it.
Right, because when you buy a car, you look at miles per gallon, where a higher number is better. You want more miles out of your gallon.
Yeah, obviously.
But heat rate is like measuring gallons per mile. You're asking, how many gallons of fuel do I have to burn to push out 1 megawatt hour?
Yes.
So in power trading, a lower number is actually the winner. A lower heat rate means a far more efficient plant.
That inverted analogy is the best way to internalize it, honestly. If you have a highly efficient, modern, combined cycle gas turbine, or a CCGT, it might have a heat rate of, say, 7.0 MMB2 per mLBU.
Okay, so 7 units of gas energy to make 1 unit of power.
Right. Conversely, an older, less efficient peaker plant, maybe a simple cycle gas turbine built 20 years ago, might have a heat rate of 11.5.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so it has to burn significantly more gas to produce the exact same megawatt hour of electricity.
Now, knowing this physical efficiency is great for the engineers, walking the plant floor in hard hats. But as a trader sitting on the desk, how do you turn that engineering metric into a financial one, like dollars and cents?
Well, you rely on the fundamental variable cost formula, and every single trader has this burned into their brain on day one.
Let's hear it.
Variable cost in dollars per megawatt hour equals the fuel price in dollars per MMB2 multiplied by the heat rate plus variable O&M.
Variable operations and maintenance, right?
Yes. Fuel price times heat rate plus variable O&M. Let's look at the actual numbers to see how this plays out on the desk.
Let's do it.
Let's take that highly efficient CCGT with a heat rate of 7.0, and let's assign it a variable O&M. So the wear and tear maintenance costs, like blade degradation, that scale with every hour the plant runs of $3 per megawatt hour.
Okay, so if we have a natural gas price of $4.50 and a 7 heat rate, you just multiply those.
Yep.
So you're at $31.50 for pure fuel cost.
Correct.
Add the $3 O&M, and you are looking at a $34.50 running cost.
Pretty straightforward, right?
Going.
But the moment a winter cold snap hits and gas demand surges, the fuel price jumps. Let's say gas spikes from $4.50 up to $7.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the math moves aggressively then.
Yeah.
At $7 gas times the 7.0 heat rate, your fuel cost is suddenly $49.
Yep.
Add that same $3 O&M, and your new total variable cost is $52 per megawatt hour.
Exactly.
So a roughly 55% rise in the price of gas drove a roughly 50% rise in the power plant's running cost. It's basically a one-to-one ratio because fuel is just entirely dominating that equation.
Yeah, the fuel component is the massive gravitational center of a thermal plant's economics.
Wait a second, though. Look at those numbers.
What about them?
Out of that $52 total cost, the variable O&M is just $3.
Right.
So if I am trading on the floor, managing a massive position, and prices are just flashing all over my screens, why shouldn't I just ignore the $3 and do the quick fuel times heat rate math in my head? Like, who cares about $3?
I mean, you can do that, but because power trading is fundamentally a game of margins, shortcuts like that will eventually get you run over.
Run over how?
Well, fuel is your principal investment, but O&M is like the management fee. Sure, if the market crashes, the management fee isn't the headline.
Right.
But in a tight market, it changes the entire math. Imagine a scenario where a gas plant and a coal plant have nearly identical running costs. Omitting a $3 or $4 O&M charge understates your true cost and can completely flip a close switching decision.
Ah, I see. You might think the gas plant is the cheaper option, when in reality, after you factor in O&M, the coal plant is actually cheaper.
Exactly. And that few dollars of difference determines which plant the grid operator actually turns on, which plant sits idle, and crucially, which plant sets the clearing price for the entire grid.
Which perfectly transitions us into looking at the whole system. Because we've just figured out how to price a single plant. But the grid isn't a single plant.
Not at all.
It is a massive fleet of different generation assets, all with different heat rates, all competing to sell their power at the same time.
This is the concept of the merit order, which is widely known on the desk as the generation stack.
The stack.
Yeah. The grid operator has a singular mandate meet consumer demand every second of every day at the lowest possible cost.
Right.
So they run an optimization algorithm that literally stacks all available power plants from the cheapest variable cost at the very bottom to the most expensive at the very top.
Okay, so they dispatch the cheap ones first and only move up the stack when demand actually forces them to.
You got it. And a thermal plant's position in that stack is entirely dictated by its heat rate.
Because that drives the cost.
Exactly. Our efficient CCGT with a 7.0 heat rate has a low running cost, so it sits securely at the bottom of the stack. The grid operator calls on it to run almost constantly. It earns revenue hour after hour, driving baseload or mid-merit power.
But that older, less efficient peaker plant we talked about earlier, the one with an 11.5 heat rate, that faces a very different economic reality.
Oh, completely different. If gas is at that higher $7 price, you take $7 times the 11.5 heat rate. Before we even consider O&M, its fuel cost alone is over $80 per megawatt hour.
Wow. Compared to $49 in fuel for the efficient plant, that is a massive spread.
Huge spread. And because it is so intensely expensive to run, it is shoved way up to the very top of the merit order.
Just sitting up there waiting.
Right. It only peaks during extreme hours. Think of a scorching August afternoon when everyone's air conditioning is on maximum.
Right. Everyone comes home from work and blasts the AC.
Yep. Overall, power demand is so high that the grid operator has exhausted all the cheaper plants and is basically desperate for megawatts. Power prices skyrocket enough to cover that $80 fuel bill, and only then does the peaker turn on.
Okay, but this stack is not a static list, though. It's not like the plants just stay in the same order forever. It is a living, breathing entity because fuel prices are constantly moving.
Exactly. You have two major fossil fuels engaged in a perpetual economic battle on the grid, natural gas and coal.
Right.
When natural gas is cheap, highly efficient gas plants have lower variable costs than coal plants. The gas plants undercut coal, moving down the stack, while coal gets pushed up and runs less.
Which is the classic gas-to-coal switching dynamic you always hear about.
Yeah, that's exactly what that means. And that is the inflection point. The moment gas prices spike, say, during a deep winter freeze, the math flips.
Oh, because the gas gets too expensive.
Right. Suddenly, those gas plants become more expensive to run than the coal plants. The coal plants climb back down the stack, replacing the gas generation.
Wow.
So as a power trader, watching relative fuel prices means you are essentially watching the physical generation stack reshuffle in real time on your monitor.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting for you as a listener. Let me throw out a specific desk insight from the source material that really captures how a professional trader views this physical reshuffling.
Yeah, lay it out.
So imagine you are managing a book, and news suddenly hits the wire that a massive, highly efficient thermal unit just unexpectedly tripped offline.
A nightmare scenario for some.
Right. A rookie trader sees a huge chunk of supply vanish, instantly panics over the lost megawatts, and assumes prices are going to the moon.
Yep, happens all the time.
But a veteran trader doesn't react to the volume. They ask a totally different question. They ask, which heat rate now sets the margin?
See, that is the crucial distinction.
Why is that so important? Explain why replacing an efficient plant with a less efficient unit lifts the whole market price, even if there's plenty of backup capacity.
Well, the veteran understands that the raw number of megawatts lost is completely secondary to the economic profile of the plant that has to replace them.
Okay.
If an efficient CCGT at the bottom of the stack trips, the grid operator is forced to move up the merit order. They have to turn on a less efficient unit, perhaps an older gas plant, just to replace that missing power and balance the grid.
Oh, I see. Even if there is a massive surplus of total capacity sitting around, simply replacing an efficient 7.0 heat rate unit with an inefficient, say, 10.0 heat rate unit fundamentally lifts the cost of the marginal generation.
Exactly. And because the marginal unit clears the market and sets the price for everyone, the entire power market price jumps.
That is so counterintuitive, but makes total sense. You are not pricing the absolute loss of capacity. You are pricing the sudden decrease in marginal efficiency.
Tingo. That is how you anticipate price movement.
Okay, so we have this living, breathing physical merit order constantly reshuffling based on real-world engineering and fuel markets.
Right.
But our trading firm isn't managing this on a whiteboard with markers. How does a massive digital ETRM and enterprise trading and risk management system actually capture that physical chaos to calculate our enterprise risk and build forward curves?
Well, this is where we shift from physical operations to financial modeling. You can't just observe the heat rate for today's physical dispatch. You have to model expected heat rates months and years into the future.
Okay, how do we do that?
This is done using the market implied heat rate. If you want a quick read on how the market is pricing this relationship, you simply take the traded power price and divide it by the traded gas price.
Oh, so it's essentially the variable cost formula run in reverse, backing out the O&M to get a raw efficiency ratio implied by the financial markets.
Precisely. In an ETRM system, these implied heat rates and fuel linkages are foundational reference data.
They're the baseline.
Yeah. Forward curves for power. The prices your firm expects power to trade at 2 or 3 years from now are very often constructed systematically. The ETRM takes the highly liquid, actively traded forward curves for natural gas and multiplies them by a stored implied heat rate curve to generate the less liquid forward power curve.
Wait, so the ETRM is literally using heat rate as the genetic building block to construct the firm's entire view of the future power market.
It absolutely is, which is why model skepticism is a critical survival trait in this business.
I can imagine.
If you have a foundational error in your stored heat rates, that error propagates straight into your forward curves. It corrupts the mark-to-market valuation of your entire trading portfolio.
Like a domino effect.
Yeah, it feeds bad data into your value at risk, or VAR models. Your risk managers think you have a balanced book, when in reality you are carrying massive directional exposure.
And the text points out a terrifyingly simple operational error that causes this. We talked earlier about units B2 per kilowatt hour versus MMB2 per megawatt hour.
Oh yeah, the classic unit mix-up.
Mathematically, they represent the exact same physical efficiency, but they differ by a factor of 1,000.
Right. If a new quantitative analyst updates the reference data and inputs a heat rate of 7,000 B2 per kilowatt hour into an ETRM system field that is hard-coded to expect 7.0 MMB2 per MWHUNA.
The system suddenly assumes power costs 1,000 times more to produce.
Exactly. It instantly corrupts every downstream financial metric in the enterprise.
And suddenly risk management is calling your desk, asking why your VAR just breached every limit the firm has.
And you're scrambling to find a decimal point.
Right. But beyond simple fat-finger data entry errors, there is a much deeper risk when bridging the ETRM to reality. The formula we've been discussing works perfectly on a spreadsheet.
Sure does.
But physical power plants do not behave like spreadsheets.
Not at all. They deviate constantly. The nameplate heat rate, the idealized number the manufacturer literally stamps on the side of the turbine, is a best-case laboratory scenario.
It's like the sticker on a new car.
Yeah.
You never actually get that mileage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It assumes the plant is running at full maximum load in perfectly optimal weather conditions. But out in the real grid, plants are often dispatched at part load just to follow fluctuating demand.
Okay.
And when a turbine runs at part load, its thermodynamic efficiency plummets. The heat rate degrades significantly.
And the physics also turn against you when the weather gets extreme.
Oh, heavily. Particularly in extreme heat, a gas turbine breathes ambient air.
Okay.
So when the temperature soars during a summer heat wave, the air becomes less dense.
The air is literally thinner.
Right, so the compressor has to work much harder to push the required mass of air into the combustion chamber. It burns more fuel just to run the compressor, leaving less energy to actually spin the generator.
Oh, wow. So the heat rate worsens just when the grid is most stressed.
Exactly. This is why trading desks rely heavily on market-implied heat rates rather than physical nameplate numbers. The actual unit performance on any given day is opaque from the outside.
Okay, let's put this all together into a classic interview question from the text. This is a scenario that routinely trips up newer analysts, so it's a great test for you listening.
Oh, I love this one.
Let's say you're looking at a market where the price of natural gas suddenly rises by 40% overnight. A junior trader on your desk states that an efficient CCGT's running cost just rose by almost the exact same percentage.
Okay.
Why is their assumption roughly correct in a baseline scenario? But crucially, what real-world factors would make them dead wrong?
Well, in a standard baseline scenario, they are roughly correct because the fuel cost is the dominant variable in the formula.
Right, like we saw with the math earlier.
Yeah, a 40% jump in that massive fuel component will drag the total variable cost up by nearly 40%, creating an almost linear relationship.
But where does that linear assumption break down?
It completely breaks down if the physical plant's heat rate degrades.
Oh, okay.
If that 40% gas spike happens during a blistering summer heat wave and the turbine is struggling with thin air, or if the plant is being cycled at part load, efficiency drops.
So you're getting hit twice.
Exactly. You are not just paying 40% more for fuel, you are burning significantly more fuel per megawatt hour. The cost increase will compound and be far worse than 40%.
Right.
It also breaks down for older marginal plants, where variable O&M constitutes an unusually large percentage of the overall running cost.
See, that is the kind of nuance that separates a purely financial trader from a power market professional. You have to understand the underlying physical machinery to accurately price the financial derivative.
Because if you are trading power, you are essentially trading monetized thermodynamics.
I love that phrase, monetized thermodynamics. So let's quickly distill the core survival lessons for the desk from this module before we wrap up.
Let's do it.
First, heat rate is your ultimate physical efficiency metric. You want lower numbers.
Yes.
Second, variable cost is fuel price times heat rate, plus variable O and M. That is the mathematical engine of the market.
Absolutely.
Third, that simple math dictates the entire merit order. It determines economic dispatch, decides who runs, who sits, and how the stack reshuffles when gas and coal prices battle.
And finally, these numbers feed directly into your enterprise ETRM and risk models, requiring constant validation because, as we said, physical plants do not behave like perfect algorithms.
Exactly. Internalizing these variable cost dynamics is non-negotiable.
Because the math we covered today is the direct foundation for trading the spark spread, which we will tackle heavily in Module 4.
But we are not finished mapping out this generation stack just yet, right?
Not at all. Next up in the program, we transition to Chapter 4, Nuclear and Baseload.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're going to look at the exact opposite end of the economic spectrum. Plants burdened with massive fixed capital costs, but incredibly tiny variable running costs.
It is going to be a fascinating contrast to the thermal plants we covered today. But before we close out this session, I want to leave you with a final thought to ponder. Circling back to that illusion of control we discussed at the very beginning.
Yeah, it's a sobering thought.
Your ETRM systems are relying on fixed, mathematically precise market-implied heat rates to calculate your firm's total enterprise risk. Okay. But we also know that physical gas plants lose their thermodynamic efficiency during extreme summer heat waves because the air density drops.
Right. The machinery becomes less efficient precisely when system demand and market prices are at their absolute highest.
So ask yourself this. How much hidden, uncalculated risk is sitting in your trading book right now, ticking away, waiting for a massive August heat wave when the flawless, static math in your ETRM system and the messy, sweltering physical reality of the grid suddenly violently disconnect?
It is definitely something to think about the next time you are staring at a perfectly smooth forward curve on your screen.
Keep your model skeptical and your heat rates validated. We will see you in the next chapter.
Imagine you are running like this massive multi-million-dollar business. But instead of selling your product, you hit a point usually in the middle of the night where you have to physically reach into your own pocket and pay your customers to take your product off your hands.
Right.
And you have to do this just to keep your factory from, literally destroying itself. I mean, it sounds like a guaranteed path to bankruptcy, right? But if you're sitting on a power trading desk, that exact scenario isn't a crisis. It's literally just Tuesday.
Yeah, it's just the brutal everyday reality of the grid. And, I mean, if you don't understand the mechanics driving that reality, the market will absolutely tear your trading book apart.
Completely. So welcome back to the deep dive, everyone. For those of you grinding your way toward a seat on a power trading desk, or if you're already there and trying to build a durable career, the magnitude of the journey you're on right now.
Oh, absolutely.
We are working our way through the Power Trading Desk Master Program, and it is a massive sequenced progression. Like, we're talking 13 modules, 234 chapters, taking you from the raw physics of the grid and market design straight through trading strategy, robust valuation, risk management.
And we don't stop at the theory either. I mean, the program pushes all the way into execution, ETRM technology, so energy trading and risk management systems regulation, and eventually that capstone project where you actually design a trading organization from the ground up. And every single module, it all builds on the physical realities of the grid.
Right. Which brings us to our mission for today. We're currently inside Module 1, and today we are tearing into Chapter 4, which is nuclear and baseload. So our goal for this session is to just completely dissect the economics of the bottom of the generation stack. We really need to figure out why those bizarre negative prices are a structural reality, and how the sheer inflexibility of baseload power sends these massive shockwaves all the way up the rest of the price curve.
Yeah, and bringing my background from Durga Analytics into this, where, we spend our time building trading desks, designing enterprise ETRM systems, training risk managers, I cannot overstate how critical this specific chapter is, because baseload sets the absolute floor of the market.
The bedrock of it all.
Exactly. If you are trading off-peak blocks or, managing multi-year hedges, you have to possess this intuitive mechanical understanding of what the bottom of the stack is doing, because it basically dictates the behavior of everything else above it.
Okay, so let's visualize what we actually mean by the bottom of the stack, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the daily generation profile of a typical power grid like figure 4.1 in the handbook, you don't just see a random jumble of power plants turning on and off. You see this very distinct structure.
Right, it's highly stratified.
Yeah, so at the very bottom, there is this massive, immovable block of power, just a huge navy blue block on the chart. Let's say it's sitting at exactly 22 gigawatts, hour after hour, day or night. That block just does not change shape. It is perfectly flat.
Resting right on
top of it, exactly, right on top of that flat block, you have this teal band, a much more flexible band of mid-merit and peaking generation that expands and contracts, trying to perfectly trace that curved line of daily consumer demand.
Right, so that lower immovable block, that's your base load. And historically, it's dominated by nuclear power, alongside some, very large, highly efficient coal plants, depending on the region you're in. And that upper flexible band is doing all the heavy lifting to keep the lights on as humans wake up, turn on their factories, and, eventually go to sleep.
But hold on, if nuclear generates the bulk of the power, why does it refuse to budge? I mean, we often hear this analogy that running a nuclear power plant is like driving a massive, fully loaded freight train. You get that immense weight up to speed, and trying to stop for every minor red light is actually, more destructive than just blowing the horn and plowing straight through. Is it really that rigid?
It is a freight train, yeah.
Yeah.
But think of it as a freight train where hitting the brakes actually degrades the structural integrity of the engine block.
Wait, really? Just hitting the brakes?
Yeah, literally. I mean, we have to look at the financial DNA and the actual physics of a nuclear plant to understand why it runs flat. So financially, these assets have astronomical fixed costs. The billions of dollars of capital required to build the containment dome, the intense regulatory compliance, the 247 specialized staffing.
Right. You pay those costs whether the plant generates 1 megawatt or a million.
Exactly. Your fixed costs are a mountain. But wait, so if it costs billions just to exist, how is their variable cost? Like the cost to generate the actual electricity day to day. How is that considered low? What are they actually paying for once the plant is on? They're paying for uranium fuel.
Yeah.
Which is, incredibly energy dense and relatively cheap when you amortize it over the massive volume of power it produces. So mathematically, if your fixed costs are a mountain and your marginal cost to produce the next unit of power are just pennies.
Hmm.
The only way to avoid bleeding out financially is to run the plant at absolute maximum capacity.
You mentioned 4/7.
24/7.
Yeah.
You have to spread those fixed costs over as many megawatt hours as possible.
Okay, that makes sense financially. But what about the physics? You mentioned hitting the brakes degrades the engine. Why can't they just, turn the dial down when demand drops?
Right. Well, because ramping a nuclear reactor up and down involves violent changes in thermal dynamics. When you turn down the thermal output of a nuclear core, the massive metal components, the steam generators, the piping, they all experience rapid temperature changes.
Oh, and metal reacts to temperature.
Exactly. It causes the metal to physically contract, and then when you ramp back up, it expands. Doing that repeatedly induces severe thermal stress. You create microfractures in the metallurgy.
So you're literally breaking the plant just to follow the market.
You're shaving years off the lifespan of a multi-billion-dollar asset, and you're risking a maintenance shutdown that could cost tens of millions of dollars just to, respond to a temporary dip in market demand. It's just not worth it.
So they just refuse to turn the dial. They run flat.
They run flat. But, and this is crucial for anyone aiming for a seat on the desk, it's so important to know that nuclear isn't the only thing sitting in that inflexible bottom block.
What else is down there?
You have assets that are must-run for entirely non-economic reasons. Take combined heat and power plants, or CHP. These facilities are usually contracted to supply industrial steam to a nearby chemical plant, or like a paper mill.
Oh, so they care about the steam, not the electricity.
Exactly. They must keep burning fuel to make that physical steam, regardless of what the electricity market is doing. The electricity is just a byproduct that they basically dump onto the grid. Plus, you also have legacy generators that grid operators mandate must run just to maintain voltage stability in specific vulnerable geographic pockets.
Okay, so all of these different rigid assets get lumped together into this unstoppable force at the bottom, which actually brings up something flagged in the course material as a massive trap for analysts interviewing for a trading role.
Oh, the price-setting trap, yes.
Yeah. A candidate looks at this generation stack, sees that baseload provides like 60 or 70% of the total energy, and they make a very specific, fatal assumption.
I have seen brilliant candidates walk into a desk interview and completely disqualify themselves with this one error. They will confidently assert that because baseload provides the vast majority of the volume, baseload sets the price of power.
I mean, it sounds intuitive. The biggest players should dictate the market.
It sounds intuitive, but in a uniform clearing price market, it is completely backward. You have to clearly distinguish between the bulk volume and the margin. Baseload sets the floor of the market. It does not set the marginal price.
Right.
The unit that sets the price for everyone is almost always sitting higher up in that flexible teal band we talked about. It's the specific, often very expensive power plant that is actively turning on or off to meet the very last incremental megawatt of human demand.
So the baseload plants are essentially just price takers.
Totally. They're sitting at the bottom, generating max volume, and accepting whatever price that marginal flexible unit dictates.
Okay, if baseload is this unstoppable freight train that acts as a price taker and simply refuses to yield, what on earth happens at 2 a.m.? I mean, demand absolutely plummets when the entire city goes to sleep, but the train won't stop.
Well, this is where we get into the midnight squeeze. This is the exact mechanism that generates negative prices, and honestly, it is a phenomenal test of a trader's intuition.
Let's walk through the numbers from the chapter scenario, because seeing the math just makes it undeniable. Let's say it's the middle of the night. Total grid demand has dropped to 22 gigawatts, but on the supply side, you have 18 gigawatts of must-run nuclear that physically cannot turn off without causing that thermal damage we talked about. And it happens to be a stormy night, so you have 6 gigawatts of wind generation pumping onto the grid.
Right, so let's look at the imbalance there. You have 18 gigawatts of inflexible nuclear plus 6 gigawatts of wind. Wind has zero fuel cost, so it always wants to run. That is 24 gigawatts of power generation aggressively trying to inject into a grid that only has 22 gigawatts of physical demand.
So we have 2 gigawatts of excess power with nowhere to go. And on a physical power grid, supply and demand must balance perfectly every single second, or the grid physically collapses. Common sense says someone just hits the off switch. But earlier we said generators actually start paying people to take the power. Walk me through the ruthless logic of a negative price here.
Okay, put yourself in the shoes of the nuclear plant operator. The market price starts dropping. It hits zero. You are oversupplied. The grid operator needs someone to back down, so the price drops to negative $5 per megawatt hour. You now have two choices. Choice A, You initiate a complex shutdown sequence, let the reactor cool, avoid the negative $5 penalty for a few hours, but then,
You miss out on future generation.
worse, you miss out on days of future generation, and you pay millions in wear and tear just to perform a cold start next week.
Ouch. And choice B.
Choice B, you just pay the $5 per megawatt hour to stay online. You eat the loss for a few hours because absorbing a brief negative price is vastly, exponentially cheaper than the catastrophic cost of shutting down the train.
Yeah. So the nuclear plant basically screams, I'll pay you $5 to take my power, just please don't make me turn off. But wait, what about the wind farms? Why don't they just feather their blades and stop generating? They don't have thermal stress.
Right, but wind farms have a different incentive structure entirely.
Hmm.
In many markets, renewable assets receive government subsidies, specifically production tax credits, or PTCs.
Ah, right.
Yeah, these credits pay the wind farm a fixed amount of money based strictly on the volume of energy they produce. If a wind farm receives, say, a $20 tax credit for every megawatt hour they generate, they don't care if the wholesale market price is zero. They don't even care if the market price is negative $10.
Because if they pay $10 to the market but collect $20 from the government, they are still netting $10 of pure profit.
Exactly that. They just want the volume. So the market clang engine, desperately trying to balance the grid, has to drop the price to negative 10, negative 20, negative 30, whatever painful depth it takes, until those 2 gigawatts of excess supply finally decide the pain is too great and they physically curtail their output.
Which means negative prices are not a glitch. They are a deeply structural feature of modern grids.
Yes. Which brings us to the operations and systems side connecting this to Module 5 and Module 9 of the program. I can actually share an anonymous story from a desk I was consulting for back in 2018.
Oh, nice. What happened?
Well, market was starting to see these deep negative off-peak prices, and one morning the entire risk management floor was just in absolute chaos. Their legacy ETRM system was literally throwing database error codes and crashing their overnight batch runs.
Wait, what broke the software? Just the negative numbers.
Exactly. The legacy models were built on traditional financial mathematics, specifically log normal distributions.
Right, standard finance stuff.
Think of it as a statistical bell curve that assumes an asset's price can drop towards zero, but it hits a hard mathematical wall. It assumes a price simply cannot go below zero, because stock prices can't go below zero,
Right.
but power can. So when the real-time feeds started pumping negative integers into the pricing engine, the math literally broke. The software couldn't calculate the volatility.
Wow, so the risk managers basically woke up to screens showing NA instead of their actual financial exposure.
Exactly. And if your enterprise risk system's scenario generators cannot process sub-zero outcomes, you will fatally misprice your off-peak exposure. Your risk limits become fiction. You're basically flying blind into a mountain. Building a durable desk means ensuring your valuation frameworks explicitly allow for and accurately model those sub-zero tails.
That is wild. Okay, so we have established this rigid foundation. Baseload rigidly ignores demand to avoid thermal damage, and renewables blindly follow the weather to harvest tax credits. But consumer demand is incredibly volatile. If the bottom of the stack refuses to adapt, someone has to do the incredibly hard work of flexing up and down to keep the grid from collapsing.
Yes, this is the concept of the burden of flexibility. Because the bottom of the stack is inflexible, the entire burden of balancing the system is shoved upward, forcing the top of the stack to do all the violent balancing work.
Right. Let's run the daytime swing scenario to see how violent this gets. Let's say it's midday in a really sunny region. You have 16 gigawatts of must-run nuclear. The sun is blazing, so you have 8 gigawatts of zero-cost solar power flooding the grid. That's 24 gigawatts of generation. But because the weather is mild, midday demand is only 20 gigawatts. So right in the middle of the day, we have a 4 gigawatt oversupply. We are back in negative price territory.
The classic daytime squeeze. The base load and the solar are just crashing into each other.
Yeah, but then fast forward just a few hours to 6 p.m. People get home from work. They turn on their ovens, their televisions, maybe their ACs. Demand spikes massively from 20 to 30 gigawatts. And because it's 6 p.m., the sun has set. So that 8 gigawatts of solar generation, completely gone.
Let's calculate that physical gap because it's staggering. At 6 p.m., demand hits 30 gigawatts. Your solar is gone. Your nuclear is still sitting there providing its flat 16 gigawatts. That means there is a massive 14 gigawatt gap that must be filled almost instantly.
And the baseload cannot help fill that gap because it's already running at max capacity anyway.
It cannot help at all. The baseload just sits there. This means the entire burden of following that massive multi-gigawatt swing from the midday trough to the evening peak falls entirely on the mid-merit and peaking plants.
The gas turbines, the hydro, the batteries.
Exactly. A system that is heavy and inflexible baseload desperately needs highly flexible plants to handle the daily swing. The scarcity of that flexibility becomes a massive driver of value on the trading desk.
So as a trader or, an originator putting together a multi-year deal, how do you position yourself with this knowledge, especially when we see headlines constantly announcing that an aging nuclear fleet is scheduled for retirement?
Well, when a major baseload asset retires, it fundamentally alters the physics and the economics of the entire region. It doesn't just remove a few megawatts from the grid, it removes that inflexible floor.
Because that massive block of cheap, low variable cost must run volume just evaporates.
Right. The entire supply curve shifts to the left. Suddenly, the shape of the price profile changes completely. Off-peak prices that used to crash below zero every night might suddenly stabilize because the heavy, immovable floor has been lifted out of the market. Desks that are hedging multi-year positions, say you're signing a 5-year power purchase agreement for a new data center, you must constantly model how these announced retirements will shift the price distribution.
You aren't just forecasting whether humans will use more power then.
No, you are forecasting the structural rigidity of the entire generation stack.
Man, that's complex. But the course material actually throws a massive reality check at us here. It points out that the textbook picture we just painted, this sort of ironclad rule that baseload always runs flat, is actively breaking down in modern markets.
It is. The historical floor is getting softer. And it's entirely due to the extreme penetration of renewables. The oversupply during incredibly windy nights or, intensely sunny days has become so severe that negative prices are pushing far past the pain threshold of the baseload operators.
Wait, meaning the negative prices are getting so deep, like -50 or -$100, that it actually becomes cheaper for a nuclear plant to accept the thermal damage and shut down.
Exactly. The financial penalty of the negative price outweighs the physical penalty of the thermal stress. We are now seeing real-world situations in highly renewable markets where even nuclear plants are occasionally forced to reduce output. They're literally paying the physical wear and tear penalty to ramp down because the market is screaming at them to stop producing.
So what used to be a textbook impossibility ramping a nuclear plant for economic reasons is becoming a forced reality on the trading floor.
The market rules are being rewritten in real time, which is exactly why rigid thinking will destroy a trading book.
Okay, let's pull the core mechanics together for anyone managing risk or building models today. First, nuclear and baseload run flat, not just because of high fixed costs, but because the physical reality of thermal expansion makes ramping highly destructive to the asset. Second, when you combine that physically inflexible generation with tax-subsidized renewables, it forces negative prices. Generators will rationally pay money to produce.
Right.
Third, legacy financial models that cannot process negative integers will fail catastrophically during these squeezes. And finally, this massive inflexibility at the bottom forces the top of the stack, the peakers and batteries, to do all the violent, profitable balancing work.
Yeah, those are the mechanical truths of the market floor. If you internalize those, you have the intuition required to survive the off-peak hours on the desk. But as we wrap up this chapter, I want to leave you with a forward-looking question to really challenge your models.
Lay it on us.
If the relentless rise of zero-cost, highly volatile renewables is forcing even textbook nuclear plants to ramp down and take thermal damage, are we rapidly approaching a future grid where the traditional concept of baseload ceases to exist entirely? Like, if every single asset on the grid must eventually become a flexible, dispatchable asset just to survive the daily price volatility, how will that fundamental shift break the forward curve models your desk relies on today?
Wow, that is a phenomenal question for anyone designing a long-term trading strategy. We have established the heavy, rigid foundation today. We've explored the inflexible floor of the market and the chaos it causes. The natural next step is to look at the assets that actually can move.
The ones designed to profit from this exact volatility.
Exactly. So, keep pushing forward on this journey. Join us in the next chapter of the program, which is Module 1, Chapter 5, where we will dive into the unique physical economics and the extreme flexibility of hydro and stored hydro. We will see you there.
Usually, when we talk about a diagnostic problem, there's, an expectation of absolute precision.
Right.
It feels like engineering. Like you break your arm, the x-ray shows a jagged white line, and the doctor just points and says, there it is, broken.
Yeah, it's clean.
Exactly. It's clean, it's binary, it is totally undeniable. But you step into the world of power trading and suddenly that X-ray machine is, well, it's entirely useless.
Oh, completely.
We are looking at a diagnostic landscape that is just incredibly murky, particularly when you are asked to price an asset that doesn't actually cost anything to run.
It is, I mean, it's the ultimate diagnostic trap. It completely breaks the intuition of anyone coming from like a standard manufacturing or, commodities background.
So I want you to picture this riddle because this is a really classic desk interview question.
Oh, I love this one.
Right. So you are a power plant operator. Your variable fuel costs are literally zero. The market is knocking on your door, practically begging for electricity, and they're willing to pay you, say, $40 per megawatt hour. But you look at the screen, you look at your zero-cost fuel, and you say, no thanks, I am withholding generation.
Yeah.
Why on earth would a rational trader turn down free money?
Because that $40 today might cost you $100 next month. And that puzzle, honestly, that is the foundation of what we're doing here today.
Welcome to another deep dive. Today, our mission is pulling you straight onto the trading desk to solve that exact riddle. We are exploring Chapter 5, which is Hydro and Storage Hydro, from the Durga Analytics Power Trading Desk Master Program.
Right.
And just to ground you in this journey, this program is a sequence progression across 13 modules and 234 chapters.
They're massive.
It really is. It takes you from the physical power system and market reality through trading strategy, valuation, analytics, risk management, and all the way to execution, ETRM technology, and the design of a durable trading organization.
And right now we are firmly rooted in Module 1, Power System Fundamentals.
Oh.
We're treating this as if you were sitting right there on the desk with us, looking at the real-world mechanics that aspiring and working power professionals, traders, quants, risk managers use every single day to just, to survive and make money.
So let's go back to that riddle. A zero-cost fuel plant refusing $40 a megawatt hour. What is the actual mechanism driving that refusal?
Well, it comes down to a fundamental shift in how a desk defines cost.
Okay.
Because in previous chapters, like Chapter 3 on thermal generation economics, the rule was clean. It was binary.
Right, for like coal or gas.
Exactly. For a coal or a natural gas plant, you run the unit if the market price exceeds your variable fuel cost.
Sure.
If gas costs you $30 to burn and the market pays $40, you turn the plant on.
You capture the $10 spread.
Right. The physical system drives the price, and thermal plants just follow a simple merit order dispatch. But hydro completely breaks that run cheapest first rule.
Because of this concept called water value.
Yes, water value.
Meaning the fuel's free, but the inventory is finite.
That is the core of it right there. We have to stop thinking about variable fuel costs, and we have to start modeling opportunity costs.
Okay, unpack that a bit.
So a reservoir hydro plant burns no fuel, right? The water just falls from the sky.
Free fuel.
Exactly. But every single megawatt hour you generate today is water that exits the reservoir and flows down the river.
It's gone.
It is permanently gone, which means it is a megawatt hour you cannot generate tomorrow or, next week or during a severe winter freeze when prices are through the roof.
So from a corporate strategy perspective, I actually look at this a lot like managing, say, a nation's strategic petroleum reserve, or maybe a company's emergency capital buffer.
Oh, that's a great analogy.
We have this massive asset. It's already paid for. It's just sitting there.
Yeah.
But if a minor supply hiccup happens on a random, Tuesday in October, and prices bump up a few dollars, you don't drain the strategic reserve.
Right, you hold it.
Because if you do, you won't have it in January when a tree crisis hits, and the value of that oil, or in this case, that water, goes totally exponential. You're constantly weighing the value of the asset today against the potential extreme value of that asset in the future.
Yeah, you're making an intertemporal decision. The real cost of generating power right now is the financial penalty of not being able to generate later when the grid is desperate.
That lost future revenue.
Exactly. That lost future revenue is the water value.
Yeah.
It shifts the entire operational mindset of the desk. You aren't looking at instantaneous accounting costs.
You're looking ahead.
Right. Your quants and traders are constantly dynamically balancing the present market price against this forward-looking invisible water value.
Okay, so if we are balancing physical inventory against future prices, we clearly need to understand the physical constraints of the assets themselves.
We do.
Because not all hydro is created equal. The chapter breaks down 3 distinct kinds of hydro facilities on the grid, and I imagine the physical flexibility of these dams totally dictates the trading strategy.
The physical reality dictates everything. You can't trade what you can't physically deliver.
Right.
So the first type detailed in the chapter is run-of-river hydro. This one is structurally pretty simple.
Also.
There is little to no storage capacity behind the dam. The water just flows down the river, spins the turbine, and continues on its way.
Okay, looking at this physically, if there's no dam to hold the water back, you obviously can't hoard your inventory for winter.
Exactly.
So from a trading perspective, are you just stuck taking whatever the market gives you in that exact hour? Does it behave essentially like a wind or solar farm?
Structurally, yeah, it does. Run-of-river is largely non-dispatchable. You are a pure price taker.
Okay.
The hydrology shows up, you generate, and you clear at whenever the market price is in that hour. Because you have no reservoir, you don't have the optionality to save the water for a premium hour.
You either use it or lose it.
Yeah, you have to monetize it immediately or let it spill over the dam, which, earned you absolutely nothing.
Which brings us to the second type, where the real complexity lives.
Right. The second is reservoir or storage hydro. This is the primary focus of the chapter, and it's the real source of water value dynamics.
This is the big one.
Yeah, this plant features a massive dam holding back a lake. The operator has complete control over when to open the penstocks and let the water flow.
So this is the asset that actually holds the strategic reserve we were talking about.
Exactly. And then the third type takes that optionality a step further, and that's pumped storage.
Pumped storage, okay.
This is a pure intertemporal arbitrage asset. It relies on two reservoirs, one at the base of a mountain and one at the top.
Two lakes.
Right. When power is incredibly cheap, say, 3:0 a.m. on a really windy night, the plant actually consumes electricity from the grid to pump water uphill to the upper reservoir.
Oh, wow. So it's buying power.
It's buying cheap power. Then, when the market price spikes during the evening peak, they release it back down through the turbines to generate power and sell it at a premium.
So it's essentially a massive gravity-based battery.
It's exactly a battery, which directly connects this to the broader Durga Analytics program, by the way.
Oh, true.
Because the logic a desk uses to dispatch a pumped hydro facility is mathematically identical to the logic you will see when the course tackles battery storage economics in Chapter 21.
Right, because it's all about shifting energy through time to capture the spread between low prices and high prices.
Exactly. Buy low, sell high, but across time.
Okay, let's take this physical reality and actually apply the trading desk math. How does a scheduler or a trader apply this concept of water value in real time?
It's a calculation.
The chapter has a specific worked example that I want to walk through just to see the mechanics in action with real numbers.
Sure. So the foundational formula you use on the desk is deceptively simple. You generate now if the market price is greater than your water value.
Okay, so in scenario A from the text, let's say you are a reservoir operator. The current market price flashing on your screen is $40 per megawatt hour. But your ETRM system, relying on your meteorologists and quants, has calculated your internal water value at $55 per megawatt hour.
Right.
Why is it $55? Because the long-range forecast is showing a severely dry, high-priced winter ahead. So you have a $40 market and a $55 internal value.
So your decision is clear. You hold the water.
To do nothing.
You do nothing. You refuse to generate, even though it costs you literally nothing in fuel to run the plant today.
Wow.
Because the $40 you would capture today is less than the $55 you mathematically expect to capture if you save that exact same water for winter. $40 is less than $55. The gates stay closed.
But then we get to scenario B. Say 2 weeks pass, an unexpected weather front moves in. Heavy torrential rain soaks the entire region. Your reservoir is refilling rapidly and the long-range winter forecast just totally eases up.
The anticipated scarcity basically evaporates.
Right.
Because the future scarcity is gone. Your expected future water value collapses from $55 down to, say, $22 per megawatt hour.
Okay, huge drop.
Massive. Meanwhile, the current market price on your screen has also softened, dropping to $35 per megawatt hour.
So the market price dropped to $35. Last week, I rejected $40. But because my internal water value plummeted to $22, my equation flips entirely.
It flipped.
$35 is now greater than $22. So I open the gates and generate freely.
Yes. And notice the underlying mechanism here. The physical plant didn't change at all.
Right, still the same, damn.
Your variable costs remain zero. The only variable that changed was the opportunity cost of the water, which was driven entirely by a shift in forward price expectations and weather forecasts.
You know, hearing the math laid out like this, it sounds less like traditional power generation and more like financial options trading.
It really is.
Because you have an underlying asset, the water, But you only exercise your right to generate when it's in the money compared to your internal strike price. I mean, am I off base there?
Not at all. That optionality framework is exactly how modern trading desks view these assets. It's actually a vital preview for Module 4, which is on strategy beyond textbook trades, and Module 5 on valuation. You aren't just managing concrete and turbines, right? You are managing a complex portfolio of real options. Every drop of water represents a call option on future power prices.
That's a great way to put it. But wait, if one individual plant is behaving this way, withholding power based on future weather models, what happens to the grid when 80% of the plants are doing this at the exact same time?
Ah.
Does the whole market just freeze up?
To see that in action, we really have to scale up from the single desk to the macro market. Specifically, we look at hydro-dominated grids like Nord Pool in Northern Europe.
Okay, the Nordics.
Yeah. In these markets, the marginal price of the entire grid is frequently set by water value rather than a thermal fuel cost like natural gas.
So the price of electricity for millions of consumers is being dictated by the collective opportunity cost of water.
Yes, and because of that, forward power prices track hydrology relentlessly.
Makes sense.
Desks track reservoir levels, snowpack in the mountains, and, soil moisture just as obsessively as a natural gas trader tracks underground gas storage inventories.
The text actually calls this the hydrological balance.
Right. In a thermal market, if natural gas storage is in a massive deficit compared to, say, the 5-year average, traders know that is highly bullish for winter prices.
Because there's a shortage.
Exactly. In the Nordics, if the hydrological balance is deeply negative, meaning the snowpack and reservoirs are well below normal, it is incredibly bullish for forward power prices because the entire region literally has less stored energy to draw from.
Let's look at figure 5.1 from the text, because it visualizes this market behavior really clearly.
I love this chart.
Yeah, it shows a chart of a reservoir's water level drawing down and refilling across the 52 weeks of the year. It starts high, dips down in the winter and spring as they run the turbines, then climbs back up in the late summer with the snowmelt.
Standard cycle.
Right. But there is a dotted horizontal line near the bottom, right around the 25% capacity mark. The chapter labels this the scarcity threshold.
Yeah, that threshold is critical. As a reservoir level drops and approaches that 25% mark, the operator's models signal that they are running out of optionality.
They're running out of water.
Basically, yeah. So the water value spikes aggressively. Operators immediately start conserving water, which means they withhold generation from the day-ahead market.
Which inherently lifts the clearing price.
Exactly. Less supply offered in, the price goes up.
Wait, I need to challenge this whole concept, because this sounds like a massive vulnerability.
How so?
Well, we've established that water value is just an invisible model-dependent output. It's not a real number on an exchange.
Right.
Different desks are running different proprietary algorithms based on different weather forecasts. If everyone is just guessing at this invisible future value, doesn't that make the market incredibly inefficient?
I see where you're going.
Like, why wouldn't a desk just ignore water value entirely, run their plant at zero cost, undercut all the competitors who are busy hoarding water, and just take 100% of the market share today?
Because taking 100% of the market share today at $30 means you have absolutely nothing left to sell in February when the price hits $300.
Oh.
You would bankrupt your desk. I mean, if you ignore opportunity costs to chase short-term volume, you destroy the long-term value of the portfolio.
You win the battle, lose the war.
Exactly. You might win Tuesday, but you lose the year.
So the discipline of the trading desk is trusting the model over the immediate cash flow.
Yes.
But how do you actually build a model that predicts something as chaotic as February weather when you were sitting in October? I mean, the text mentions scenario generation and complex real options modeling, but what is the actual mechanism inside the ETRM system?
Well, you cannot value a hydro asset with a static spreadsheet. It just doesn't work.
Right.
Simple cost stack models completely fail here because the decision is path dependent. What you generate today directly changes what you can generate tomorrow.
Because the water is gone.
Exactly. So the quants on the desk use stochastic modeling, typically Monte Carlo simulations.
Okay, break down how that data actually flows through the desk.
Okay, so the ETRM system ingests decades of historical hydrology, data precipitation patterns, temperature variations, snowmelt timing.
All the weather history.
Right. It then simulates thousands of different possible futures. Path 1 might be a mild winter with heavy rain. Path 2 might be a deep freeze with zero precipitation.
Thousands these paths.
Thousands. The system maps these thousands of weather paths against forward power curves, and then uses dynamic programming to figure out the optimal dispatch strategy across all of them.
That's some heavy math.
It is. And the water value that finally pops out on the trader's screen, that is the probability-weighted average of all those future scenarios.
Okay, so the raw physics of the grid, the size of the dam, the depth of the snowpack, those set the rigid boundary conditions.
Yeah.
But inside those boundaries, it's the algorithm design, the risk appetite of the quants, and the probability models that actually drive the day-to-day bidding behavior.
It is a perfect synthesis of physical constraints and financial modeling. A dry year forecast can lift grid prices long before any actual physical shortage occurs.
Just on the expectation.
Right. The physical shortage hasn't happened, the lights are still on, but the mathematical expectation of a shortage raises the water value today, causing algorithms to hold back generation today, which raises the price today.
It's essentially a self-fulfilling prophecy coded into Python.
It really is.
Oh.
Which brings us to the most dangerous operational pitfall for anyone entering this space. The course highlights this as a classic interview mistake, but honestly, it's also a mistake that poorly designed ETRM systems make.
Okay, what's the trap?
If you sit down at a power trading desk and they ask you how to model reservoir hydro, and your answer is, well, it has zero fuel costs, so I'd model it as a zero-cost must-run asset sitting at the absolute bottom of the dispatch stack. Yeah, you just prove you don't understand the asset at all.
You will be shown the door.
Oh, immediately. Treating reservoir hydro as a zero-cost, must-run asset ignores the entire architecture of opportunity cost we just built. It has a very real cost, and a disciplined operator will deliberately, continuously withhold generation at prices well above zero.
Okay, let's pull all of this together and summarize the core lessons for you, the listener, as you take this back to your daily operations. First, water value is an opportunity cost, not a fuel cost.
Right.
It is the calculated financial value of generating right now versus holding that inventory in reserve for a higher priced hour in the future.
Second, reservoir dispatch is a complex optimization over time. It is not an isolated single-hour decision. It requires stochastic modeling and dynamic programming to solve a path-dependent storage problem.
Third, physical flexibility dictates your strategy. Run-of-river, reservoir, and pump storage behave entirely differently. Run-of-river makes you a price taker, while reservoir and pump storage make you a strategic price maker.
And finally, in hydro-heavy markets, hydrology data is the alpha. Desk analysts must track reservoirs, snowpack, and rainfall just as rigorously as they track demand data or thermal fuel inventories.
This fundamental shift in understanding how we price generation, moving from variable cost to opportunity cost, it's critical for the remainder of the Durga Analytics program. The optionality frameworks we discussed today will be the exact foundation you rely on when we tackle battery storage economics in Chapter 21.
Absolutely.
And they are mandatory for the heavy quantitative asset valuation we cover in Module 5.
And next up, we move to Chapter 6, where we apply the same level of desk-focused analysis to wind and solar, exploring how grid topology handles assets that you can neither dispatch nor store.
But before we close out this deep dive, I want to leave you with a final puzzle to pressure test what we've learned today. We've established that the entire concept of water value modeling relies on historical hydrology data. Your ETRM system needs those past decades of rainfall and snowpack trends to simulate future scarcity. But what happens to a trading desk's risk models and valuation algorithms when climate change begins making historical weather patterns completely obsolete?
That is the big question.
If the past no longer accurately predicts the probability of a drought or a flood, how do you mathematically price the opportunity cost of tomorrow? Something to think about the next time you assume a zero-cost asset is a simple calculation. Until next time. Imagine building this, multi-million-dollar power plant, plugging it into the grid, and then actually paying people to take your electricity.
Yeah, it sounds completely insane.
Right. It sounds like a glitch.
Yeah.
But on a modern power trading desk, thanks to the sheer volume of wind and solar coming online, negative pricing isn't some rare event anymore. It's just a regular Tuesday.
It really is. I mean, it fundamentally breaks the traditional mental model of commodity trading. You're looking at a market landscape that is quite literally at the mercy of the weather.
Which is terrifying for a trader.
Oh, absolutely. You're dealing with an asset class that injects pure chaos directly into the dispatch stack. And if you're going to survive as a trader or a risk manager today, you have to understand exactly how that chaos gets priced.
Well, welcome to another deep dive. As your specialized consultants and trainers here at Durga Analytics, we're taking you inside the realities of the Power Trading Desk Master Program.
We've got a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah. We really do. So just to ground you on where we are in the journey, we are operating squarely in Module 1 today. We're laying down the physics foundation of the grid.
Right, because you can't trade what you don't understand physically.
Exactly. I mean, eventually we're going to get into the heavy quantitative lifting of like AI in Module 6 and execution ETRM systems all the way through the 13 modules to designing your own durable trading desk in Module 13. But none of those advanced strategies matter if you don't grasp the physical reality of the grid today.
Which brings us perfectly to today's focus, which is Chapter 6, Wind and Solar.
Yep.
Assuming you've already gone through Chapter 2, where we covered the thermal generation stack, you know that gas and coal plants have a marginal cost that's driven by the price of their fuel.
They have to buy the gas to burn the gas.
Exactly. But renewables, obviously, they burn no fuel. So we all know that means their variable cost to generate an additional megawatt hour is, near zero. But the critical focus for a trading desk isn't just the zero cost itself. It's the aggressive market implications of that zero cost reality.
Because, if they cost nothing to run, they sit at the absolute bottom of the generation merit order. In any rational economic dispatch system, the grid operator is always going to run the cheapest units first.
Always.
So wind and solar are taking priority whenever the weather allows. But there's a massive operational catch here, right? They are entirely non-dispatchable.
Yeah, that's the key word, non-dispatchable.
You cannot turn these assets up on demand.
No, you can only turn them down, which, we call curtailment.
Yeah.
And this creates this fascinating paradox for the power trader.
Because you have an asset that is the absolute cheapest to run.
Right. But it is completely uncontrollable by the grid operator. And it's that specific combination that makes renewables both price-suppressing and risk-adding at the exact same time.
It kind of reminds me of, okay, imagine trying to drive a massive freight train at exactly 60 miles an hour, but your diesel engine randomly cuts out and is replaced by this massive sail.
That's a great analogy, actually.
Right. Like the grid operator still has to maintain that 60 miles an hour, meaning, maintaining the grid frequency at exactly 60 hertz. So they're constantly slamming on the backup diesel engines, then slamming on the brakes just to counteract whatever the wind is doing minute by minute.
And that mechanical friction, that constant adjusting, that is exactly what you are trading.
Yeah.
Let's look at the price-suppressing side first, which manifests as what we call the merit order effect. Because zero variable cost renewables enter at the absolute bottom of the stack, they displace more expensive generation.
They push everyone else out of the way.
Exactly. They push the marginal unit, which is the specific power plant that sets the clearing price for everyone. They push it further down the supply curve.
So if the wind wasn't blowing, the grid might need, say, an expensive, fast-acting gas peaker plant to meet demand, right? Which might set the market price at, $100.
Yeah.
But then a massive wind front moves in. Suddenly, we don't need that peaker anymore. We slide down the curve to a highly efficient combined cycle gas turbine, or maybe even further down to a baseload coal plant. The entire supply curve essentially shifts to the right.
And that lowers the clearing price for a given level of demand. From a trading floor perspective, this is your daily reality.
Oh, absolutely.
When a desk sees a massive wind forecast for the overnight hours, the instinctive trade is that the marginal unit is going to drop off a cliff. Depending on the specific nodal or zonal market, that zero-cost energy can absolutely push prices negative during off-peak hours.
Which is where we hit that crazy scenario of paying people to take power.
Yeah.
Because baseline thermal plants like nuclear, these massive coal units, they can't just shut off for 4 hours and then restart when the sun comes up.
No, the thermal stress on the equipment is way too high.
Yeah, and the restart costs are astronomical, so they will rationally bid negative prices. They are effectively paying the market to let them stay online rather than going through the headache of shutting down.
Which, introduces a severe operational headache for the enterprise architecture side of things.
Oh man, the databases.
Right. When negative pricing first started happening frequently, it just wreaked havoc on legacy ETRM systems,
Yeah.
the energy trading and risk management systems.
Because they weren't built for it.
Not at all. Many of these databases and risk engines were built back in the early 2000s, and they were hard-coded to expect positive integers for commodity prices.
So a negative price literally broke the database.
It literally corrupted value at risk calculations overnight. I mean, we had desks where the ETRM system was suddenly throwing errors because it just didn't know how to calculate margin requirements for a commodity that suddenly had a negative value.
Wow.
So modern ETRM systems acting as a control layer, which, by the way, we cover deeply in Module 9, they absolutely must be architected to handle these negative pricing regimes seamlessly because they're only going to increase in frequency.
But, okay, the flip side of that price suppression is just as violent. We've talked about the wind blowing, but what happens when you have a sudden wind lull exactly when demand is peaking?
Then that zero-cost energy vanishes instantly.
Right.
The supply curve snaps violently back to the left, and the marginal unit climbs rapidly back up to those expensive, low-efficiency peakers.
And this exposes probably the most common theoretical trap we see with, like, junior analysts.
Yeah.
So there's this inherent model skepticism where people look at the sheer volume of installed renewable capacity on a grid and just assume power must always be cheap now.
Right. They look at the nameplate capacity instead of the dynamic profile.
Exactly.
What's fascinating here is that the reality is renewables only lower the price when they actually generate. I mean, the steel might be in the ground, the turbines might be standing there, but if a high-pressure system sits over Texas in August and the air is just dead still,
Then that zero-cost energy is an illusion.
totally. You are back to relying entirely on the thermal stack, often when it's under the absolute most stress.
Which brings us perfectly to the most famous, or maybe infamous, visual in modern power markets. The duck curve.
The duck curve, yes.
To actually model this, we have to introduce the concept of net load.
Yeah.
So gross demand is what the entire grid is consuming. Net load is gross demand minus all renewable generation.
And net load is arguably the single most important metric for a modern power trader.
Oh, without a doubt.
It is the actual physical quantity of electricity that the dispatchable stack, the gas, coal, hydro, and nuclear plants must ramp up to serve. If you are forecasting prices today, you are fundamentally forecasting net load.
So when you look at solar's daily generation shape, it carves a very distinct, pretty unavoidable pattern into that net load. Midday, solar floods the system. The sun is at its highest, output peaks, and it carves a deep belly into the net load curve.
Right. But as the afternoon wears on and the sun begins to set, solar output drops dramatically. And unfortunately, that physical drop-off happens exactly when human behavior drives evening demand to its absolute peak.
Yeah, people commute home, they crank up their HVAC systems, cook dinner, plug in their electric vehicles.
So solar vanishes just as demand skyrockets, creating the steep right side of the duck curve. The system is suddenly starved of its primary daytime energy source and has to ramp up conventional generation incredibly fast to cover that gap.
It's wild. Let's actually walk through a real desk scenario from the chapter to put some hard numbers to this, because I think the math makes the trading opportunity so much clearer.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's say it's midday. Gross demand across the grid is 30 gigawatts. Solar is pumping out 18 gigawatts. So your net load, what the thermal dispatchable stack actually has to provide, is only 12 gigawatts.
Okay, so a 12 gigawatt net load is a very relaxed, highly oversupplied system.
Yeah.
That is easily met by cheap baseload generation. At that moment, the clearing price is super depressed. Let's say it's trading at $20 a megawatt hour.
Okay, $20. Now fast forward just 5 hours later to the evening peak. Gross demand has risen to 34 gigawatts as everyone gets home. But solar has fallen to near zero, so your net load shoots up to roughly 34 gigawatts.
The physical operational reality of that is staggering. I mean, think about it. The grid operator just had to find and dispatch 22 gigawatts of generation in only 5 hours.
That's a massive amount of power.
It is. And to find that much flexible power that quickly, they are reaching deep into the most expensive tiers of the generation stack. So the clearing price jumps from $20 to, say, $120 a megawatt hour.
Here's where it gets really interesting. The critical realization here is that renewables didn't just lower the midday price, they entirely created that steep evening ramp.
Yes.
That massive $100 price spread between midday and evening simply did not exist before solar penetration reached these levels.
No, it didn't. And that spread is the golden ticket for flexibility. Flexible assets like utility-scale battery storage or fast-ramping VAS peakers or aggregated demand response. They earn their entire year's payout precisely on that ramp.
It's all about the ramp.
Exactly. A storage asset is mechanically designed to charge during the belly of the duck curve, when power is $20, or even negative, like we said earlier, and then discharge 5 hours later when the market is desperate and the price hits $120. They aren't just participating in the market, they are literally monetizing the exact shape that solar created.
It's brilliant in theory, but, fraught with operational risk. Which kind of leads us to the three specific new risks that renewables inject into the system. Because this isn't just a clean math equation you can trade on a spreadsheet.
No, the physical reality is always messy. Always.
So what are the three risks?
Okay, the first of the three risks is intermittency. This is the minute-to-minute or even second-to-second variation in the weather.
Like a cloud passing over.
Exactly. A localized cloud bank passes over a massive 500-megawatt solar farm, and output drops instantly. This adds a constant layer of short-term volatility to the grid that operators have to balance in real time, usually through ancillary services like regulation reserves.
Right. And the second risk...
The second risk is forecast error.
Wait, let me stop you there and play devil's advocate for a second.
Sure.
If I'm a trader and I'm expecting 8 gigawatts of wind to show up, and only 4 gigawatts actually materializes, I know I'm short 4 gigawatts.
Yeah.
But couldn't I just buy that missing power in the day-ahead market to hedge my position?
Well, you could if you knew you were going to be wrong a day ahead. But forecast error, by definition, reveals itself in real time. You are forced to buy in the spot market exactly when everyone else who relied on that same wind forecast is also panicking.
So everyone is rushing the door at the same time.
Yes, so you're buying at a massive premium. This is why forecast error is a direct source of financial ruin for poorly hedged desks.
Yeah, that is a resume-generating event right there. So how does a modern desk actually protect against that?
Through rigorous quantitative modeling, which we get into heavily during Model 6. You don't just take a deterministic forecast like a single number from a weather vendor. You run Monte Carlo simulations across dozens of weather ensembles to generate a probabilistic distribution of wind output. You are trading the probability of the error, not just the base case forecast.
Okay, makes sense. Which brings us to the third risk, curtailment.
Right.
This happens when there is actually more renewable output than the grid can handle. You have the wind blowing fiercely, but the transmission network is physically congested. The power lines literally cannot carry the electrons away from the wind farm to the city where the load is.
The pipes are full.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In that case, the grid operator is forced to tell the renewable asset to turn off the free power.
And for the generator, that is devastating lost revenue. But for a nodal trader, curtailment is a glaring, massive signal of local oversupply and transmission constraints.
Oh, so?
It means the locational marginal price, the LMP, at that specific node is likely crashing, potentially going deeply negative to financially penalize anyone who is still trying to inject power into an already congested line.
Man, if we connect this back to the wider enterprise view, this is where the data engineering friction becomes just a huge bottleneck. Because renewable output isn't some niche side topic handled by, a junior meteorologist in the corner.
No, not anymore.
It is a first-class data engineering problem for the entire trading floor.
Absolutely. Weather feeds from global models like the GFS or ECMWF, they drive your renewable forecasts. You have to map those raw meteorological coordinates to specific wind and solar farms.
And it's a lot of data.
Huge amounts. You have to translate wind speed into turbine power curves. Those turbine outputs aggregate to drive your zonal net load forecasts. Then the net load drives your fundamental price models. And finally, those price models feed directly into your ETRM system to calculate your value at risk.
And if your data pipeline cannot ingest, standardize, and process those weather APIs in real time, your entire risk management framework is operating on a dangerous lag.
Your bed in the water.
Yeah. When prices can go from negative $20 to $500 in a single 5-minute dispatch interval, a 15-minute lag in your data pipeline means you are essentially trading blind.
Which leads to a really crucial tip for aspiring professionals. This is something we see trip up candidates in interviews constantly.
Let's hear it.
Never, ever treat renewable capacity as firm energy.
Right. So if a regional grid has 100 megawatts of installed solar capacity, that does not mean you have 100 megawatts of available energy at the evening peak.
Exactly. Capacity does not equal available energy. Assuming those installed megawatts will be there when the net load peaks is exactly how desks blow up their risk limits.
So from an analytical perspective, how do we actually build this into our systems so we don't fall into that trap? I mean, if you're building a dispatch simulator or configuring your ETRM, you can't just plug in a static deviating factor.
No, you can't. You have to capture the shape of the day, not just the averages. Averages will completely hide the exact volatility you're trying to trade. So here is the implementation hint, and it is exactly how we approach the project in the Module 1 simulator. You model renewables as zero variable cost units, but their available capacity must be a dynamic time series input.
Well, it fluctuates.
Right, it has to be a weather-driven, highly granular profile. You subtract that dynamic profile from your gross demand curve to isolate your net load. And when you clear that dynamically calculated net load against your dispatchable thermal stack, the simulator will automatically reproduce the merit order effect, the negative pricing hints, and that vicious evening ramp.
Okay, so let's distill this down for the desk. We've covered a tremendous amount of ground today on the physical realities of wind and solar.
We really have.
So the key takeaways you need to carry forward into your trading strategies are these.
Yeah.
First, wind and solar sit at the bottom of the merit order because they have zero variable cost, but they are entirely non-dispatchable and dictated by the weather.
Second, that zero cost aggressively suppresses prices when the resources are actually generating, often driving off-peak prices negative. But it exposes the market to violent, unpredicted price spikes during sudden lulls.
Yep. Third, net load is the only metric that matter.
Yeah.
It drives the duck curve and creates those massive evening ramps that flexible assets use to generate their returns.
And finally, these assets inject intermittency, forecast error, and physical curtailment directly into your operational risk profiles, which requires a robust real-time data engineering pipeline to manage.
Perfect. Looking ahead, the Durga Analytics Master Program, this session connects directly to our upcoming modules. In chapters 18 and 19, we're going to dive deep into exactly how you build the quantitative models to forecast that net load.
That's going to be a fun one.
Oh, yeah. And then in chapters 20 and 21, we'll explore the economics of flexibility and storage, like how utility-scale batteries actually execute trades to monetize the duck curve. And of course, all of this physical reality builds the foundation for the market clearing logic we cover in chapter 7.
But before we wrap up, I want to leave you with a final, kind of provocative thought to mull over.
Okay. Yes.
If we project this trend forward, if we add gigawatt after gigawatt of zero-cost renewables to the grid year after year, they are going to continually push midday and off-peak prices closer to zero or deep into negative territory.
Right.
If that happens, how will traditional baseline power plants survive economically? Because if those thermal plants go bankrupt and shut down due to depressed midday prices, who exactly is going to be there to provide the massive 22-gigawatt flexibility needed for the evening ramp when the sun goes down?
That's the real problem.
Exactly. Can a wholesale power market truly function long-term if its dominant energy source costs nothing to produce but is entirely unpredictable?
Wow. That is the multi-billion-dollar question every grid operator, regulator, and trading desk is trying to answer right now. Thank you for joining us for this deep dive into the Master Program. Take these insights, respect the chaos of the weather over the precision of the machine, and apply them straight to your trading models. We'll see you in the next chapter. So in most markets, price scales pretty proportionally with demand. Like if you're buying copper or sourcing crude oil, a 5% increase in global demand will push prices up, obviously.
Right. But it's a curve, a relatively smooth one?
Exactly. It moves along a continuous curve.
Yeah.
You don't expect, a tiny 5% demand bump to just violently double the price of a barrel of oil in 10 seconds.
No, that would be chaos.
Right. But if you step onto a wholesale power trading desk, that smooth curve completely shatters. You suddenly find yourself dealing with this market where a tiny shift in grid demand doesn't just, nudge the price up.
Yeah.
It sends it launching off an absolute cliff.
Yeah, and honestly, it is the defining discontinuity of wholesale power markets. I mean, if you don't grasp the underlying physical generation mechanics that actually cause that violent jump, your trading book is just going to get completely run over.
It'll be a bloodbath.
Literally.
Right.
You have to understand how the machines are actually dispatched.
Which is exactly our mission for this deep dive.
Oh.
So welcome in, everyone. We are structuring this as a highly practical, desk-focused training session today, pulling directly from the Power Trading Desk Master Program by Durga Analytics.
It's such a great curriculum, too.
It is a beast of a curriculum. For those of you working your way through it, it's this sequenced journey across 13 modules. It takes you from the raw physical realities of the grid straight through the heavy quant side, valuation analytics, risk management.
Right, and then it scales all the way up to building out enterprise tech, ETRM architecture, and governance.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's really designed to map the entire reality of a trading organization. Every single desk function is connected.
So true. And today, we are zooming all the way in on the foundation. We are looking at Module 1, Chapter 7, Merit Order Dispatch.
It's the holy grail.
Pretty much. The goal here is simple, but just incredibly critical for anyone touching power markets. We want to answer why a power price is where it is at any given second. And, why that tiny 5% shift in demand can cause a catastrophic price spike.
Thinking back to my time building out these trading desks and designing ETRM systems, this concept is really what separates reactive traders from proactive ones.
How so?
Well, almost every price you transact in a power market is the direct outcome of a physical dispatch decision. And that decision is made by an independent system operator, or ISO.
Right.
The system operator's whole job is to take the available generation, stack it up from cheapest to most expensive, and basically just match it to demand. The cost of the absolute last unit needed to keep the lights on, that sets the price for everyone.
So traders who understand how to read that stack can actually anticipate the price moves before they happen.
Exactly. And the traders who only watch the screen, well, they're just going to be chasing the market all day.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because if the price is capable of doubling in an instant, that implies the underlying physical supply isn't smooth at all. How are these plants actually organized by the operator to create that kind of cliff? We always see the terms supply stack and merit order on the floor.
Yeah, so the merit order is simply a hierarchy of generators based on their variable cost of production.
Okay.
Every single power plant physically capable of producing electrons has a specific cost to generate one more megawatt hour.
Just one more.
Right. For a thermal plant, like a coal facility or a combined cycle gas turbine, a CCGT, that variable cost is primarily driven by its heat rate, which is just its thermal efficiency.
Like how well it burns fuel.
Exactly. You multiply that heat rate by the current cost of its fuel, and then you add some minor variable operations and maintenance costs. And the market rules dictate that the ISO must order these units from the absolute cheapest variable cost to the most expensive. That's sorted list. That's your merit order.
And the grid operators just, they pull from the bottom of that list and move up until they hit the total system demand for that specific 5-minute interval?
Correct. So at the very bottom of the stack, you have renewable generation, wind and solar. Their variable cost is effectively zero.
Because the sun and the wind are free?
Exactly. The fuel is free. They're essentially price takers, so they're always first in line to be dispatched.
Okay, so then you'd have nuclear just above them.
Yeah, nuclear has incredibly low variable fuel costs, but those are massive, inflexible machines. They are baseload, meaning they turn on and they just stay on.
Makes sense.
Then, as we move higher up the stack, we hit the thermal fleets, coal plants, and CCGTs. Now, their relative positions in the middle of the stack, they shift constantly.
Depending on fuel prices, right?
Right. It's totally based on the global prices of coal and natural gas. And finally, sitting at the very top of your stack, you have your peaker plants.
The expensive ones?
Very expensive. These are typically oil or older, really inefficient gas turbines. They are super expensive to run, but they have the distinct advantage of being able to spin up extremely fast when the grid is suddenly short on power.
And the mechanism that dictates the market price is what's called a uniform price auction. The system basically climbs this ladder of generators until demand is met. And the last unit needed, the marginal unit, dictates the clearing price for all the energy dispatched across that entire market.
Yes.
So just to be clear, if the last megawatt needed costs $50 to produce, the market clears at $50. Every plant that ran gets paid $50.
Yeah. That is the uniform clearing price. It's how most wholesale power markets function. The logic here is economic efficiency. It incentivizes all the generators to just bid their true variable costs.
Which creates massive implications for the cheaper plants sitting at the bottom of the stack, doesn't it? I mean, if I own a zero-cost wind farm or a highly efficient gas plant, and the market is currently clearing at the cost of some highly inefficient peaker plant, I am capturing a massive spread.
Oh, a huge spread. And honestly, that spread is the entire basis of generation economics. We generally categorize generators into 3 states based on this dynamic.
Okay, what are they?
First, you have the inframarginal units. These are the cheaper units already running below the clearing point. They earn a margin, which is simply the difference between the high market clearing price and their own low variable cost.
Got it.
Second, you have the marginal unit itself, the one actually setting the price. That plant is roughly breaking even on its variable cost. It sets the bar.
Right.
And third, you have the out-of-merit units. These are the plants sitting above the clearing point in the stack. They're too expensive to run at the current demand level, so the ISO just leaves them idle.
Okay, to put some concrete numbers to this, let's run through the simplified 5-generator system that Durga Analytics details in their handbook. Because, visualizing the math is really how you start seeing the market structurally.
Absolutely. It helps so much.
So picture this supply stack for me. At the bottom, you've got a wind farm with 600 megawatts of capacity at $0. Next, a nuclear plant offering 1,000 megawatts at $8.
Okay.
Above that, an 800-megawatt coal plant costing $32. Then a 900-megawatt CCGT gas plant at $48. And finally, sitting at the top, a peaker plant that can push 500 megawatts, but it costs $95 to run.
So your step function is perfectly set. 0, 8, 32, 40, 895.
Right. Now, let's say system demand is currently 3,200 megawatts. We instantly chew through the cheap stuff. The 600 of wind, the 1,000 of nuclear, and the 800 of coal are fully dispatched. That puts us at 2,400 megawatts of supply.
Right, just walk it up the stairs.
Exactly. But to hit our 3,200 megawatt demand, we are still 800 megawatts short. So we tap into the next plant, which is the CCGT. We need 800 of its 900 available megawatts.
Which makes the CCGT the marginal unit. Its variable cost is $48, so boom, the clearing price for the entire market is immediately set at $48 per megawatt hour.
In tracing the P&L on that, the coal plant, which only costs $32 to run, is acting as an inframarginal unit. It's collecting the $48 clearing price, meaning it's banking a clean $16 margin on every single megawatt hour it produces.
It's printing money.
Exactly. Well, the peaker plant is out of merit, making nothing, just sitting idle.
Right. In this scenario, the grid is perfectly balanced, the math is clean, and the risk managers are perfectly happy.
But here's where it gets really interesting and where that discontinuity comes into play. What if demand creeps up just slightly? Say it's a really hot afternoon, air conditioners kick on everywhere, and demand moves from 3,200 to 3,350 megawatts.
Okay, so that's roughly a 5% increase in demand.
Yeah, but let's look at the stack. The CCGT was providing 800 megawatts. It ramps up to its absolute max capacity of 900. Our total cumulative supply hits 3,300. We are still 50 megawatts short of demand.
And those 50 megawatts have to come from somewhere to keep the grid from collapsing.
Right, so the ISO is forced to call on the peaker plant. And because the peaker's variable cost is $95, the market clearing price instantaneously jumps from $48 to $95.
Yes, just like that.
Just like that. Demand went up 5%, and the price virtually doubled.
This step function behavior is genuinely the most critical intuition you can develop for power markets. The supply stack is not a smooth, continuous curve. You are walking along a flat surface, and then suddenly you hit a vertical wall.
A very expensive wall.
Exactly. When demand rises past the physical capacity of a cheaper fuel type, the grid has to jump to the next available unit. If that next unit relies on a vastly more expensive fuel, the price lurches violently.
And that dynamic works on the supply side, too. What if demand stays perfectly flat at 3,200 megawatts, but the wind suddenly dies down? The wind farm drops from producing 600 megawatts to just, say, 200 megawatts.
Mathematically, it's the exact same shock. You just lost 400 megawatts of zero-cost supply at the very bottom of your stack. Even though demand hasn't changed at all, that 400 megawatts of demand still exists.
So it has to find a new home.
Right. It has to climb higher up the ladder to find replacement supply.
The CCGT gets entirely exhausted trying to cover the gap, and the ISO is forced to turn on the peaker plant anyway. The price still jumps to $95.
And this fundamentally changes how a seasoned trader views the newsfeed. When a large thermal unit trips offline unexpectedly, or, a storm system knocks out wind generation, an experienced trader's first thought is never, how much total capacity was lost?
Really? That seems like the most obvious question.
The megawatt figure matters for context, sure, but their immediate reaction is always, which fuel is on the margin now?
Because the price impact doesn't necessarily scale with the size of the outage?
Not at all. Losing 500 megawatts of capacity might do absolutely nothing to the clearing price if there are 1,000 megawatts of identically priced capacity sitting right behind it in the stack.
Oh, because you just slide horizontally along the same step.
Exactly. But losing a mere 50 megawatts could double the price if you are already at the very edge of a step, and that tiny loss forces the system up a vertical cliff to a much more expensive fuel source. The gap between the steps is the only thing driving the volatility.
Now, I have to play the skeptic here because this five-plant textbook model is suspiciously clean. If I'm sitting on a real trading desk staring at my ETRM system, I'm not looking at a neat stack of 5 perfect generators.
Oh, definitely not.
A real-world ETRM is managing thousands of complex physical and financial positions. So how does a modern risk manager actually apply this merit order theory when the reality is so, well, chaotic?
It's the essential question for anyone working in enterprise trading and risk management. The first thing to understand is that the ETRM system itself isn't running the physical grid algorithms.
Okay.
The ISO runs those massively complex dispatch engines. What the ETRM does is ingest the results. It consumes these dispatch-driven clearing prices through real-time market data feeds.
It's digesting the output of the merit order and applying it to the firm's portfolio.
Continuously. Those clearing prices flow into everything a trading desk cares about. They dictate the mark-to-market valuation of your physical assets, they shape the forward curves your originators are pricing deals against, and they drive your value at risk, your VAR.
Right, the daily risk metric.
Yeah, and understanding merit order dispatch is exactly how a risk manager explains to the chief risk officer why the desk's VAR suddenly spiked through the roof the morning after a major plant outage. You can't just tell the CRO, prices went up.
They'll left you out of the room.
They really will. You have to explain the mechanics. You have to explain that the outage exhausted a cheap block of generation and forced the entire market onto a steeper, significantly more volatile part of the step function.
But applying the textbook model directly to the enterprise level has serious pitfalls. The handbook outlines 3 major realities that complicate the math. The first is treating the stack as a static entity, because a real merit order has hundreds, sometimes thousands of units, and it breathes, it shifts constantly.
The stack is highly dynamic. Fuel prices fluctuate throughout the day. Natural gas might rally, pushing CCGTs higher up the stack, which suddenly makes coal the cheaper option. We call that coal-to-gas switching, and it's a massive driver of market structure.
And renewables are unpredictable too.
Oh, entirely. You have unannounced forced outages or heavy cloud cover suddenly wiping out utility-scale solar. The merit order you calculate at 8 a.m. might look entirely different by 2:00 p.m. It is a snapshot in time, not a fixed law.
The second pitfall seems even more disruptive to the model, which is ignoring network constraints. Our clean 5-generator math assumes there are no transmission bottlenecks. It assumes that every single megawatt produced can instantly flow to wherever the demand is located, completely frictionless.
Which is physically impossible. The grid is essentially a massive interconnected web of wires, and those wires have strict thermal and voltage limits. Real-world dispatch isn't just economic, it is security-constrained. The ISO runs a process called Security-Constrained Economic Dispatch, or SCE. This means the operator might see a massive, super cheap coal plant sitting there ready to run for $32. But the transmission lines connecting that plant to the city center are already at maximum capacity.
So if they push more power through, the lines literally melt.
Yes. So that cheap plant becomes completely undispatchable for that specific load. The ISO has to bypass the cheap coal and instead turn on a local, expensive $95 peaker plant located physically inside the city just to keep the lights on without violating grid topology.
Wow.
The transmission constraint physically breaks the textbook merit order. This is a crucial concept we will dive much deeper into during chapters 10 and 11 when we cover nodal versus zonal market designs.
Which perfectly sets up the third major pitfall, assuming marginal cost bidding. Our model assumes generators act like perfect economic robots, bidding exactly their true variable cost into the market.
Right, which they rarely do.
Because depending on the specific market rules, generators factor in complex realities like startup costs, minimum run times, and most importantly, bidding behavior and market power. How does a transmission constraint actually change the way a generator bids?
This is where theory meets raw market mechanics. Let's go back to that $95 peaker plant inside the constrained city. If the plant manager knows that the transmission lines into the city are maxed out, and they know their peaker is the only physical machine capable of meeting the local demand without causing a blackout, they have localized market power.
They hold all the cards.
They hold the physical reliability of the grid in their hands. In many deregulated markets, unless there is a specific mitigation role in place, that plant manager has zero incentive to bid their true $95 cost.
So what do they bid?
They might bid the absolute market price cap, say $900 a megawatt hour. They know the ISO's optimization algorithm has no choice but to accept the $900 bid because physical reliability trumps pure economics. The ISO must keep the lights on.
So a constraint doesn't just force you to use a slightly more expensive plant. It can allow a generator to completely abandon their marginal cost and price gouge based on their physical leverage over the grid's bottlenecks.
Exactly.
That is a massive deviation from the clean $32 to $48 step function we calculated earlier.
It destroys the textbook model. And identifying those physical constraints and predicting when a specific generator will possess that kind of market power is exactly how advanced proprietary trading desks generate alpha. They aren't just forecasting weather, they are forecasting transmission congestion and bidding behavior.
Let's test that intuition with a scenario. This is a classic desk interview question pulled straight from the Durga Analytics text. Let's say I'm a hiring manager for a power desk, and you're the candidate. I slide a piece of paper across the table and ask, why does a 5% increase in system demand sometimes double the market clearing price, while at other times a 5% increase barely moves the price at all?
It is the ultimate litmus test for whether a candidate genuinely visualizes the step function or if they just memorize definitions from a textbook. A weak candidate will try to argue that 5% is always a big deal or always a small deal.
But the strong answer?
The strong model answer relies entirely on the condition of the stack. You have to tell the hiring manager that the price impact depends strictly on the cost gap to the next available unit on the merit order.
It's all about where you are standing on the staircase.
Precisely. If you are sitting in the middle of a massive, flat step of highly efficient gas generation, a 5% demand increase might just require turning on one more identical CCGT plant at the exact same variable cost. The price barely registers a change.
Right.
But if that 5% increase happens to completely exhaust the current fuel type, forcing the ISO up a vertical cliff to a completely different, much more expensive technology like jumping from $48 gas to $95 oil peakers, then you experience a near doubling. The gap between the steps dictates the volatility.
That brings everything full circle. Let's lock in the core takeaways in this chapter for everyone listening. Number one, the physical generation stack is dispatched in order of increasing variable cost. That is the merit order.
Yep.
Number two, the marginal unit, the absolute last plant needed to balance the grid sets the clearing price for the entire market.
Uniform pricing.
Right. Number three, the supply stack acts as a step function, which is the root cause of the violent, discontinuous price jumps unique to power markets. And finally, real-world realities like dynamic fuel switching, transmission constraints, and localized market power heavily distort that clean math, which is what ETRM systems and risk managers actually have to navigate every single day.
Those are the foundational pillars. Once you internalize those, you stop looking at power prices as random numbers on a screen. You start actually seeing the physical machines turning on and off behind the data.
But, we can't wrap this up without leaving you with a final, slightly provocative reality to consider. Everything we've discussed today relies on a market that clears based on the variable cost of the marginal unit. But let's look at the trajectory of the grid. What happens to wholesale power prices on a breezy, sunny afternoon in the very near future when wind and solar generation, which have zero variable costs, make up 100% of the system demand?
Oh man, it is the existential puzzle keeping market designers awake at night. Because if the grid requires no thermal generation to balance, then the marginal unit is a solar or wind farm.
Right.
Its variable cost is zero. Therefore, under our current market rules, the clearing price for the entire market is $0.
And if the market clears at zero for hours or even days at a time, how does any generator make money?
They don't, at least not from the energy market. I mean, even a solar farm has massive capital costs to pay off. If the clearing price is zero, they generate no revenue. This is known as the missing money problem. Yeah, it challenges the very foundation of marginal pricing in a decarbonized grid, and it forces us to completely rethink how we value capacity and reliability, not just raw energy.
It completely breaks the model we just spent the last 15 minutes building. And to even begin addressing how generators survive that and how the grid physically manages the transition between zero-cost renewables and expensive thermal plants as the sun sets, we have to look much closer at the physical constraints of these massive machines. We need to understand the costs of starting them up, shutting them down, and keeping them spinning in reserve.
It gets complicated fast.
It really does. Which means it is time to move forward. Join us in the next chapter as we tackle Module 1, Chapter 8, Unit Commitment. Until then, thanks for diving deep with us today.
If a factory is losing money on every single product rolling off the assembly line, I mean, the textbook says you should stop production immediately, cut your losses, preserve your capital. That is basic economics.
Right, totally.
So why is it that if you walk onto a physical power trading desk and you look at the generation schedules, you will see massive power plants intentionally running at a heavy loss all night long?
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
It does. And more importantly, why is understanding that specific, seemingly irrational behavior the absolute key to pricing the off-peak market and surviving as a professional power trader?
Well, because there is this massive gap between textbook financial theory and the heavy physical reality of the power grid.
Right.
I mean, if you look at a plant generating at a loss and just assume the operator is making a mistake, you're going to systematically misprice the entire forward market.
And that is exactly why we are here. Welcome to today's deep dive. We are setting the stage for a really critical layer of your professional training. You are on a journey right now with the Power Trading Desk Master Program by Durga Analytics.
Yeah, which is a sequenced, comprehensive path. It's designed to take you all the way from the raw physics of the grid through trading strategy and analytics, and ultimately into the enterprise architecture needed to build a durable trading organization.
It is a massive undertaking.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, we are moving across 13 modules and 234 chapters.
Wow.
But, rather than getting bogged down in a giant table of contents, think of the progression logically. You are building a foundation in power system fundamentals right now in Module 1.
Right, starting with the basics.
Exactly. Because you can't design a strategy in Module 4 or, build an enterprise ETRM system in Module 9 if you don't understand the physical constraints of the machines actually making the power. The physics dictate the market structure, which dictates your trading strategy.
Which brings us to today's focus. We are in Module 1, diving into Chapter 8, Unit Commitment. Our mission here is to explain why dispatch alone isn't enough to model market prices, and why real clearing prices constantly deviate from the clean merit order you learned back in Chapter 7.
Right, because Chapter 7 was an essential building block, but it presented a highly sterilized version of reality.
Yeah, the idealized version.
Exactly. In Chapter 7, we explored merit order dispatch. We stacked up all the available power plants from the cheapest marginal cost to the most expensive. And the assumption was simple as demand goes up, you just turn on the next cheapest plant.
And as demand drops, you turn it off. The clean, beautiful merit order stack.
Right.
But that model assumes that a multi-100 megawatt coal or gas plant can be flipped on and off freely and instantly. It treats massive industrial infrastructure like a light switch in your kitchen.
And that illusion, the illusion of the light switch, is what gets algorithmic trading models totally crushed in the real world.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, real thermal plants, especially large coal, combined cycle gas, or nuclear units, they absolutely cannot do that. Bringing a massive thermal unit online from a cold state takes hours, and it incurs massive financial and physical cost.
So this introduces the core distinction we really need to solidify today, which is the difference between dispatch and commitment.
Yes.
Let's draw a hard line between those two concepts because they are entirely different phases of market operation.
They really are.
So dispatch decides how much power an already running unit produces. The plant is online, its turbine is synchronized to the frequency of the grid, and dispatch is essentially just tweaking the volume dial, right?
Exactly. But commitment is the heavy lifting.
Okay.
Commitment decides the binary state. It dictates which units to turn on or off in the first place.
And why is that such a big deal?
Because commitment is an incredibly difficult mathematical problem for grid operators, precisely because of the physical constraints of the machines. The first and arguably most impactful constraint is the startup cost.
Right, the financial hit just to turn it on.
Yeah, you are burning expensive ignition fuel and putting massive thermal stress on a boiler and turbine just to wake a cold unit up. For a large thermal plant, that startup cost isn't trivial. It can easily run into the tens of thousands of dollars every single time you push the start button.
It's a massive financial penalty just for entering the game, and that's before you even generate a single megawatt hour to sell into the market.
Exactly.
But startup cost is just the first hurdle, right?
Correct. The physical properties of the metal dictate the rest of the rules. You have minimum run times.
Okay.
So once you pay that $40,000 to start the boiler, You cannot just run it for 20 minutes to catch a brief price spike and then shut it down.
You're locked in.
You're totally locked in.
Yeah.
It has to run for a minimum number of hours, sometimes 8 to 12 hours for a large coal plant, just to manage the thermal expansion of the equipment safely.
Wow.
And then you have minimum downtimes. Once you finally take it offline, the metallurgy requires it to stay off for a minimum period to safely cool down before you can even attempt to restart it.
Okay, let's unpack this. I find it helpful to ground this in a relatable, everyday concept. It's a lot like deciding whether to turn off your car engine while you're waiting at a railroad crossing for a long freight train to pass.
That's a great way to think about it.
Right, because if you can see the end of the train and you know you're only stopped for another 10 seconds, you just sit there and idle. You keep the engine running because the wear and tear on your starter motor and the rich fuel mixture it takes to restart a cold engine is financially worse than just burning a tiny bit of gas for 10 seconds.
Exactly.
But in power markets, we aren't talking about 10 seconds and a few drops of gasoline. We are talking about bridging an 8-hour overnight gap and risking tens of thousands of dollars.
That analogy scales up perfectly. Because of these constraints, the commitment decision cannot be reactive. A grid operator cannot wait until load spikes at 5 p.m. and say, oh, let's turn on the coal plant.
It's too late by then.
It is already way too late. Commitment has to be a forward-looking day-ahead optimization. You commit a unit to turn on now because you expect to need its capacity later. You are willingly absorbing that massive startup cost as the necessary price of having that steel in the ground available when the grid hits peak demand tomorrow.
So rigid constraints force this multi-hour planning horizon. But let's bring this directly to the trading floor, because this is where the theory actually hits the P&L.
Let's do it.
Let's say I'm managing a generation portfolio and I have a large coal unit. My variable cost, just the fuel and variable O&M to keep it generating, is $35 per megawatt hour.
Okay, $35.
But it's 2 a.m. Demand is low, the wind is blowing hard across the grid, and overnight wholesale market prices have dropped to $28 per megawatt hour.
Ouch.
Right. I am bleeding $7 for every single megawatt I produce. In literally any other commodity market, you stop the bleeding immediately. Walk me through why my ETRM system shouldn't instantly flag this as a mandatory shutdown.
Okay, let's walk through the exact math from the Chapter 8 handbook to show why keeping it running is the only mathematically rational choice.
All right, hit me.
We have a variable cost of $35 and an overnight market price of $28. So you are taking a $7 loss on every megawatt hour. Let's assume the startup cost for this specific coal unit is $40,000.
Okay.
If you follow standard economic instinct, shut the plant down right now at 2 a.m. and then restart it for tomorrow's morning peak at 8 a.m., you will have to absorb a $40,000 penalty just to sync back to the grid.
That is a huge capital hit. But let's look at the alternative of staying online. The off-peak period is, say, 8 hours long. I'm running this plant at a minimum stable generation output of 500 megawatts.
Right.
So 8 hours multiplied by 500 megawatts means I'm forced to produce 4,000 megawatt hours overnight just to keep the boiler hot.
And you are losing $7 on every single one of those megawatt hours.
Right.
So 4,000 megawatt hours times the $7 loss gives you $28,000 in total operating losses for the night.
I see. So you're not choosing between making money and losing money. You're choosing the lesser of two distinct financial penalties. Taking a $28,000 operating loss by bleeding out slowly overnight is mathematically superior to taking a $40,000 punch to the face by shutting down and restarting.
That is exactly the dynamic. The plant stays on, it runs at an apparent loss all night long. And if you reference figure 8.1 in your course materials, this visualizes the concept perfectly.
Oh, the amber band.
Yeah, you see this shaded area, often called the amber band. The actual clearing price of the market dips way below that dashed line representing the plant's $35 variable cost.
Yeah, it looks totally wrong on a chart.
It does. But the solid block of generation at the bottom of the chart shows the unit is committed. It is riding through those cheap off-peak hours, generating below cost, simply so it is online and available to capture the incredibly profitable peak hours the next afternoon.
You know, this highlights a major institutional trap. An automated trading algorithm, or even like a sophisticated quantitative fund that just entered the power space from equities, might look at that data feed and think the market is broken.
Oh, absolutely. They see a plant generating below marginal cost and assume it's an irrational actor or bad telemetry data.
But a trader who actually understands commitment economics reads the tape perfectly. They know that unit is trapped by its own metallurgy, and the operator is just optimizing around a $40,000 restart penalty.
Right. And if your quantitative models assume that generation will simply turn off when prices drop below variable cost, your models will consistently overforecast off-peak prices.
Because you assume the supply is gone.
Exactly.
Mm.
You'll assume supply is going to leave the market, which would theoretically stabilize the price. But the supply doesn't leave. The heavy thermal units stay online, stubbornly dumping power into the grid, which can actually drive prices down even further, sometimes even negative. Sophisticated desks exploit this structural inflexibility.
So, rigid constraints force plants to stay on when power is cheap. But those exact same physical constraints can also paralyze a plant when power is incredibly expensive. Let's examine the other side of this coin.
Oh, the peaker scenario.
Yeah, there is a great scenario in the chapter exercises involving a peaker plant. This is a fast-acting gas plant designed to capture volatility. Let's say its variable cost is $90 per megawatt hour.
Okay.
The startup cost is lower, let's call it $5,000, and its physical minimum runtime is 2 hours. Suddenly, a transmission line trips, and you see a massive, unexpected 1-hour price spike on the grid to $200 per megawatt hour.
A poorly configured auto bidder might immediately try to commit that unit.
Wait, hang on. I want to push back on the math here, because my instinct as a trader is to fire that unit up immediately. A $200 clearing price against a $90 fuel cost leaves a $110 margin per megawatt hour.
Sure, for that hour.
If I have a 100 megawatt peaker, that is $11,000 of pure margin in a single hour. That covers my $5,000 startup cost easily, leaving me $6,000 in the green. I would absolutely pull the trigger. Where is my blind spot here?
Your blind spot is the minimum runtime and how the market clears in the second hour.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You are absolutely right about the first hour. You generate $11,000 in gross margin, you pay off the $5,000 startup cost, and you are up $6,000. But the unit has a 2-hour minimum runtime. You cannot shut it off after 60 minutes.
And because price spikes are usually driven by transient events, the price doesn't stay at 200.
Exactly. The transmission line is reconnected, or demand drops, and the price in hour 2 plummets back to a normal off-peak level, say $20 per megawatt hour.
Yikes.
But your peaker is still forced to run. Your cost is $90, the market is $20, so you are losing $70 per megawatt hour for the entire second hour. On a 100-megawatt plant, that is a $7,000 loss in hour 2.
Okay, the picture just completely inverted. I made $6,000 net profit in hour 1, but I am forced to take a $7,000 loss in hour 2 just to satisfy the metallurgical constraints of the turbine. I am net negative $1,000 for the total run.
Precisely.
The price looked incredible, but the physical constraints of the machine actively block you from capturing it.
And this is where we have to discuss the mechanism of how this actually happens on the grid, because a single trader isn't making these micro decisions in isolation. In organized markets, real commitment deciding which of the thousands of plants on the grid turn on and off is executed by the ISO, the Independent System Operator.
Yeah, they manage this through an incredibly complex daily process. Let's pull the curtain back on that process. How does the ISO actually calculate this across an entire continent's worth of power plants? Because they aren't just looking at one coal plant or one peaker.
No, not at all.
They are optimizing thousands of units with different startup costs, different minimum downtimes, and different ramp rates, all simultaneously.
The ISO relies on a mathematical technique called mixed integer optimization.
Okay.
It is essentially a massive algorithmic simulation run in the day-ahead market. It's called a combinatorial math problem because the computer has to evaluate thousands of different combinations of on and off states.
Which are the integers, the ones and zeros.
Right, combined with the variable output levels of the plants that are already running. The solver runs thousands of parallel simulations to find the single dispatch and commitment schedule that minimizes the total production costs for the entire grid over a 24-hour period, honoring every single physical constraint of every single boiler.
It's basically an invisible optimizer. As a desk trader, you never get to see the solver's internal logic or the discarded simulations. You only get to observe the resulting locational marginal prices that it spits out onto your trading screens.
Exactly.
You are perpetually trying to reverse engineer a mixed integer optimization problem based on price signals.
And this ties directly into enterprise systems and how an entire trading organization is constructed, which you will dive into during modules 9 and 11.
Right.
If the proprietary analytics platforms your desk builds, or the vendor ETRM system you purchase, only forecast prices based on simple dispatch economics, you're flying blind.
Yep.
If your systems ignore the complex math of unit commitment, your entire desk will systematically misprice the forward curve.
You will build highly leveraged trading strategies on a model of the grid that doesn't physically exist.
That is exactly how institutional desks blow up. They think they found a structural arbitrage opportunity in the forward markets. They build a massive position, assuming off-peak prices will rise because they think supply will shut down.
But their ETRM is just ignoring the $40,000 startup costs and minimum downtimes that the physical operators and the ISO's optimization engine are rigidly bound by.
We see it consistently. Quants come in from equities or FX, where execution is instantaneous and transaction costs are just a few basis points, and they fail to model the thermal inertia of a 2,000-ton boiler.
It's a completely different world.
It is. In fact, understanding this mechanism is such a crucial differentiator that it acts as a gatekeeping concept in the industry. If you are sitting across from a desk head, interviewing for a role as an originator, a structurer, or a trader, there is a very high probability they will ask you to explain why thermal plants generate below variable cost overnight.
And if you answer that the market is just inefficient or the plant operator is irrational, you've immediately demonstrated that you don't understand the underlying commodity.
Exactly. The winning answer always centers on commitment constraints. You explain how the combinatorial math of the day-ahead market makes it cheaper to ride through negative margin hours than to cycle off and pay a punitive restart cost. You demonstrate that power trading is essentially the financialization of heavy industrial physics.
You are trading the constraints of the metal just as much as you are trading the cost of the natural gas or the coal.
Spot on.
Let's synthesize this and lock in the core takeaways from Chapter 8 before we look ahead. First, there is a hard structural distinction between dispatch and commitment. Dispatch is the volume dial. It is adjusting the output of units that are already synchronized to the grid.
Right.
Commitment is the highly complex, costly, forward-looking decision of turning those massive units on or off in the first place.
Second, the physical reality of the metal dictates market pricing. Startup costs, minimum run times, and minimum downtimes are absolute barriers. These realities are exactly why simple merit order stacks, like the clean theoretical models from Chapter 7, completely fail to explain how power prices behave during off-peak hours or extreme volatility events.
Third, because of these constraints, the market clearing engine is a multi-hour optimization. Real market prices reflect the cost of thermal inertia. That is why you will see units run deeply below their variable cost to avoid shutdown penalties.
Right.
And it's why you will see flexible peaker units refuse to start despite massive short-lived price spikes, because a 2-hour run requirement ruins a 1-hour arbitrage.
This foundational understanding sets the stage for literally everything that follows in the master program. This concept of unit commitment bridges directly into Chapter 9, where we will look at economic dispatch in more detail.
Which is going to be great.
Oh yeah, and eventually Chapter 11, where we combine these individual plant constraints with transmission line limits to form SCUC security-constrained unit commitment. We also revisit this heavily in Module 6, where you will learn how to build the actual analytics engines that solve these mixed integer problems on your own desk.
As you close out Chapter 8 and prep for economic dispatch, we want to leave you with a final thought to chew on. Everything we've discussed today, the way the ISO runs its combinatorial math, the reason off-peak prices crash, the way your ETRM models thermal inertia, it all relies on the massive startup costs and rigid runtimes of heavy coal and gas plants.
Yeah, it really does.
The entire pricing architecture of the legacy power market is built around the inflexible physics of boiling water to spin a turbine.
But, the physical topology of the grid is undergoing a radical transformation.
Right. We are seeing massive deployments of utility-scale solar, wind, and multi-hour battery storage systems. So think through the downstream implications for a trading desk. What happens to your sophisticated pricing models, your forward curves, and your ETRM infrastructure when the grid's marginal capacity is suddenly dominated by technologies that have absolutely zero startup costs, zero minimum run times, and no thermal inertia to speak of?
It changes everything.
If your desk's competitive edge relies on reverse engineering the constraints of heavy metal, a grid dominated by zero marginal cost, instantly dispatchable batteries doesn't just change the price of power. It fundamentally breaks the underlying logic of your pricing model. How do you adapt an enterprise trading organization when the physics of the underlying asset completely change?
It forces a total rebuild of how you define risk and value on the desk.
Definitely something critical to keep in mind as we move forward. We will see you in Chapter 9. Picture this. You are sitting right at a professional power trading desk. You've got like 6 monitors glowing in front of you. Numbers are just flashing green and red, constantly updating.
Oh, yeah, the classic setup.
Right. And the hum of the trading floor is in the background, but your entire focus is locked onto one specific, highly volatile number on your screen, the real-time physical power price.
Which is terrifying if you don't know what you're looking at.
Exactly. Because you are watching price formation happen, literally second by second, in one of the most complex machines humanity has ever built, the electrical grid.
It is a phenomenal place to be, honestly. But it's also entirely unforgiving if you don't understand exactly what is driving those numbers.
Because it's not just a spreadsheet.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
You aren't just trading a financial abstraction, like a stock or a corporate bond.
Yeah.
You are directly trading the physics of the grid. If you don't understand the physical constraints governing the metal, the wire, the steam, you are going to get run over.
And that is exactly why we are taking you on this deep dive today. We are jumping into the Power Trading Desk Master Program by Durga Analytics.
It's such a massive resource.
It really is. Just to give you a sense of scale, this is a sequenced 13-module journey. We're talking Module 1, Power System Fundamentals, Module 2, running a power trading desk, and Module 3 on US and EU market reality.
Yeah, and it just keeps building. Module 4 gets into strategy beyond textbook trades. Then Module 5 is valuation and analytics. Module 6 covers AI and data engineering.
Which is huge right now.
Yeah.
Then you've got Module 7 for risk management. Module 8 is execution and scheduling. And Module 9 treats ETRM as a strategic control layer.
Right, and it rounds out with Module 10 on regulation and leadership, 11 on enterprise ETRM architecture, 12 on building a durable desk, and finally Module 13, which is the capstone.
Designing a trading organization from scratch, it's incredible. But for our mission today, we are zeroing in on Module 1, specifically Chapter 9, which is titled Economic Dispatch.
Oh, this is the core of it all.
It is. Our goal is to understand how the grid operator balances output across power plants that are, already running to meet demand at the absolute lowest cost.
Right, and crucially, we need to show you why mastering this exact concept, this fast, continuous engine, is essential. If you're a trader, a quant, or a risk manager, you need this to actually survive and make money in the market.
So since we covered unit commitment in the previous chapter 8, I'm assuming we're taking startup times and shutdown costs as a given here, right?
Precisely. You've got to separate the slow engine from the fast engine.
Okay, so unit commitment is the slow, binary, forward-looking one. It deals with the fact that starting a massive thermal plant takes hours and burns thousands of dollars in fuel just to synchronize to the grid.
Exactly. Unit commitment made the decision of who is actually on the grid today. Economic dispatch takes those constraints as a given.
It ignores the startup costs entirely.
Right, because the plant is already on. It takes that specific set of units that are already awake, already synchronized, and optimizes purely for the continuous moment-to-moment variable cost.
I see. So it's asking, given the units currently running, how exactly do we set their individual output levels to meet fluctuating demand without breaking anything?
You hit the nail on the head, without violating any unit's physical limits.
I like to think of this in terms of managing a professional basketball team.
Oh, I like this. Go on.
So unit commitment is the slow, strategic decision the head coach makes before the game even starts. They look at the opponent, they look at the schedule, and they decide which players make the active roster for the night. Active or inactive, on or off.
That tracks perfectly. And to build on that, once the game actually starts, the coach has to work exclusively with the players in uniform.
Right, you can't just draft a new player in the second quarter.
Exactly. And just like those rostered players, power plants have physical constraints. A thermal plant has a minimum warm-up state.
Like a minimum generation level.
Exactly. If it's on, it has to run at least that hard just to stay stable and keep the boiler from flame out. And on the flip side, it has a max heart rate, its maximum capacity.
It physically cannot push out more megawatts than its rating.
Right. So the grid operator is the coach on the sidelines. The demand for electricity is the flow of the game, and it never, ever holds still.
So the operator has to constantly tweak the dials, like, Plant A, give me 50 more megawatts. Plant B, back down by 20 megawatts.
They are constantly adjusting the minutes on the court, second by second. to match the pace of the game.
Okay, so what is the mathematical rule they use? Because if I'm a quant building my first trading model, my lazy instinct is going to be to just max out the absolute cheapest plant first.
Ah, the classic bucket-filling strategy.
Right. If plant A is inherently cheaper to run than plant B, why wouldn't the grid operator just run plant A at 100% capacity and only then start turning up plant B? Just go right up the list.
Well, because that assumes a power plant has a completely flat, constant marginal cost. It assumes the first megawatt costs the exact same to produce as the last megawatt.
And I'm guessing it doesn't.
Not at all. I mean, while that might be true for a wind farm or some simplified textbook model from Chapter 7, for real thermal power plants like coal or natural gas, marginal costs are not flat. They slope upward.
Wait, really? Is that like a thermodynamic constraint?
Exactly. It's pure physics.
Yeah.
As you push a thermal plant harder, closer to its maximum limit, the heat rate degrades.
Oh, so it becomes less efficient the harder you push it.
Right. To squeeze those final few megawatts out of a massive boiler and turbine system, you often have to run auxiliary pumps harder. Operating temperatures fluctuate. The thermal efficiency drops.
So it literally takes more incremental fuel to produce the 500th megawatt than it did to produce the 200th megawatt.
Yes. So the cost curve bends upward, which completely breaks your bucket-filling strategy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it does. Because if you blindly max out that so-called cheap plant, those last few inefficient megawatts at the top of its capacity might actually cost more than the first few highly efficient megawatts from a slightly more expensive plant.
Exactly. A plant that is currently sitting idle at its minimum might be much cheaper at the margin. And you've just hit on the exact reason why this optimization engine exists. It relies on the equal marginal cost principle.
The equal marginal cost principle.
Okay.
Right.
The rule states that at the least cost optimum, all dispatchable units that are partly loaded, meaning they aren't stuck at their absolute minimum or maxed out, they must have the exact same marginal cost.
Okay, I really want to walk through the math on this because the Durga Analytics Handbook gives a highly specific worked example in Chapter 9, and seeing the algebra balance out makes this concept just click.
Let's do it. It's the best way to learn it.
Let's say you and I are managing this dispatch, and the system demand right now is exactly 900 megawatts.
Okay, 900 megawatts to serve. And let's say our active roster only has 2 committed units. We'll call them Unit X and Unit Y.
Perfect. So Unit X has a marginal cost equation of $30 plus an extra 2 cents, so $0.02 for every megawatt it produces above 200.
Got it.
And Unit Y starts off cheaper. Its base is $25, but its curve is steeper. It's plus an extra 3 cents for every megawatt above 100.
Right, so we know X plus Y has to equal 900 to meet demand.
Exactly. So let's just guess first. If we ran Unit X at 500 megawatts and Unit Y at 400 megawatts.
Okay, let's see what they cost at the margin.
Right.
For Unit X, 500 megawatts is 300 over its base of 200.
Yeah.
300 times 2 cents is $6. Add the base of $30, and Unit X's marginal cost at 500 megawatts is $36.
Okay, and for Unit Y, it's running at 400 megawatts, which is 300 over its base of 100.
Right.
300 times 3 cents is $9.
Right.
At its base of $25, and Unit Y's marginal cost is $34.
So we have Unit X costing $36 to produce its next megawatt, and Unit Y costing $34. Are we at the least cost optimum?
Not even close. Unit Y is clearly cheaper at the margin.
Exactly. So to save money, we should back down Unit X by 1 megawatt and ask Unit Y to generate 1 more megawatt. We just saved $2 on that single swap.
And we just keep doing that.
You keep shifting load. You keep shifting generation from X to Y. As you do, X's marginal cost drops because it's generating less, and Y's marginal cost rises because it's generating more.
Oh, I see. They act like a seesaw.
Precisely.
So, skipping ahead in the algebra, if we shift 40 megawatts from X to Y, X is now at 460 and Y is at 440. Let's run the math again. X is 260 megawatts over its base.
Yep.
260 times 2 cents is $5.20. Plus the $30 base, that's $35.20.
And Y is 340 megawatts over its base.
Yeah.
340 times 3 cents is $10.20. Plus its $25 base, that is also exactly $35.20.
Boom. That's
Yeah.
equilibrium. Neither unit can be made cheaper without making the other one more expensive.
We balance the seesaw at exactly $35.20. We balance them at a specific common marginal cost.
That number is special, right?
It's very special. In the mathematics of power systems, we call that common cost lambda.
Lambda.
Yes. And here is the core takeaway for anyone building valuation models or trading on the desks today. This elegant common marginal cost, this lambda we just calculated, that number is the system's clearing price.
Wait, really? So lambda isn't just some internal metric for the grid operator to track their fuel efficiency?
No, it dictates the entire market.
That mathematical equilibrium point actually becomes the dollar value that everyone gets paid.
Exactly. It is the formal mathematical reason why we say the marginal unit sets the price. At the optimized least cost solution, the cost of generating one more megawatt of power to meet the next megawatt of demand is $35.20 everywhere on the grid.
Wow.
Every generator gets paid 35.2 and every load pays 35.23.
Okay, but if that math is so frictionless on paper, what happens when it collides with a grid made of actual physical metal and wire where things constantly break?
That is the million-dollar question.
Right, because the reality of live markets isn't a static 900 megawatts. Demand is breathing constantly as millions of people turn on air conditioners, or a cloud bank rolls over a solar farm, and 500 megawatts of generation instantly vanishes.
Exactly. The physical inputs are violently hostile. So economic dispatch is not an equation you solve once a day. The grid operator's optimization engine resolves this lambda calculation continuously.
Like how often?
In most real-time markets, this dispatch engine runs every 5 minutes.
Every 5 minutes.
Every 5 minutes. It takes in a fresh telemetry snapshot of the grid, looks at current demand, identifies which units are still alive and synchronized, and recalculates the equilibrium.
That's insane.
It then sends electronic base point signals back to the power plants, physically nudging their control systems up and down to maintain that common marginal cost balance.
Okay, so the day-ahead price is essentially just a smooth financial forecast. But the real-time price, this 5-minute updating lambda, that is an actual physical stress test.
It is the literal pulse of the grid's physical stress. And that divergence, the difference between the day-ahead forecast and the real-time physical reality, is precisely where the risk and the opportunity lie for a trading desk.
Because traders are obsessively watching the real-time price for the exact moment, it begins to diverge sharply from the day-ahead baseline.
Because it's the purest tell in the market. It tells you immediately that the physical system is tighter or looser than yesterday's forecast expected.
So if demand spikes higher than predicted, or a thermal unit suddenly trips offline,
the dispatch engine scrambles. It has to instantly replace those lost megawatts. So it pushes the remaining committed units harder, moving further up their upward-sloping marginal cost curves, searching desperately for a new equilibrium.
and that causes a sharp spike in the real-time price.
Which is often the very first indicator a trader has of a developing grid emergency.
This is fascinating, but let's pull back to the enterprise level for a second. Because Module 11 in this program is all about enterprise ETRM architecture.
Right, the tech stack.
Yeah. We aren't just talking about a lone trader's individual P&L. If this lambda is updating every 5 minutes across thousands of pricing nodes, how does a firm's technology infrastructure even handle that volume of data?
Short answer. Often, it breaks.
Just completely crashes.
Traditional systems absolutely break. Most legacy SQL databases will literally choke if you try to feed them 5-minute interval data across thousands of nodal pricing points.
So what does a desk need?
Your energy trading and risk management, your ETRM system has to be capable of ingesting, validating, and calculating P&L against these real-time signals instantaneously.
Because if it's slow,
If your database takes 10 minutes to calculate the P&L from a 5-minute dispatch interval, your desk is trading in the past. You are flying blind.
that makes the data engineering aspect so critical, and I imagine it feeds directly into the risk management framework covered in Module 7. If I'm designing that risk architecture, what are the biggest pitfalls?
Well, pitfall number 1 is probably blending the slow commitment decision with the fast dispatch decision.
Oh, like trying to account for startup costs in the 5-minute window.
Yes. A lot of analysts try to do this, and it ruins the model. Dispatch sets the output for already committed units. It does not decide who turns on or off. If you mix the binary constraint with the continuous optimization, your model will never solve in real time.
Got it. And pitfall number 2 has to be assuming flat marginal costs, right?
Exactly. If a quant builds a trading algorithm that assumes every plant is just a flat bucket, they're completely ignoring the thermodynamic heat rate degradation we just calculated.
The model will totally miscalculate where the real-time price is going to land.
It will consistently underestimate price spikes, which leads directly into the third major pitfall: over-trusting the day-ahead price for your value at risk metrics.
Oh, VAR.
Right. A lot of risk managers anchor their end-of-day VAR models to the day-ahead clearing prices because the data is cleaner and less volatile.
But the real-time price is the one that actually drains the firm's cash. If a real-time price jumps from $40 a megawatt to $4,000 a megawatt in the span of 15 minutes because a transmission line failed,
A day-ahead VAR model is completely useless. It won't see the explosion in risk until the trading day is already over.
which is why intraday risk management has to exist as a dedicated, specialized discipline on a mature desk. You cannot manage a 5-minute physical market with a 24-hour financial risk model.
You really can't.
That brings up a perfect reality check from the handbook. We balanced Unit X and Unit Y earlier at a beautiful, frictionless $35.20.
We did.
But what happens if the transmission line connecting Unit Y to the city center can physically only carry 400 megawatts? Our math said we needed 440 megawatts from Unit Y to hit the cheapest equilibrium.
And this is exactly where physics overrides the math. If the line can only carry 400 megawatts, it binds. The grid operator cannot push those extra 40 cheap megawatts through without melting the wire.
So they are forced to back down the cheap Unit Y to 400.
Yes, and rely on the more expensive Unit X to make up the difference.
So that elegant, single, system-wide lambda completely shatters.
It fractures into a constrained, location-specific picture. The price of power in the congested city becomes drastically higher than the price of power right next to the generator, even though they are on the exact same grid.
And that transition from a frictionless mathematical optimum to a physically congested network perfectly sets the stage for where the Durga Analytics program goes next.
It builds the bridge directly into Chapter 10, Security Constrained Economic Dispatch, or SCED.
Ah, SCED.
Yeah, that's where we take everything we learned today about marginal cost optimization and we inject the brutal realities of transmission limits, line outages, and network congestion.
Incredible. So let's quickly synthesize the critical takeaways for you today.
Good idea.
First, economic dispatch is the fast engine. It ignores startup costs and strictly optimizes the real-time output levels for units that are already synchronized to the grid.
Second, it meets demand at the absolute lowest cost by shifting generation until all partly loaded units share a common marginal cost.
Right, the seesaw effect. That balance number, lambda, becomes the clearing price. And finally, because physical demand and supply are chaotic, this equation resolves every 5 minutes, driving the extreme volatility that separates real-time trading from day-ahead forecasting.
If you internalize those mechanics, you understand the beating heart of real-time power markets. You understand what the operator is actually doing on the other side of your screen.
And that leaves you with one final thought to ponder off dusk today. We've established that the real-time clearing price is simply a mathematical reflection of instantaneous physical stress constantly seeking equilibrium.
Right.
So look at your own enterprise infrastructure. Consider what happens to a desk's automated trading algorithms the exact second a major gigawatt-scale power plant unexpectedly trips offline.
The grid stress spikes instantly.
Exactly. The dispatch engine scrambles up the marginal cost curve, and the real-time lambda violently diverges from the forecast. If your algorithms and your risk models are anchored only to the smooth day-ahead forecast, how quickly can your systems actually react before the ruthless physics of the grid drain your P&L?
It's a scary thought if you're not prepared.
Think about that. We'll see you on the next deep dive.
You know, when you map out a route on your phone's navigation app, it usually gives you this beautiful frictionless blue line, right?
Yeah, like it's completely clear.
Exactly. It tells you to take a specific route because it calculates it as the absolute fastest way across town. But what that algorithm usually ignores is the physical reality of the infrastructure.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, if you were driving a massive, heavy commercial truck, and that so-called fastest route takes you right over an old wooden bridge with a strict, say, 10-ton weight limit, well, blindly following the math doesn't get you optimization. You get a catastrophic structural failure.
Yeah, you get a disaster.
Right, and that collision between theoretical routing and physical reality is exactly what we are unpacking today as you step back into the Power Trading Desk Master program.
Which is really where the rubber meets the road.
It is. And as a reminder for you listening, we're taking you on a sequenced journey across 13 modules and 234 chapters. We're going all the way from the physical reality of the power system through market structure, instruments, strategy, risk, execution, basically all the way to designing a durable trading organization.
And just to locate you on that map, right now we are deep in Module 1, which is Power System Fundamentals. Specifically, today we're unpacking Chapter 10, Security-Constrained Economic Dispatch, or, as it's universally known on the desk, SCED.
SCED, right. And to guide you through this transition from pure theory to actual trading floor reality, I'm joined by our resident veteran power trading and risk management consultant from Durga Analytics. We were talking about someone who has, spent decades doing this for real.
Running trading desks, structuring complex physical and financial power positions.
Yeah, in designing the ETRM, the energy trading and risk management systems that actually hold these operations together, our mission today is to understand a fundamental truth of the market, which is how the physical bottlenecks of the power grid directly dictate the financial pricing on your trading screens.
That navigation app analogy you just used is it's actually the perfect bridge from our last discussion, because in Chapter 9 we looked at pure economic dispatch.
Right.
And that is basically the grid equivalent of ignoring the weight limit on the bridge. I mean, pure economic dispatch just pretends the grid is this frictionless copper plate. It merely asks the math for the absolute cheapest way to stack up generation to meet current demand.
Just looking at the price tag.
Exactly. But today, the copper plate shatters. Power flows over actual physical transmission lines, and those lines have hard thermal and physical limits. If the cheapest generator is on one side of a mountain and the demand is on the other, you simply cannot shove infinite cheap power across that single wire.
Because if you try to push more current through a transmission line than its thermal rating allows, it literally heats up. Like the metal physically expands, the line sags into the trees, and then it trips offline.
Yep, it shorts out.
And then all that power instantly reroutes to neighboring lines, overloading them, and suddenly you have a cascading regional blackout.
Which is the nightmare scenario. I mean, it's the one thing every grid operator is paid to prevent. So they do not run a simple economic dispatch. They run a security-constrained economic dispatch. The algorithm still has to minimize the total cost of generation, but subject to a massive set of hard mathematical constraints.
So it's not just about cost anymore.
No, not at all. Every single transmission line, every transformer, every interface, it must stay within its defined safety limits.
I know grid operators are notoriously paranoid about what they call N-1 contingencies, right? The sudden unexpected trip of a major generator or critical transmission line. But how does SCED actually mathematically bake that phantom risk into the dispatch instructions they issue right now?
By running thousands of simultaneous hypothetical scenarios inside the optimization matrix.
Thousands.
Oh, yeah. When we say the dispatch is security constrained, we don't just mean the lines are operating within their limits in the present normal state. The algorithm calculates the base case, and then it simulates the loss of every single major asset on the grid one by one.
Wow, okay.
It basically asks, if I lose the biggest nuclear plant right now, and power instantly rushes in from other regions to replace it, will that new flow overload any surrounding wires? And if the answer is yes, the current real-time dispatch is considered mathematically infeasible.
So it rejects it.
Right. The operator is forced to preemptively back down certain cheap generators and ramp up more expensive ones just to create a geographical safety buffer for a disaster that hasn't even happened yet.
Wait, so the ETRM systems on a trading desk aren't just digesting current physical flows. They're digesting the financial cost of the grid's preventative paranoia.
Oh.
Like, the grid is essentially shadowboxing with potential failures, and that changes which plants actually run.
That is the core dynamic, yes. And for a trader, the realization is this. As long as no line limit is binding, meaning even with all our simulated N-1 paranoia, the wires still have plenty of headroom.
Then SCED just acts normally.
Exactly. It produces the exact same mathematical answer as ordinary economic dispatch. The grid acts like that copper plate, and you get one single system-wide price for power. But the absolute secret to understanding how power markets actually behave and how desks make money is knowing what happens the second one of those constraints binds.
Okay, let's walk through the math of exactly what happens when a line binds then. Let's use that north versus south scenario from the chapter.
Sure, let's do it.
Let me set the board, and you tell me how the SCED algorithm handles it. So we have a simplified grid divided into two regions, the north and the south. Up in the north, we have abundant cheap generation. It costs $25 per megawatt hour to produce power.
Okay, cheap power in the north.
All right. Now down in the south, there's a heavy load. The south needs 700 megawatts of power to keep the lights on. However, the local generation located down in the south is expensive. It costs $70 per megawatt hour to run.
Got it.
And finally, these two regions are connected by a single transmission line and is capped at a 500 megawatt physical limit.
Okay, so the unconstrained dispatcher blind navigation app desperately wants to send 700 megawatts of that cheap $25 power south.
Right.
It wants to minimize the total system cost.
Makes sense.
But the SCED algorithm sees the 500 megawatt thermal limit on the connecting wire. So it forces the system to back off the cheap northern generation. It literally says, stop at 500. I physically cannot take any more from you.
Let me pause and make sure I'm holding these numbers right. I've got a wire that maxes out at 500 megawatts, but the south needs 700, so we are 200 megawatts short, and those specific 200 megawatts are going to dictate the price for the entire southern region. Is that where this is going?
You have the mechanic perfectly. I mean, the grid operator has a non-negotiable obligation to keep the lights on in the south. To get that remaining 200 megawatts, the algorithm has no choice but to turn on the expensive local $70 generation located below the bottleneck.
Okay, so the grid operator has successfully avoided a blackout by turning on that $70 southern generator. The physics are solved,
Right.
but physics aren't free. How does this structural reality actually set the clearing prices that traders see on their screens?
Well, it all comes down to the concept of the marginal megawatt.
Right.
What is the cost to serve the next increment of demand at a specific location?
The next increment.
Okay. So if a factory in the north turns on a new machine requiring 1 more megawatt, the grid can just ramp up another cheap northern generator. The clearing price in the north is $25.
Simple enough.
But if a factory in the south turns on a new machine, that cheap northern power is physically blocked by the congested line. The grid must ramp up the expensive local southern unit. Therefore, the clearing price in the south is $70. Yeah, the physical bottleneck has mathematically shattered the single system price into two distinct locational prices.
And the spread between them is massive. We're looking at $70 in the south, minus $25 in the north, creating a spread of $45 per megawatt hour. So that $45 gap is purely the financial footprint of the physical congestion.
It is the pure cost of congestion. And if you are a basis trader holding a south minus north position, you are long that exact bottleneck.
I see.
SED is the engine that translates a hot sagging aluminum wire into a tradable financial spread. This locational split is the origin of locational marginal pricing, or LMP, which is the beating heart of U.S. power markets. An LMP at any specific node on the grid is calculated as the sum of three things: the system energy price, the cost of marginal losses, and the congestion component.
And the chapter mentions that this congestion component is mathematically defined as a shadow price, which honestly sounds like heavy quantitative finance jargon. But if I'm interpreting our north-south example correctly, shadow essentially means it's the invisible price tag of the bottleneck itself. It's not the cost of the power, it's the cost of the traffic jam.
The cost of the traffic jam is an excellent way to conceptualize it. In linear programming, which is the math beneath SCED, the shadow price is the marginal value of relaxing a binding constraint by 1 unit.
By 1 megawatt.
Exactly. In our scenario, the shadow price of that transmission line is exactly $45. If you could somehow magically expand the physical limit of that wire by just 1 megawatt from $500 to $501, you could immediately replace one expensive $70 southern megawatt with one cheap $25 northern megawatt.
And pocket the difference.
Right. The total dispatch cost for the entire system would drop by exactly $45. The algorithm maps that shadow price back to the nodal LMPs based on how power flows across the network.
You know, this connects so deeply to the wider architecture of a trading desk. The outputs of this algorithm aren't just academic trivia. They are the fundamental building blocks for everything else in the master program.
Oh, absolutely. The SCED outputs these nodal energy and congestion prices. They are the raw material for valuing financial transmission rights, or FTRs, which we cover extensively in Module 4.
Right, because if you don't know the shadow price, you can't value the right.
If you do not intimately understand how SCE produces a shadow price, you cannot price an FTR, period. Furthermore, in the Module 3 project, you will literally build a linear program in Python to reproduce this exact nodal pricing mechanism.
Which is huge for anyone wanting to be a quant or an analyst.
Exactly. And from a control perspective, which you study in Module 7, congestion risk is a strictly quantified metric. A risk management system that only looks at historical price correlations without understanding the underlying SED topology will blow up the moment a transmission line trips and the correlation matrix violently shifts.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of fresh grads or aspiring analysts walk into interviews treating congestion like a random walk in a stock price, just throwing standard financial volatility models at nodal prices, assuming the market is just being noisy. I'm guessing that doesn't end well for their job prospects.
It is a fast track to failing the technical interview. I mean, when a seasoned trader sees a node's price detached from the system and spike, their first instinct is never, oh, the market is just volatile.
Right.
Their immediate reflexive question is, which constraint is binding? Because congestion is highly structural, it is identifiable, and it is predictable based on grid topology and load patterns. Treating it as random statistical error completely misses the physical reality of the asset class.
And I assume another major trap is thinking that the system still has some overarching true price once that line binds. People probably look at the average price and try to trade off that, ignoring the locational split.
That happens constantly, and it's a huge mistake. Once a constraint binds, the copper plate is broken. There is no single price anymore. There are only locational prices. You must trade the nodes.
You have to respect the physical geography.
Exactly. Another critical pitfall goes back to the N-1 contingencies we discussed earlier. An analyst will look at the physical flow on a transmission line, see that it is only running at maybe 80% of its total capacity, and conclude, hey, we have plenty of room, no congestion today.
But they're forgetting the GOAT scenarios.
They forget that the SCED algorithm is evaluating contingencies. The operator might be artificially capping that line at 80% in the base case because if a neighboring line trips, the flow will instantly jump by 20% to hit the maximum limit.
So the constraint tightens financially before it tightens physically. You are paying the shadow price for a phantom constraint.
Yes, precisely.
That is a brilliant nuance to capture in an ETRM system. But we really have to talk about the massive wrench the chapter throws into this pristine mathematical logic.
Yeah.
Because we've been talking about these beautiful optimization algorithms spitting out nodal prices. But the market models we actually trade on are based on a DC approximation.
Yeah.
We're trading off a simplified, honestly somewhat fictional model of the grid.
Yeah, and this is where we introduce the concept of model skepticism, which really separates veteran quants from junior analysts. The market LMPs published by the grid operator, the numbers populating your trading screens, they come from a DC or direct current approximation of the grid, but the real physical grid operates on AC or alternating current power.
Right, which behaves totally differently.
Radically differently. AC power doesn't just flow smoothly from point A to point B like water in a pipe. It follows Kirchhoff's laws. It takes a path of least resistance across the entire network simultaneously.
So if it's so different, why do we use a DC approximation if the grid is running on AC physics?
Pure computational speed. Solving true, nonlinear AC power flow equations, which involve complex variables like reactive power, phase angles, and voltage drops, across a grid with 10,000 nodes takes hours of computing time.
And you just don't have hours.
You don't. The SCED algorithm has to clear the real-time financial market every 5 minutes. To achieve that speed, the market model strips out the nonlinear physics. It ignores reactive power entirely. It assumes voltage is perfectly stable everywhere, all the time.
Wait. So the financial model might look at a dispatch solution and declare it perfectly secure and cheap. But the human operators sitting in the physical control room know that if they actually run the grid that way, the voltage will literally collapse in a specific region.
Yes. That is the multi-million-dollar gap. The true physical constraints faced by the control room frequently diverge from the financial market's simplified model. The operator will have to manually intervene. They will override the algorithm, manually turning a local plant on or off, purely to inject reactive power and support local voltage.
Which is a constraint the financial SCED literally cannot see and cannot price.
Exactly.
And those manual interventions, I assume they create uplift charges, out-of-market payments, and basis blowouts. The physics just bleed outside the financial lines.
It creates chaos if you aren't prepared for it.
To synthesize what we've unpacked today, for you listening, SCED is the translation engine between the physical wires and the financial markets. It minimizes dispatch cost while strictly respecting thermal limits and N-1 contingencies. When a transmission line binds, the algorithm is forced to turn on more expensive local generation, shattering the system price and creating locational marginal prices. That resulting spread is the congestion cost, the shatter price of the traffic jam.
It is the mathematical foundation of absolutely everything a power desk executes. But to leave you with a final thought to mull over regarding that AC/DC cap we just talked about. If the financial models are entirely blind to physical realities like voltage drops and reactive power, what happens to an automated algorithmic trading strategy when extreme weather, like a massive heat wave or a polar vortex, pushes the physical grid into a highly stressed state that the financial model literally cannot compute?
Oh, wow.
When the financial map no longer matches the physical territory, which market participants end up eating the cost of that discrepancy?
That is a chilling question, and exactly the kind of structural risk that wipes out unprepared desks. Definitely something for you to think heavily about as you review your chapter notes and update your own risk models.
Mm.
Now, that we understand how physical constraints shape the real-time dispatch of energy, it raises an even earlier operational question. I mean, how does the grid operator decide which complex thermal power plants should even be turned on and warmed up days in advance? You can't just dispatch a coal or nuclear plant in 5 minutes.
No, you certainly cannot.
That multi-day puzzle is exactly where we are heading next time. In Chapter 11, Security Constrained Unit Commitment, or SCUC. Until then, keep digging into the fundamentals. You look at your screen, right? And day-ahead power prices are just blinking back at you, like $50.
Right. Or 75, 120.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like you're looking at this perfect X-ray of the physical grid. You assume that that number is just, a pure, unadulterated reflection of reality. Like supply meets demand, the stack clears, and boom, there's your price.
Which is what everyone thinks when they first start out. But it's a lie.
Yeah.
That number on your screen is actually the output of this hidden mathematical beast.
And that illusion of precision, it's one of those dangerous traps for anyone entering this industry, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. The difference between a trading desk that consistently prints money, and one that just blows up spectacularly, it almost always comes down to understanding the invisible constraints that are manipulating those very prices.
Which is exactly our mission for this deep dive. So welcome back to our ongoing journey through the Durga Analytics Power Trading Desk Master Program.
Glad to be here, as always.
And for those of you tracking your progress out there, let's just ground ourselves in where we are, because this is a huge program. It's a comprehensive 13-module, 234-chapter masterclass.
It's a beast in itself, yeah.
It really is. We're moving from the literal physics of the grid through trading strategy, valuation, risk, all the way down to enterprise, ETRM technology, and designing a durable trading organization from scratch.
Because you cannot effectively trade or manage risk or even build systems for a market that you don't fundamentally understand at a mechanical level. Every subsequent module builds on the physical reality that we're establishing right now.
Exactly. And right now we are squarely in Module 01, which is Power System Fundamentals, and today we are unpacking Chapter 11.
Right, which introduces a concept that is going to fundamentally change how you view, honestly, every single day-ahead price curve for the rest of your career.
We are talking about SCEC, Security Constrained Unit Commitment. Our goal today is to completely demystify this algorithm for you.
Yeah, we really need to unpack why it's the core engine clearing the day-ahead market, why it's such a computational nightmare, and, how it manipulates prices in ways that simple logic completely misses.
Because before we can even begin to formulate a trading strategy around those financial numbers on your screen, we have to look under the hood, right? At the sheer physics and math, the independent system operator, the ISO, is actively trying to balance.
Exactly. SCUC is, in essence, the grand unifier of the grid.
Well, let's explore that idea of a grand unifier for a second, because earlier in the course, we looked at two very distinct problems the grid faces, right? Back in Chapter 8, we covered unit commitment.
Right, the binary decision.
Yeah, the on or off decision.
Okay.
Do we fire up this massive coal plant? Because it has a massive startup cost.
Yeah.
And once it's on, you can't just turn it off an hour later. So that's problem number one.
And then the second problem comes after those plants are turned on, which is what we covered in Chapter 10, right? Security-constrained economic dispatch, or SCED. That's the continuous minute-by-minute problem. So once the plants are actually running, how do we dispatch their specific megawatt output to meet fluctuating demand without literally melting the transmission lines?
So we have the binary problem of turning things on and the continuous problem of dialing their output up and down safely.
Right.
And SCUC essentially takes these two monumental headaches and it forces them to be solved at the exact same time.
That's exactly it. It looks at every single hour of the next day. So usually a 24 to 36 hour horizon. And it does this across the entire physical network.
Wow.
Yeah, its ultimate mandate is to choose a combination of generator commitments and megawatt dispatch levels that will meet tomorrow's forecasted demand, but at the absolute lowest total costs.
While respecting all the rules.
Exactly.
Oh.
It has to strictly respect every single mechanical constraint of the generators and every thermal limit of the transmission lines. It's a massive balancing act.
I was actually trying to visualize the sheer scale of this over the weekend. And here is kind of where I landed. Tell me if this works.
Okay, let's hear it.
Imagine you are planning a massive logistics operation for a city's public transit system. You have thousands of buses, and those are our power units.
Okay, I'm with you.
But these aren't normal buses, right?
Yeah.
Some of them take 4 hours just to warm up their engines. Others, once you start them, you literally cannot turn them off for at least 8 hours, or the engine block just physically shatters.
That's a great analogy for the thermal inertia of baseload generation. It captures that perfectly.
Yeah.
And on top of that, your buses can't just drive anywhere they want.
Right. You, as the planner, have to map every single road and highway in the city. Those are our transmission lines.
Yep.
And you have to route these buses so perfectly that at no point during tomorrow's rush hour is there a single traffic jam. Anywhere.
And you have to do all of this using the absolute least amount of diesel fuel possible.
Yes, exactly.
Let's actually extend that metaphor a bit to show the real mechanical problem here. Imagine putting one bus on Highway 9 meant that a completely different bus, all the way over on Highway 12, was suddenly forced to drive 20 miles per hour slower.
Just because of the first bus.
Right, because of, say, the structural weight limits of a bridge connecting them. That is how a transmission constraint works in an AC power grid. The electrons flow everywhere.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's all interconnected.
Deeply interconnected.
Yeah.
So turning on a really cheap generator in the north might actually overload a line in the south, which forces you to turn off that cheap generator and turn on a very expensive generator closer to the city just to relieve the pressure on that southern line.
Which means the math required to solve this must be completely insane. I mean, SCUC is juggling time, physics, and economics all at the exact same moment.
It is. This isn't something a quant can just whip up in a simple Excel spreadsheet on a Tuesday afternoon.
Oh, kidding.
The scale of this problem is staggering. Mathematically, SCUC is framed as a large mixed integer program.
Fixed integer program. Okay.
Yeah. It mixes binary integer variables, literally zeros and ones representing generators turning on or off, with continuous variables. And those continuous variables represent the actual megawatt output, which could be anywhere from 0 to a plant's maximum capacity.
Let's just do the math on how big that actually gets.
Yeah.
Like, if I have a small grid with just 100 power plants, for each hour, a plant is either on a 1 or off a 0. So that's 2 states.
Right.
Over a 24-hour day, that one single plant has 2 to the power of 24 possible on-off schedules, which is roughly 16 million combinations for just one plant.
Exactly. Now, multiply that across the other 99 plants on this hypothetical small grid.
Oh, man.
You are looking at 2 to the power of 2,400 possible combinations.
That's, I mean, that's not even a real number you can picture.
No, it's vastly larger than the number of atoms in the observable universe, and that is just the binary on-off switches. We haven't even factored in the continuous variables of how much power they're generating, or the thousands of transmission constraints governing how that power actually flows.
Okay, I have to push back here for a second because, I mean, with modern supercomputers, cloud computing clusters, AI that can generate, photorealistic video from a text prompt in 10 seconds, you're telling me we can't just throw enough processing power at this to find the exact mathematical bottom for a power grid in 2026.
It is mathematically impossible to brute force a problem of that size, regardless of your hardware. I mean, in computer science, this specific class of problem is known as NP-hard.
NP-hard.
Yeah. The number of permutations just explodes exponentially. You can't use standard calculus to just slide down and find the bottom of a cost curve.
So how does the ISO actually solve it every single day? I mean, they close the day ahead bidding, and they only have, what, a couple of hours to publish the prices. They clear billions of dollars in trades.
Exactly. They rely on incredibly sophisticated optimization techniques, specifically algorithms like branch and bound or various decomposition methods, just to navigate the decision tree without having to calculate every single impossible combination.
Hold up, branch and bound. For those of us who don't have graduate degrees in operations research, what are we actually talking about here? Is that like trying to find a path through a massive maze by just ruling out whole sections at a time?
That is actually a brilliant way to picture it. Imagine walking into a giant maze where every single junction splits into two paths.
Okay.
Instead of walking down every single dead end to see where it goes, branch and bound algorithms establish a baseline. If you know you've already found a path to the exit that takes 10 minutes, and you look down a new branch and calculate that just the first leg of it will take 12 minutes,
You just completely ignore that branch.
exactly. You ignore it and everything connected to it. You bound the problem. The algorithm dynamically prunes the decision tree of the universe of possible grid dispatch schedules.
So it's throwing away bad options before it even fully calculates them.
Right. It rules out millions of combinations instantly because they either violate a constraint or they are mathematically proven to be more expensive than a solution it already found.
Okay, but even cutting out millions of combinations, they are still under a strict time limit, right? Which leads me to a kind of terrifying question.
Go ahead.
If the math is this complex and the clock is literally ticking down to market publish, does the computer actually find the absolute perfect lowest cost answer before the deadline?
This is a crucial reality check for anyone running a trading desk.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Wow.
Even the market operator accepts what is formally called a near-optimal solution. When the solver algorithm gets within a predefined tolerance, say 0.1% of what it calculates the theoretical mathematical floor to be, it just stops computing.
Mind blown. So the official price of power, the bedrock of the entire market, is essentially an approximation.
Yes. The day-ahead prices that settle millions of dollars of physical generation and financial hedges, they actually embed solver tolerances and algorithmic modeling choices. There is no platonic, perfectly true price sitting out there waiting to be found.
It's just wherever it landed when the buzzer went off.
The price is literally just the shadow of where the algorithm decided to stop running.
That completely changes the paradigm. The price is just where the computer ran out of breath.
This is exactly why enterprise power analytics, which we are going to explore heavily in Module 6, requires serious production-grade optimization. If you're trying to forecast day-ahead prices, you cannot just use a simple heuristic or a stack model.
Because it won't match reality.
Right. You must replicate the ISO's mixed integer program. Your systems have to respect the true complexity of the grid, which, by the way, heavily foreshadows the architectural designs we cover later in Module 11.
Okay, so what does this all mean for the analyst or the trader actually clicking the mouse? Like, how do these bizarre mathematical constraints manipulate the prices a trader sees in the real world? Because relying on simple logic here sounds like a really great way to lose a catastrophic amount of money.
It is. Let's ground this in a real-world worked example from Chapter 11. It illustrates perfectly how a naive approach just gets severely punished in this market.
Let's do it.
Imagine a simplified day on the grid. The SCUC algorithm is looking ahead at tomorrow, and it sees a massive forecasted demand peak coming between, say, 6 p.m. and 8 p.m.
The classic evening ramp.
Yeah.
Like sun goes down, so solar drops off, people get home from work, they crank the air conditioning, they turn on the ovens, demand just spikes.
Exactly. Now, to meet that specific evening peak, the SCUC algorithm realizes it has exhausted all the cheap baseload power on the grid. It's totally maxed out, so it's forced to turn on a very expensive peaker plant.
Yeah.
Let's say this plant is a large, older gas turbine. It takes 4 hours to go from a cold start to actually pushing power onto the grid. And crucially, once it starts pushing power, it has a 2-hour minimum runtime constraint. You can't just flip it off.
Okay, let me walk through the timeline on that. If we absolutely need this plant's energy at 6 p.m., and it takes 4 hours to start, I mean, the math is rigid. SCUC has to commit to initiating the startup sequence at 2 p.m.
The commitment is locked for 2 p.m. But consider what is happening on the overall grid during those afternoon hours. Between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m., overall grid demand might actually be quite low.
Yeah, the sun is still shining, providing cheap solar. Maybe the wind is blowing.
Right. Under a simple merit order stack where you just line up the cheapest available generation to meet current demand, prices in the afternoon should be dirt cheap. We don't need the expensive peaker plant's energy at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. We only need it for the 6 p.m. rush.
Right, so the price should just reflect the cheap solar.
But to have it ready for 6 p.m., SCUC forces the plant to come online and start generating at its minimum operating level during the afternoon. The algorithm accepts the massive startup costs, which could be, $50,000 just to ignite the turbine.
Jeez.
It might even force the plant to run below its variable cost in the afternoon, essentially operating at a total loss in those specific hours.
Just because it has to be ready for later.
Exactly. Because failing to meet the evening peak demand later is physically infeasible, or it's vastly more expensive than taking the loss in the afternoon.
So if I'm a junior trader fresh out of college,
Right.
and I'm modeling the afternoon demand in a vacuum, I look at my spreadsheet. Demand is low at 3 p.m., solar is cranking. I expect a price of maybe $20 a megawatt hour.
Just logical.
Yeah, and I put on my positions based on that $20 expectation.
Yeah.
But then the day-ahead market actually clears, and the 3 p.m. price is inexplicably $80. I'd completely miss this price spike. My desk would get destroyed.
You would face massive losses because you were looking at a static snapshot while SCUC was solving a time-traveling optimization problem.
Wow.
The afternoon day-ahead prices reflects the future evening commitment. The algorithm takes that $50,000 startup cost associated with preparing the plant for the evening, and it mathematically smears it.
Smears it.
Yeah, distributing those costs across the hours where the unit is forced to operate. The peak commitment effectively pulls costs forward into the afternoon shoulder hours.
Pulls costs forward. Man, that is such a vivid way to conceptualize it. It's almost like the ghost of the evening peak is haunting the afternoon prices.
That's exactly what it is. And that phrase should be written on a sticky note attached to every junior trader's monitor. When day-ahead prices do not match a simple, fundamental supply and demand stack, your first instinct should always be to ask, what is SCUC committing for later in the day, or what did it commit for earlier in the day?
Because it's not just about that single hour.
No, you are not trading supply and demand in a specific hour. You are trading the operational constraints of physical steel across an entire 24-hour horizon.
Which brings us to a massive collision course, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because we've established that SCUC builds this massive, intricate, interconnected plan for tomorrow.
Yep.
But tomorrow eventually becomes today. The algorithm's perfect plan has to survive contact with reality. And the gap between the day-ahead plan and the messy physical reality of real time, well, that's where the real trading opportunity lies, right?
Absolutely. Connecting this back to the broader market structure, we have to contrast the two distinct optimization engines that are dictating your P&L. Day-ahead positions settle against SCUC prices.
Okay.
Those prices embed the costs of the on-off commitment decisions over a long time horizon, like we just discussed.
Yeah.
But in real time, the grid is operated by SCED security-constrained economic dispatch.
Wait, okay, so if the plant was already forced on at 2 p.m. in the day-ahead market, why would the real-time algorithm care? Doesn't the grid already know the plant is sitting there spinning?
SCED is completely blind to sunk costs.
Really?
Yeah, it does not look at the day-ahead schedule and say, oh, I should keep real-time prices high at 3 p.m. to help pay for this plant's startup sequence. SCED is just looking at the next 5 to 15 minutes.
Wow.
It assumes the commitment decisions are already handled. The plants are either physically on or physically off. SCED is just moving the dials up and down on the active plants to balance immediate real-time supply and demand.
So SCUC is like the grand chess master looking 20 moves ahead for tomorrow, and SCED is just the frantic operator trying to survive the next 5 minutes.
Exactly. And because they are solving fundamentally different mathematical problems over different time horizons with totally different variables, these two prices for the exact same hour frequently diverge in spectacular fashion.
Let's map this onto a concrete P&L example using our peaker plant from earlier, just so we can really see it.
Okay, so in the day-ahead market, SCUC forced the peaker on at 2 p.m. to be ready for 6 p.m. Because SCUC smeared those startup costs, the day-ahead price at 3 p.m. settled artificially high. Let's say it cleared at $80 a megawatt hour.
Got it.
But now it is actually 3 p.m. in real time. The plant is physically online, SCUD looks at the grid, demand is still low, solar is still high. The peaker is forced to generate at its minimum level just to stay on, which means it's dumping unneeded power onto an already well-supplied grid.
Right, and SCED just sees too much power on the grid right now. It doesn't care why it's there. So SCED drops the real-time price through the floor.
Exactly. Maybe the real-time price crashes from $80 down to $10.
Or even goes negative.
Or it goes negative, which we frequently see in highly renewable markets. So for the exact same hour, 3 p.m., the day-ahead SCUC price was $80, and the real-time SCED price is $10. That is a massive $70 spread.
And that's not a glitch.
No, this divergence is not a mistake. It is not a glitch in the software. It is the mathematically correct output of two different algorithms running under different assumptions.
And this connects directly back to Module 3 of the course on virtual and convergence bidding. Because if you have the analytics desk to predict that SCUC is going to pull cost forward and artificially inflate the day-ahead price at 3 p.m.,
Right.
but you know SCED is going to crash the real-time price
Okay.
because the physical energy isn't actually needed.
Mm.
You can step in as a financial participant. You sell virtual power day ahead at $80 and you buy it back in real time at $10. You pocket a $70 profit per megawatt without ever owning a single power plant.
You capture the delta between the two algorithms, and this strikes at the core ethos of what makes a surviving power trader. Clean analytics and model skepticism are your primary weapons here.
Right.
The course material actually points out a very common interview mistake for aspiring desk analysts. They walk into a shop, they are shown a historical price spike in a shoulder hour, and they just draw a simple supply and demand crossing point. They assume the day-ahead price is just a snapshot of an energy shortage.
They confidently say, oh, well, demand shifted right, so price went up.
And the desk head interviewing them instantly knows they do not understand how nodal markets clear. You must internalize this. You are not just trading power, you are trading the outputs of two distinct, highly constrained optimization algorithms.
You are trading the math, literally. Well, let's synthesize the key takeaways for you so we can lock this framework into place before we go. First, SCUC security-constrained unit commitment is the core engine of the day-ahead market. It's the marriage of the binary on-off commitment decisions and the continuous security-constrained network dispatch, solved simultaneously over the entire next day.
Second, it is a massive NP-hard mixed integer program. It is computationally brutal. It experiences exponential combinatorial explosion, meaning the ISO has to use techniques like branch and bound just to find a near-optimal solution before the timer runs out.
Third, and honestly, this is the major P&L driver here, commitment decisions in SCUC explain price features that simple logic completely misses. It routinely pulls the cost of future evening peaks forward into afternoon shoulder hours, haunting the price curve.
And finally, the structural divergence between SCUC in the day-ahead market and SCED in the real-time market is what creates consistent, tradable opportunities. This divergence is the lifeblood of convergence bidding.
It's basically like finding out the matrix is real and it runs on linear algebra. I mean, SCUC is doing the heavy lifting of mapping out the entire grid's operations for tomorrow. But to truly understand how those constraints bind, to predict exactly which highway our buses will cause a traffic jam on, you need to understand the physical map the algorithm is solving against.
Which serves as our perfect bridge to the next step in the curriculum. Because in our next deep dive, we move to Chapter 12, Transmission Topology. We will explore the actual physical layout of the grid, the nodes, the hubs, and the constraints that provide the rigid boundaries for all this math we just talked about.
I'm incredibly excited for that one. Before we wrap up today's session, I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over. We talked about how that blinking price on your screen provides this illusion of precision, right? We establish that the official price settling billions of dollars is actually just a near-optimal approximation because a computer simply ran out of time to find the real answer.
Right.
So if the day-ahead prices driving your desk's daily profit and loss are bounded by a computer's time limits,
Yeah.
how much of your trading edge is actually derived from anticipating the physical reality of the grid, and how much of it is just trading the mathematical quirks and solver tolerances of one specific algorithm? Think about that the next time you look at your screen. We'll catch you on the next deep dive. Imagine, for just a second, that you buy a physical commodity. Let's say you buy a massive shipment of industrial goods down in New York, and you have a buyer lined up in Boston.
Okay, sounds straightforward enough.
Right. Normally, you just put it all on a truck, you drive it up I-95, and, well, you were done. But what if the exact second that truck left the warehouse in New York, the goods inside mysteriously shattered into a million pieces?
That would be a problem.
Yeah, a huge one. And then those pieces randomly scatter themselves across every single available highway, every back road, alleyway, and dirt detour in New England. And somehow, they managed to cause a massive traffic jam in rural Connecticut along the way.
I mean, it sounds completely absurd if you are trading lumber or, crude oil. But if you are trading electricity, that shattered truck is just a normal Tuesday. You just cannot package an electron, slap a shipping label on it, and send it down a single wire.
Which brings us directly to the core of today's deep dive. If you are working your way through the Durga Analytics Power Trading Desk Master Program, you already know But this program is a massive 234-chapter journey.
It's a beast.
It really is. It is designed to take you from the raw physics of the electrical grid straight through to executing trades, valuing assets, and building a durable enterprise trading desk. And today, we are firmly situated in Module 1, Power System Fundamentals, tackling Chapter 12, Transmission Topology.
And topology is really where the physics of the grid violently collides with the economics of the market. For the aspiring originators, the quantitative analysts, and the risk managers listening to this, understanding topology is not just some academic exercise.
It's the whole ball game, right?
It is the literal foundation of the desk you are trying to sit on. Every locational price difference, every congestion trade, every basis risk, and every financial transmission right strategy, they all originate from the physical layout of the grid. If you attempt to trade power without understanding the physical network of wires connecting the generators to the loads, you are just gambling on statistical noise.
And to avoid gambling, we have to start with the anatomy of the grid itself. Before we can model trades or calculate any kind of risk, we really need a shared vocabulary for what we are actually looking at on the screens.
Exactly. So let's break the grid down into its 4 foundational elements. The fundamental building block is the node, which is frequently called a bus.
A bus, okay.
Yeah, functionally, a node is just a connection point. It is the specific physical location where a generator injects power, where a load zone withdraws power, or where multiple transmission lines intersect. But more importantly for the trading desk, the node is where the math happens.
What do you mean by where the math happens?
Well, this is the exact location where locational marginal prices, or LMPs, are calculated and settled by the system operator.
So the node is essentially the absolute ground truth of the market, the specific microscopic point of injection or withdrawal.
Yes, exactly. And connecting those nodes, you have the second element, which is the line. These are the actual physical transmission wires.
The things you see driving down the highway.
Right, the big steel towers. And every single line on the grid is governed by strict physical constraints, primarily thermal limits and stability limits.
A thermal limit is just about heat.
Right, basically. It simply means that if you push too much current through a wire, the physical resistance causes it to heat up. The metal literally expands, the line physically sags, and, well, if it sags too low and touches a tree, you get a catastrophic fault.
Oh, wow. Okay, so lines are the physical constraints of our network.
Yeah.
What about when system operators group those constraints together? I see that in the source material.
Right, that brings us to the third element, the interface. An interface is not a single physical wire. It is a defined grouping of lines connecting different regions of the grid.
Why group them? Why not just look at them individually?
Because system operators monitor and manage an interface as a single mathematical constraint. Pushing power across a massive region often jeopardizes the transient stability of the entire system way before any single individual line hits its thermal limit. So you manage the aggregate flow across the interface to keep the broader grid from, totally collapsing.
Okay, so we have nodes, lines, and interfaces.
Yeah.
And those first 3 elements are firmly rooted in physical reality. But the 4th element on the list, the zone or the hub, it feels fundamentally different.
It is entirely different.
Because the zone is defined as an aggregation of nodes. It is essentially a mathematical average or like a weighted grouping of multiple underlying pricing locations across a geographic area.
Yeah. Markets create zones and hubs purely for commercial convenience.
Wait, so if a zone is just an aggregation, then trading at a zone assumes all the physical nodes inside that boundary behave identically. That feels like dividing a massive complex city into zip codes for the post office to use.
That is the perfect way to look at it.
Because the zip code makes sorting the mail easier, right? But the actual cars driving on the streets inside that zip code, they cross those invisible boundaries freely, they get stuck in local traffic, they navigate roadblocks that the zip code designation completely ignores.
I love that analogy because you are trading a financial fiction. I mean, it is significantly easier to build market liquidity for quote-unquote North Zone power than it is to find a counterparty willing to trade, Substation 42 Bus B power.
Right. Nobody wants to trade at that microscopic level just for standard hedges.
Exactly. Forward markets, retail contracts, general hedging, they are heavily reliant on these zonal constructs to standardize products. And this is a reality check that has literally cost inexperienced trading desks millions of dollars. The market might trade in zones, but the physics of the grid is strictly nodal.
The electrons do not respect the zip code.
They don't even know the zip code exists, which introduces the most counterintuitive rule in all of commodity trading and really the central premise of this chapter. Power flows by physics, not by contract paths.
This total decoupling of the financial contract from the physical delivery, it's totally unique to electricity, isn't it?
Completely unique.
Like if you buy a block of natural gas in Texas and sell it in Chicago, you pay for firm capacity on a specific pipeline, and the molecules are actually transported down that specific path.
Right. It's a linear transaction.
Yeah.
But in power, when you execute a bilateral trade injecting power at point A and withdrawing it at point B, the electricity does not obediently travel down a single designated A to B wire.
Our shattered truck from the intro.
Exactly. It distributes itself across the entire interconnected network based on the laws of physics, specifically a concept called impedance.
Let's unpack impedance functionally, because the source material makes it clear that it dictates everything. If I have a network of water pipes, water takes the path of least resistance. But it doesn't just look for the single largest pipe and send 100% of the water down it. It flows through all available pipes, with the volume of water in each pipe being inversely proportional to the resistance of that pipe.
Precisely. In an alternating current grid, impedance is basically a combination of electrical resistance and reactance. The power flow splits and distributes itself across all parallel paths. And this physical reality creates the phenomenon known as loop flow.
Loop flow.
Yeah. When you inject power at point A to satisfy your contract at point B, a percentage of that power might flow directly between the two nodes, but significant portions of that injection will loop out through entirely different regions of the grid. It's traveling across lines you never contracted for before eventually converging at the destination.
So your commercial contract is a straight line, but the physical flow is a scattered web, which actually leads to that classic interview trap from the Durga Analytics coursework.
Oh, I love this one.
Yeah, an interviewer asks an aspiring analyst, if you sell a block of power from zone A to zone C, does the electricity travel directly from A to C?
And it gets them every time. The candidate who hasn't internalized grid physics answers yes, assuming the contract path equals the physical path. They fail the interview.
Ouch.
The candidate who understands the desk reality explains that loop flow dictates the power will cross all available paths. They might get the job, but the candidate who actually gets the job takes it one step further.
What do they say?
They explain that because of loop flow, a simple transaction between Zone A and Zone C can mathematically cause massive, crippling congestion on a totally unrelated transmission line hundreds of miles away.
Wow. Let's put some mechanics behind that concept, because visualizing how a trade in one location blows up a line somewhere else, that seems crucial for modeling risk on a desk.
Sure.
The source material outlines a pristine 5-node network diagram to illustrate this.
Right, the classic 5-node model.
Yeah, so we have 5 nodes, A, B, C, D, and E, connected in a web of transmission lines.
Let's model a scenario on that network. Imagine you have a massive, highly efficient combined cycle gas plant sitting at node A. It can produce power very cheaply. And over at node C, you have a major metropolitan area where everyone just turned on their air conditioning.
So load is spiking.
Right, load is through the roof. The economic imperative is obvious. The market wants to dispatch the cheap generation at A to serve the high load at C.
Okay, so we turn on the cheap gas plant.
Now apply the rules of impedance. As the system operator ramps up generation at node A, that power splits. Let's say, based on the network's impedance characteristics, 60% of the power takes a fairly direct northern route, flowing from node A through node B and into node C.
Okay, and the remaining 40% takes a longer southern route. It loops from A down to node D, across to node E, and then finally up to node C.
Exactly. Now let's introduce a physical constraint. The transmission line connecting node D and node E has a strict thermal limit. And because of ambient temperatures and other background flows on the grid, that line is already operating at its maximum capacity.
So it's full.
It cannot take a single additional megawatt of flow.
I see the collision here. We want to push cheap power from A to C, but 40% of any new power we inject at A is going to route itself across the D to E line.
And if you push more power across D to D, you violate the thermal limit. The line overheats. The system operator simply cannot allow this.
You know, often people compare a thermal limit to a dam holding back water, but a dam stops flow completely. A thermal limit feels more like a crowded hallway between two subway platforms.
How so?
Well, if you shove more commuters into a hallway that is already at maximum density, the physical friction goes up, people get crushed, and movement stops entirely. To prevent a catastrophe, the transit authority doesn't just lock the hallway doors. They have to stop people from entering the subway station miles away.
That is exactly how the grid operates. Great analogy. The system operator runs a mathematical algorithm called Security Constrained Economic Dispatch, or SCE.
SCE, right.
When the D to E line binds, the SCED algorithm realizes it cannot dispatch the cheap $20 generator at node A anymore, because doing so would overload the crowded hallway between D and E.
Wait, so how does the metropolitan area at node C get its power? People still have their air conditioners running.
The operator has to find generation that can serve node C without mathematically contributing flow to the D to E line. And usually this means turning on an older, highly inefficient peaker plant located right next to node C.
Which is incredibly expensive. Let's say that peaker plant costs $100 per megawatt hour to run.
You just found your locational marginal prices. The system operator is forced to constrain the cheap power at A and dispatch the expensive power at C. The LMP at node A might settle at $20, while the LMP at node C spikes to $100.
The shadow price of the congested line just dictated the price spread across the grid. A bottleneck between D and E, a line completely unrelated to the commercial transaction between A and C, forced an $80 spread between those two nodes.
That is the mechanics of topology in action. The congestion spread wasn't created by the contract path. It was mathematically forced by the physical impedance of the network.
Okay, so if I am sitting on a trading desk, how do I actually monetize this? If I am just waiting for the SCED algorithm to publish a $100 price at node C on my screen, the opportunity is already gone.
Oh, totally. You monetize it through anticipation and financial instruments. Specifically, financial transmission rights, or FTRs. Desk traders carry a quantitative map of their grid's recurring constraints. Physical topologies don't change randomly. The wires have fixed characteristics.
So if a quantitative analyst models the grid, they can identify these structural bottlenecks in advance.
Yes. They calculate what we call power transfer distribution factors, or PTDF.
PTDF.
Right. They know exactly what percentage of a trade from A to C will land on the D to E line. If a veteran trader sees a severe heat wave forecasted for next week, they know load at C will spike. They run their models, and the math tells them that the D to E line will inevitably bind before the market can fully satisfy the load at C.
They know the hallway is going to get too crowded before the commuters even leave their houses.
Exactly. So they execute a trade. They buy an FTR, which is a financial derivative that pays out based on the congestion price difference between node A and node C.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so when the heat wave hits, the D to E line binds, the system operator forces that $80 price spread to materialize, and the trader's FTR swap pays out massively. They profit from the physical topology failing under stress.
Which highlights a crucial enterprise reality that the Durga Analytics program really hammers home, because the 5-node model is perfect for learning the mechanics. But a real-world balancing authority like PJM or ERCOT doesn't have 5 nodes.
No, not at all.
It has thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of pricing nodes. The loop flows and PTDFs across a network of that magnitude are mathematically staggering. I mean, human intuition is utterly useless.
It is worse than useless. It is actively dangerous. To survive on an enterprise desk, you must rely on rigorous network modeling. And this brings us to model skepticism, which is huge. There are 3 massive desk-killing pitfalls you have to avoid when architecting an energy trading and risk management, or ETRM, system.
Okay, if we agree that zones are a fiction, then the first pitfall has to be treating zonal aggregations as physical realities. If an ETRM system calculates risk based purely on historical price correlations between zones, it is fundamentally flawed, right?
It is a ticking time bomb. Let's look at a historical desk failure. A quantitative team models a trade based on the last 5 years of price correlations within a specific zone. They assume all nodes in that zone move together, but they ignore the underlying topology.
Right.
Suddenly, an internal transmission line hits a thermal limit that hasn't bound in half a decade.
And the SCED algorithm kicks in.
And it forcefully disconnects a minor node from the zonal average to manage the constraint. The historical correlation instantly breaks down. The desk's models show they are perfectly hedged, but they are suddenly bleeding millions of dollars in basis risk because their ETRM didn't understand the physical wires inside the zip code.
Ouch. That leads directly to the second pitfall, which is ignoring loop flows in your risk calculations. If your system evaluates an injection at A and a withdrawal at C, and mathematically assumes the power flows in a straight line, your congestion exposure is completely fabricated.
Completely.
You will think you have zero risk on the D2E interface right up until the exact moment it binds and blows out your position.
Which is exactly why an enterprise ETRM cannot just be a sophisticated database of historical price time series. It must contain an explicit representation of the network. It needs reference data mapping the limits and impedance of every single line.
But that implies the network map is static, which brings us to the third pitfall. The physical towers might be bolted to the ground, but the electrical topology is changing constantly, isn't it?
Constantly. I mean, system operators execute planned switching to take lines out of service for maintenance. Trees fall on wires. Substations undergo repairs.
Right. Stuff happens in the real world.
Exactly. The D2E constraint that your desk profited from all last summer, it might not even exist today because a parallel line is out for maintenance, forcing the impedance matrix of the entire grid to shift. The loop flow finds a new path, and a completely different interface becomes the bottleneck.
So if your ETRM system doesn't dynamically ingest daily transmission outage data and recalculate the shifting impedance of the grid, you are basically driving a race car while staring in the rearview mirror.
That's a great way to put it. And this is exactly why Module 3 of this master program requires you to build a nodal pricing model from scratch.
You have to actually build it yourself.
Yeah, you aren't permitted to just download LMPs and run statistical regressions. You have to literally construct the physical node and line network, define the thermal limits, and run the dispatch math yourself. Because if you do not explicitly model the physical constraints of the network, you have zero chance of predicting the financial price.
Let's synthesize everything we've covered today. The grid is not a highway. It is a complex web of nodes, lines, and interfaces. Markets utilize zones to generate commercial liquidity, but the absolute reality of power flow and pricing is strictly nodal.
Right. Contract paths are just a financial convenience. Physical power follows the laws of impedance, creating loop flows across all parallel paths.
And because power flows according to physics, congestion is not arbitrary. It occurs at predictable topological bottlenecks when the system operator's dispatch algorithm is forced to bypass cheap generation to prevent a line from exceeding its thermal limit.
Exactly.
Topology is the ultimate physical mechanism driving every locational price difference you will ever model on a trading desk.
Spot on. And to close out our focus on Chapter 12, I want to leave you with a desk-focused thought experiment.
Okay, let's hear it.
We just spent a significant amount of time detailing how veteran traders map repeating constraints, right? They build models around them and they trade FTRs against them. But what happens to the mathematical validity of your ETRM system and all of your historical pricing data on the day a utility finally energizes a brand new high-voltage transmission line across the center of your market?
Oh, wow. If power flow is dictated by the impedance of the entire network, adding one new wire doesn't just alleviate local traffic.
No, it alters the impedance matrix of the entire grid. The physical flow of every single megawatt injected into the system recalculates.
That's mind-bending.
It is. A constraint that your desk reliably traded against for a decade might just evaporate overnight, and a completely new bottleneck might violently emerge 3 states away. One new wire permanently rewrites the physics of the entire commercial market.
It is a terrifying reality for a lazy modeler, but a massive opportunity for a desk that actually understands the mechanics. And understanding the specific physics governing those lines is exactly where the Durga Analytics program takes you next. Now that we know power flows proportionally across the entire network, we have to understand the physical forces driving it down those specific wires. As you close out your notes for today, prepare to dive into Chapter 13, AC versus DC power flow, where we will continue building that desk-ready foundation. Keep analyzing the grid, trust the physics over the contract, and we will see you in the next deep dive.
Imagine stepping onto a trading floor, right? Where billions of dollars change hands every single day.
Oh, it's intense.
Yeah. And you are looking at a system of measurement like a financial pricing mechanism, and naturally you expect absolute precision.
Right, like engineering.
Exactly. You assume that if you put a commodity on a scale, it weighs 10 pounds, and the market prices it at 10 pounds.
That makes logical sense.
But when you look closely at wholesale power markets, that perfect scale is completely broken. The pricing landscape is, in many ways, an intentional illusion.
Yeah.
Or at least, a highly engineered mathematical compromise.
And I'll tell you this, if you trade physical or financial power without understanding the mechanics of that specific compromise, the market will gladly just take your money.
Wow. Well, welcome to today's deep dive. We are jumping into a space where the raw physical engineering of the grid collides head-on with high-level trading strategy.
It's a fascinating intersection.
It really is. And our source material today is the authoritative Durga Analytics Power Trading Desk Master Program. For you listening, if you really want to understand how power markets actually function behind the curtain, this is the gold standard.
Absolutely, because it is built specifically for practitioners, the originators, analysts, quants, risk managers, and ETRM professionals who actually have to navigate this space and generate revenue.
Right. And to give you a sense of the sheer scale of this program, it's a massive sequence 13-module journey. It spans 234 chapters.
Yeah, it is comprehensive.
To say the least, it starts with the physical reality, right? Module 1 is power system fundamentals. Then we move into Module 2, running a power trading desk.
And then it scales up from there. Module 3 hits the US and EU power market reality, which flows right into Module 4, strategy beyond textbook trades.
Right, and then we get heavily into the math and systems. Module 5 is valuation, analytics, and model skepticism. Module 6 is analytics, AI, and data engineering for desks. And then Module 7 is risk management for survivors.
Which is a great title, by the way, because survival is the goal. And that sets up Module 8 on execution, scheduling, and operational risk, followed by Module 9, ETRM, as a strategic control layer.
Yeah. Then we zoom out a bit. Module 10 is regulation, behavior, and leadership. Module 11 covers enterprise ETRM and technology architecture. Module 12 is building a durable power desk.
And it all finishes with Module 13, the capstone, which is designing a trading organization. You really cannot build a durable desk, let alone a whole organization, if you don't understand the foundational mechanics of how power is priced.
Which perfectly brings us to our mission for today. We are bypassing the high-level strategy for a moment and zooming all the way in on the foundation. Module 1, Chapter 13, which is AC versus DC power flow.
Yeah, putting on my consultant hat here, having spent decades building these desks and ETRM systems, this is the exact topic where junior traders and analysts always stumble.
Really? Just the AC versus DC concept?
Oh, constantly. Because this is not just an abstract, electrical engineering lecture. This is about understanding the exact mathematical approximations that independent system operators use to generate locational marginal prices, or LMPs.
Right, the actual prices on the screen.
Exactly. Knowing the difference between the physical grid and the market's mathematical model is literally what separates traders who get blindsided by congestion from those who survive and make money.
Okay, let's unpack this, because if this mathematical compromise is so dangerous to a trader's P&L, we need to look at what the math is actually replacing. So what is the physical reality of the grid before the pricing algorithms even get their hands on it?
So the physical reality of the power grid is governed by full AC power flow, alternating current.
Okay.
When you are looking at the actual metal wire suspended from those giant transmission towers, you are dealing with a really complex interplay of real power, reactive power, voltages, and flow angles.
Okay, wait, I have to stop you there, because real power and reactive power are terms that get thrown around a lot. And real power makes perfect sense to me. That's the actual megawatts doing the work, right? Turning the motors, lighting the bulbs. But reactive power always feels like, I don't know, a ghost in the machine. What is it, actually?
That's a great way to put it. Think of it like a freshly poured pint of beer.
Oh, I like where this is going.
Right. So the liquid beer is your real power. That is the part that actually does the work of quenching your thirst.
Makes sense.
But the foam at the top, that's the reactive power. It doesn't quench your thirst, but you absolutely need it.
Wait, I need the foam.
In this analogy, yes, because the foam takes up physical capacity in the glass. And in a power grid, reactive power maintains the voltage, the physical pressure needed to actually push the real power across the transmission system.
Oh, wow. So you need the foam to keep the beer flowing, but the foam is taking up valuable space in the glass.
Exactly. The wires only have so much physical capacity. And furthermore, the physics governing how the liquid, the foam, and the pressure interact, they are highly nonlinear.
Nonlinear, which means what if you change one variable, the others don't just change in a neat, proportional, easy-to-calculate way.
Spot on. A nonlinear system is incredibly sensitive. If a grid operator, say, injects 10 more megawatts of real power at a specific node, it doesn't just increase the flow on one line by 10 megawatts.
Right, it spreads out.
It changes the flow angles across the entire network, which alters the reactive power requirements, which in turn causes the voltage to fluctuate at substations 100 miles away.
That sounds like a nightmare to manage.
It is. The math required to balance a full AC system is incredibly complex, but strictly essential. The engineers in the control room absolutely must monitor this full AC reality.
Because if they don't.
Because if they lose control of the reactive power, the voltage drops and the physical grid collapses into a blackout.
Okay, so if full AC is the actual life or death reality of the grid, here's my question. Why on earth don't our market pricing models just use those exact physics to set the LMPs?
It's a very logical question.
Right, because if I'm trading a commodity, shouldn't the pricing engine match the actual physics of the commodity?
Yes, in a perfect world. But that brings us to the core bottleneck of wholesale power markets, the optimization problem.
The optimization problem, okay.
A market clearing engine has to look at thousands of generators, thousands of miles of transmission lines, and literally millions of points of demand.
Right.
And it has to constantly figure out the absolute cheapest way to turn on power plants to meet demand without physically melting any transmission lines.
And it has to run this massive calculation every 5 minutes for the real-time market, right?
Exactly. It uses algorithms called SCUC Security Constrained Unit Commitment and SCED Security Constrained Economic Dispatch.
Okay, let's break those acronyms down real quick for the listener.
Sure. SCUC decides which power plants need to be turned on or off over a multi-hour horizon. And SCED figures out exactly how many megawatts each of those running plants should produce right now.
Just to find the cheapest overall dispatch while keeping the grid secure?
Exactly. But let's talk about the computational burden of that.
Yeah.
You've got this SCED algorithm trying to find the cheapest 5-minute dispatch.
Yeah.
But if it tries to use the full AC, nonlinear math, what happens?
The optimization engine just chokes.
It completely chokes.
Yeah.
Solving a nonlinear optimization problem across thousands of nodes is just computationally overwhelming.
I picture it like trying to solve a massive Rubik's Cube. But because it's nonlinear, twisting one row on the left side magically scrambles the colors on the back. You can't just isolate one piece.
That captures the frustration perfectly. In nonlinear math, the variables are totally interdependent. The computer simply cannot twist that Rubik's Cube fast enough to find a definitive, guaranteed optimal solution every 5 minutes.
So it might just time out.
Exactly. The algorithms might get stuck in a loop or fail to converge on a single answer. And a market cannot function if the pricing engine throws an error code because the math was too hard.
Yeah, you can't just tell traders, oh, sorry, no prices, this 5 minutes, the computer's thinking.
Right. The market needs speed, and it needs a guaranteed mathematical solution.
So to get that speed, the market operators had to invent a shortcut, which I'm assuming introduces a massive gap between the physical grid and the mathematical model we trade on.
A massive gap, one that creates severe risks for the unwary and incredible opportunities for a sophisticated trading desk.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting. When I look at the text for this chapter, there is a specific trap highlighted for junior traders and analysts regarding interview questions.
Oh, the DC trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The market uses something called a DC power flow model. Now, when I see the letters DC, my mind immediately goes to a battery, or Thomas Edison, direct current.
Sure, most people's do.
But the program highlights that assumption as a massive pitfall. Why?
Because the DC name in market modeling is purely historical and analogical. It has absolutely nothing to do with direct current.
Wait, really? Nothing at all?
Nothing. The grid is still physically pumping alternating current. In this context, DC power flow simply means a linearized approximation of AC flow.
Oh, so we take the messy, complex, nonlinear Rubik's Cube of the AC grid, and we mathematically flatten it out into independent straight lines just to make the computers happy.
That is exactly what we do. We force the math to be linear. And to do that, the market models make 3 massive mathematical assumptions.
Okay, what are they?
First, they assume a completely flat voltage profile across the entire grid. They just pretend the pressure is perfectly stable everywhere at exactly 1.0 per unit.
Just totally ignoring reality.
Yep. Second, they assume very small angle differences between connected nodes, which allows them to substitute complex trigonometry with simple algebra.
Nice shortcut. And the third?
Third, they assume that line resistance is negligible relative to reactance.
Wait, so they intentionally lie to the pricing algorithm. They pretend voltage drops don't exist and wires don't lose energy as heat.
They mathematically erase the complexity because linearity is the prize here. That is the fundamental takeaway for anyone sitting on a power desk.
Well, linear math is fast.
It is fast, and it is tractable. When you feed linear equations into a SCUC or SCED optimization engine, it solves beautifully. It produces clean, reliable, locational marginal prices incredibly quickly.
But there is a glaring trade-off here. We gain computational speed, but we have to ask what we are losing in the process.
A lot.
Right. So what does this DC approximation actually capture, and what gets left on the cutting room floor?
Well, the DC model does capture the bulk of the economic reality. It successfully tracks real power flows, so the actual megawatts moving around.
The liquid beer.
Yes, exactly. And it captures the thermal limits of the transmission lines, identifying where the real power is causing a bottleneck. Because of this, it successfully produces the energy and congestion components of the LMP.
Okay, so it gets the broad strokes of the liquid beer flowing through the pipes.
It does. But what it intentionally omits is staggering. The core market pricing engine completely ignores reactive power. It completely ignores voltage constraints. And it typically omits line losses within the core flow calculation. Though, to be fair, those are usually patched back in as a separate mathematical step to form the loss component of the LMP.
But still, the very engine dictating the prices that traders are buying and selling at is entirely blind to voltage and reactive power. The foam and the pressure literally don't exist in the market's reality.
They do not exist in the LMP calculation. Now, for most standard energy market congestion, this DC approximation is considered, good enough.
Right. It gets the job done most days.
Exactly. It is the industry standard across ISOs. But because the market intentionally ignores voltage, we arrive at a critical operational reality. What happens when voltage is the actual problem on the physical grid?
Yeah, let's walk through a real-world scenario from the text to ground this, because this is the exact moment where the map fails to match the territory.
Okay, imagine a market clearing engine running right now. The optimization algorithm is using the linear DC power flow. It looked at a major transmission corridor and calculates the flow of real megawatts.
Okay, checking the math.
Right. And it sees no thermal limits binding. According to the linear map, the corridor has plenty of room. So the LMPs print at uniform, clean prices. The market mathematically declares there is zero congestion.
The computer says the route is perfectly clear.
Meanwhile, over in the control room, the real-time grid operator is not looking at the DC approximation. They're running full AC analysis to keep the grid physically stable.
Because they have to keep the lights on.
Exactly. And their AC model shows a massive voltage limit looming on that exact same corridor.
Oh, no.
Right. The lines aren't melting from too many megawatts, but the reactive power is depleted and the voltage is sagging dangerously. If the operator lets the power flow the way the market just cleared it, the voltage will collapse and trigger a regional blackout.
Man, it is literally like trusting a GPS that only tracks speed limits, but is completely blind to flooded roads.
That's a perfect analogy.
The map says your route is clear. It routes you directly toward the hazard, but the physical road is under 10 feet of water. So what does the operator do? They can't just let the grid crash because the market algorithm is blind.
No, they hit the manual override. To keep the lights on, the operator has to step in and perform an out-of-market manual intervention, often called an out-of-market redispatch.
Walk us through the mechanics of that. How does an out-of-market redispatch actually work? Do they just hit a button?
They literally pick up the phone.
Really? A phone call?
Yeah. The operator calls a specific power plant that the market algorithm did not select. Usually, it's an expensive, inefficient gas peaker plant located near the voltage problem.
Okay.
And the operator tells them, turn on immediately.
Yeah.
I don't need your megawatts. I need you to inject reactive power into this local pocket to prop up the voltage.
Wow.
And simultaneously, the operator might call a cheaper plant that the market did select and force them to turn down to make physical room on the wires.
Okay, so how does this mechanical reality hit a trader's P&L? Because I'm assuming it does.
Oh, heavily. If you are a naive trader sitting on a desk, relying purely on the DC-based congestion signals popping up in your screen, you would have completely missed this constraint.
Because your screen said the corridor was clear.
Exactly. You might have placed a financial transmission right, an FTR, or a virtual trade, betting heavily that prices across that corridor would remain uniform because your modeling showed no thermal limits.
You bet on the map, not the road.
And you lose money. Because when the operator steps in and forces an expensive plant to turn on, that physical intervention alters the flow of power.
Which changes the math again.
Yes, and that can eventually bleed into the real-time LMPs in highly unpredictable ways or create uplift charges that just erode your margins.
So the experienced traders, they know this.
Experienced congestion traders know the market uses a DC approximation. They know the blind spots of their own GPS.
They know that in voltage-prone, heavily loaded, or weak parts of the grid, clean-looking market prices are basically a mirage.
They treat those prices with deep suspicion. The smartest traders don't just trade the math. They trade the physical reality that the math is intentionally ignoring. They anticipate those out-of-market operator actions.
This raises a massive question for the architecture of a trading organization. The Durga Analytics program specifically calls out the enterprise perspective for quants, risk managers, and the professionals designing ETRM energy trading and risk management systems.
Yes, Module 11 covers this extensively.
Right. So how do you build an internal model when you know for a fact that the public market model is flawed?
It creates a fascinating data and modeling dilemma for advanced power systems analytics. It ultimately comes down to a core question. What exactly are you trying to predict?
Are you trying to predict the financial price or the physical action of the grid operator?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If your goal as a quant is to replicate market LMPs like, say you are building a nodal price model to test new day-ahead trading strategies, you must replicate the DC approximation.
So you have to purposefully build a flawed linear model.
You must intentionally blind your own system to voltage and reactive power, because that flawed math is exactly what the ISO is using to calculate the financial settlement.
That is wild, because if you build a perfectly accurate physical full AC model to predict the market price, your prediction will be completely wrong because the market isn't using full AC to set the price.
You'll literally outsmart yourself.
You outsmart yourself.
Precisely. But if your goal is to predict what the actual human grid operator is going to do, if you are trying to anticipate those out-of-market manual phone calls that ruin the clean trades, then your model needs richer physics.
You need the full picture.
You need to model the full AC reality or build a very sophisticated hybrid system to see the voltage constraints that the market is missing.
It is brilliant how this single technical distinction ripples through the entire trading organization. The text connects this concept back to so many different stages of the master program.
It is entirely foundational. I mean, this exact dilemma dictates the modeling fidelity required for the nodal pricing project you undertake in Module 3.
Right, which explicitly requires a DC-style linear model.
Exactly. And it serves as the mechanical prerequisite for understanding the grid reliability actions discussed later in Chapter 17 when we dive into the specific protocols operators follow when they hit that manual override.
Furthermore, from a technology architecture standpoint, these network representation choices are a massive factor in enterprise analytics, which is the focus of Module 11, as you mentioned.
Absolutely, because think about it. If your firm's ETRM system doesn't mathematically differentiate between an AC physical limit and a DC market limit, the risk management reports sitting on the chief risk officer's desk are going to be fundamentally flawed.
They're flying blind without even knowing it.
Exactly.
Well, we have covered some incredibly dense foundational ground today. Let's pull this together into the core takeaways for you listening. First, full AC is the non-linear physical reality of the grid. It requires balancing the real power liquid, the reactive power foam, and the voltage pressure. Second, the market simply cannot compute that Rubik's Cube fast enough, so it relies on the DC approximation, a mathematical shortcut that uses linear math, assuming away voltage and resistance to quickly produce LMPs every 5 minutes.
And third, while that DC model is an acceptable industry standard for, standard real power congestion, it is entirely blind to voltage-driven constraints.
The flooded road.
The flooded roads. In weak parts of the grid, the market price will project a false sense of security, forcing the grid operator to take manual, out-of-market actions to keep the system stable. The gap between the linear math and the nonlinear physics is where the risk and the profit truly lives.
Understanding how the market calculates this congestion flaws, blind spots, and all is the ultimate primer for our next topic in the Durga Analytics sequence.
It really is. This paves the way perfectly for Chapter 14, Transmission Constraints and Congestion, where we move from the foundational math into how a desk actually trades these physical bottlenecks.
It changes the way you look at a pricing screen forever. And I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over before we tackle the next chapter.
Let's hear it.
If the entire wholesale market pricing structure, the LMPs that dictate billions of dollars in financial trading and physical dispatch every single day, if it's fundamentally built in a mathematical approximation that is completely blind to voltage and reactive power, how much of the market reality we trade every day is actually real, and how much is just a convenient illusion created by our desperate need for computational speed?
Answering that question is the first step to building a truly durable trading edge.
Until next time, keep questioning the map.
Welcome to this special deep dive. We are incredibly excited to get into today's topic, and I want to set the stage right away by talking directly to you, the listener. If you are an aspiring or working power market professional, maybe you're a quant, a trader, an originator, or sitting in risk management, you already know that this market is unlike any other asset class.
Oh, absolutely. It's completely unique.
Right. And to really master it, you need a solid framework.
Yeah.
So today, we're drawing from the underlying curriculum of the Power Trading Desk Master Program, which is put together by Durga Analytics.
Which is just a massive, comprehensive program.
It really is. I mean, it's a sequence journey across 13 modules and 234 chapters. It literally takes you all the way from the physical power systems and market reality straight through to trading strategy, valuation, analytics, risk management, execution, ETRM technology, regulation, and finally, how to actually design a durable trading organization.
Yeah, it covers, well, basically everything you need to survive on a real desk.
Exactly. And to help us navigate this, I'm joined today by a seasoned power trading and risk management consultant from Durga Analytics. Our expert has decades of experience doing exactly this, building desks, trading physical and financial power, designing ETRM systems, and, actually surviving the markets.
Glad to be here. It's a wild market, but it's fascinating to unpack.
So today's mission, we are pulling the lens tightly onto exactly where we are in this journey. We're looking at Module 1, Chapter 14, which is titled Transmission Constraints and Congestion.
A very, very important chapter.
Yeah, because here is the hook for today. For a trader, congestion is not some grid malfunction. It's exactly where a massive amount of P&L lives. The goal of this deep dive is to bridge that gap between the bare metal physics of the grid and the tradable financial spreads on your screen.
Because if you don't understand the physical constraint, your pricing models are basically just guessing.
Okay, let's unpack this. We're starting with segment 1, the physics of the grid. When we say the network binds, what does congestion actually mean in the context of power markets?
So congestion occurs when a transmission constraint physically binds. And by binds, I mean the network simply cannot carry all the power that the cheapest, least cost dispatch wants to move. The algorithm wants to use the cheapest power available, but the physical wire just says, no, I can't take any more without melting.
So it's kind of like having a giant warehouse of super cheap goods, right?
Yeah.
But the only road leading to the city where the buyers are is this tiny one-lane dirt path. You literally physically can't get all the cheap goods to the buyers.
That is a perfect analogy, yes.
Yeah.
But we have to add the critical power grid twist to that, because unlike trucks on a dirt path that can just wait in line, electricity doesn't wait. Supply and demand have to balance every single millisecond.
Right, you can't just park electrons on the highway.
Exactly. So when that constraint binds, the system operator is forced into what we call redispatch. They have to tell the cheap generation on the front side of the constraint to back off. They literally say, stop generating, even though you're cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, to keep the lights on for the city, they have to fire up more expensive generation that sits closer to the load behind the constraint. So they are actively swapping cheap power for expensive power just to manage the flow on that one wire.
That's incredible.
And this is a core tenet I really want to hammer home for anyone listening. Congestion is not a malfunction. It is the normal, fully expected consequence of running a finite physical network through an economic dispatch model.
Okay, so that brings us right into segment 2. Because if we have different generators running at entirely different costs just because of a wire, that has to mess with the pricing. So what does this all mean for the numbers on the screen?
Well, it breaks the idea of a single market price. That redispatch creates locational price differences. Once that constraint binds, the marginal cost to serve the next megawatt of load completely diverges. It's cheap in front of the bottleneck and it's expensive behind it. That is how one single commodity, electricity, ends up having dozens or even hundreds of different prices at the exact same instant across the grid. We call this locational marginal pricing, or LMP.
So I'm looking at the visual chart from the course materials right now, and it shows LMP decomposed by node. We've got the hub, north, south, export. Let's walk the listener through this hands-on example from the text. Say I'm an analyst looking at a specific node, and the LMP is clearing at $70.
Right, the $70 node. This is where people get tripped up, because that $70 is not just a random number, and it's not a single variable. Mathematically, it decomposes into 3 distinct buckets.
Okay, break those down for me.
So in this example, it breaks down into $40 for energy, $28 for congestion, and $2 for loss. The $40 is the system energy price, basically what the power would cost if the grid had no bottlenecks at all, an infinite copper plate.
Just perfect, frictionless transmission.
Exactly. But we don't live on a copper plate. So what's fascinating here is that $28 congestion component. That $28 is the literal shadow price of that specific binding constraint mapped back to this location.
The shadow price.
Yeah, it's the financial penalty of the bottleneck.
Yeah.
It tells the optimization algorithm exactly how much money the entire system would save if we could magically expand that one transmission line by a single megawatt. And the key thing to remember is, if nothing is binding anywhere, that congestion component is exactly zero across the board.
Okay, but what about that $2 for loss? I mean, I feel like people mix those two up all the time.
Oh, constantly. You see junior analysts treat congestion and losses like they're the same thing. They're not. Losses are just the physical reality of pushing power over a wire. A little bit burns off as heat. It's small, it's physical, it's predictable.
But congestion is massive and binary.
Ex-
Okay, so if we have different prices at different nodes, $40 here, $70 there, traders must be licking their chops.
Mm.
I mean, here's where it gets really interesting.
Mm.
How does a desk actually trade this?
Let's use the textbook's worked example for this because it translates perfectly to the real world.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine you've got abundant, cheap wind power up north. The marginal unit there is clearing at $25 a megawatt hour.
Nice and cheap.
Right. But the transmission line heading south is at its absolute thermal limit. It's fully maxed out. So down south, behind the constraint, the ISO has to turn on a really expensive gas plant to meet demand, and that clears at $70.
Okay, so north is 25, south is 70.
Exactly. And that creates a massive $45 spread between those two nodes. On a trading desk, this spread is known as the basis.
The basis, okay. And how do you capture that $45? You're not actually buying physical electricity and putting it in a battery, right?
No. Desks trade this structural physical phenomenon using financial instruments, specifically FTRs, or financial transmission rates. You take a long south minus north basis position.
So you're basically betting on the spread.
Yeah, you're buying a derivative contract that pays out the difference in congestion prices between those two nodes. If you expect the weather to drive high demand in the south, and you know the grid topology means that line will bind, you buy the FTR.
Wait, let me push back on this a little bit.
Sure.
This transmission line, it's a massive physical wire. It's just sitting there every day. It doesn't move.
Yeah.
The ISO publishes its exact capacity limits.
Right.
Every desk has the same data. So if it's entirely predictable, why is there any risk at all? Isn't it just free money?
And that question brings us perfectly into the desk insight and reality check portion of the chapter. Because yes, in a textbook, congestion looks completely deterministic. It looks like a structural certainty.
Right. The pipe is small, the flow is big, it binds.
But the reality of running a desk that actually survives and makes money year after year is very different. The fundamental question for any basis position is, will that underlying constraint keep binding?
Because if it doesn't bind.
If it doesn't bind, you lose everything. And that's where the risk lives. We call these topology shifts. Suppose a utility finishes building a new parallel transmission line a week early. Suddenly, there's a new path for the power to flow.
Oh, wow. So the pressure in the system just drops instantly?
Instantly. Or, say, a major factory in the south unexpectedly shuts down for maintenance, so local demand drops. Or the weather patterns shift and it's 10 degrees cooler than expected. The flow on that critical line drops just below the thermal limit.
And the constraint is relieved.
Yes. And the second that constraint stops binding, the shadow price goes to zero. The locational marginal prices converge. That beautiful $45 spread you were banking on, it collapses to maybe $1 or $2, just covering the physical losses.
That's terrifying.
It is. That collapse is the ultimate risk in the position. And it's exactly what wipes out inexperienced traders.
Which leads to some common pitfalls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially for analysts and quants coming into power from, say, equities or traditional finance.
Oh, absolutely. A huge pitfall is treating basis as random statistical noise. A quant from the stock market might look at historical spreads and try to model them using normal distributions, like a rolling standard deviation.
But it's not a normal distribution.
Not at all. It's binary. The wire is either binding or it's not. If you treat it like random walk noise instead of structural congestion, your valuation models will be entirely wrong.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, This data doesn't just live on the trader's screen.
No, it feeds the entire enterprise. In Module 3, this understanding is the foundation for FTR valuation. In Module 7, the risk team uses this exact topology data to define formal congestion risk classes, so the desk doesn't over-concentrate in one geographic corridor.
Right. You don't want 5 traders all holding different positions that blow up if one single wire stops binding.
Exactly. And in Module 9, this decomposed LMP data feeds straight into your ETRM technology for P&L attribution. When you make money, the ETRM needs to prove why you made it. Was it the energy price, or was it a smart play on a congestion shadow price?
Wow. It really is the DNA of the whole operation. So I want to explicitly share the chapter's interview question here for the listener's career prep. Because if you're interviewing for a desk, you will get some version of this.
Very likely, yes.
The question is, if 2 nodes, 100 miles apart, have very different prices at the exact same instant, what is the cause?
And the answer you need to give is congestion. A binding constraint is forcing an out-of-merit redispatch.
And the follow-up, how do you trade it?
You trade it using FTRs, or basis positions, betting on the locational spread.
Simple, clean, and directly tied to the physics.
All right,
Let's run through a rapid-fire summary of the key takeaways from today's deep dive.
go for it.
1. Congestion happens when transmission constraints physically bind. 2. This forces the ISO to redispatch, swapping cheap power for expensive power. 3. This creates locational basis spreads. 4. An LMP breaks down into energy, congestion, and loss components. And 5. These spreads are highly tradable, but they carry the binary risk of completely collapsing if that physical constraint is relieved.
That's the perfect summary. You've got the mechanics down. But I do want to leave the listener with a final, unscripted thought to mull over. Something that's keeping a lot of risk managers awake at night right now.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Lay it on us.
We've spent this whole time discussing how congestion is structural. It's based on physical limits, steel wires, and relatively stable, predictable power plants like coal or nuclear. But consider this. The grid is rapidly filling up with highly intermittent, totally unpredictable renewable energy sources. Wind and solar.
Right. If a cloud covers a solar farm, you lose generation instantly.
Exactly. So how is that going to transform these historically stable physical constraints? When your inputs become violent pulses of weather-driven energy, a line that was totally fine 5 minutes ago might suddenly hit its thermal limit, bind, and spike the price to $1,000, and then drop back to 0 10 minutes later when the sun comes back out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The question is, are the structural, reliable basis spreads of yesterday going to become the unpredictable widowmakers of tomorrow?
That is a fascinating and slightly terrifying thought to end on. Because the wire doesn't change, but the flow becomes chaos.
Exactly.
Well, now that you, the listener, understand how physical constraints mathematically create these prices, it's time to look at how different markets actually draw the maps for these prices. We are seamlessly transitioning the journey to our next step. When we return, we'll be breaking down Module 1, Chapter 15. Nodal versus zonal market design. You won't want to miss it.
Thanks for having me.
See you on the next deep dive. You know, when you think about a physical traffic jam, like on a massive 10-lane highway, it is undeniably obvious.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Cars are stopped, horns are blaring, and if you're stuck right in the middle of it, you know exactly where the bottleneck is.
Yeah, and you feel the cost of that congestion immediately, mostly in your lost time.
Exactly. But imagine if, instead of you sitting in that traffic, the Department of Transportation they took all the lost time from everyone on that highway, averaged it out, and suddenly, magically, every driver in the entire country had their commute lengthened by exactly 3 seconds.
That is, that's wild to think about.
Right. The bottleneck is still there, physically, but the experience of it has been entirely blurred out and distributed to everyone.
Yeah, that is the absolute definition of hiding a local problem behind a system-wide average. And, I mean, it perfectly captures the fundamental tension we are tackling on the power grid today.
Which is exactly why we're here. If you are building a power trading desk, the very first thing you have to understand is the physical reality of the grid and how the market actually prices those bottlenecks.
You really do.
So, welcome back to the deep dive. As we continue alongside you through the Power Trading Desk Master program, which is our 13-module journey from the raw physics of the system to the strategies and technologies of a durable trading organization, we are landing squarely on one of the most critical concepts in Module 1.
Module 1, Chapter 15 to be exact, Nodal versus Zonal Market Design.
Yes. And the mission today is to figure out why this choice dictates whether physical congestion is a highly visible, tradable opportunity or just a hidden socialized cost. Okay, let's unpack this.
Yeah.
Because this isn't just theory, right?
No, not at all. The market design you operate in, whether you are sitting on a desk in Chicago or, say, Frankfurt, it fundamentally changes your entire mental model.
Right.
What's fascinating here is that it dictates the instruments you trade, the analytics you run, and honestly, the entire enterprise risk architecture you have to build.
So let's start with the American approach, which is the nodal market design. Because in places like Texas or the Mid-Atlantic, they don't do those system-wide averages. They go for brutal, granular honesty.
Brutal honesty is a good way to put it. A nodal market computes a separate, highly specific price at every single injection or withdrawal point on the grid.
Okay.
We call these locational marginal prices, or LMPs. So a major grid operator like PJM in the US, they don't just have one price for power.
Right, it's not just the price of electricity.
Exactly. It models the actual physics of the transmission lines and produces prices for over 10,000 individual nodes.
Wow.
And it's updating those 10,000 prices every 5 minutes.
10,000 individual price points every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I were to graph that on a map, instead of looking like a flat plane, the prices would look like a jagged mountain range.
Yeah, that's a great visual.
Right. Every peak is a transmission bottleneck driving the price up, and every valley is a pocket of trapped, cheap power.
Because the price tells the absolute truth about the physical state of the grid at that exact location.
Okay, so give me an example of how that looks on the ground.
Well, say a transmission line connecting a big wind farm to a city is just totally maxed out. The system cannot physically push another electron down that wire.
The wire would literally melt.
Exactly. So the price at the node right before the bottleneck plummets because all that power is trapped with nowhere to go.
Right.
But the price at the node right after the bottleneck, it spikes. Because now they have to turn on a much more expensive local power plant to meet the city's demand.
So it's precision and transparency. But I gotta say, managing 10,000 prices every 5 minutes sounds like an absolute nightmare for market liquidity.
It is definitely complex.
Like, if I'm a trader, I don't really want to have to find a counterparty for some obscure substation in rural Ohio. Which I guess brings us to the European model, the zonal market design. Because they take a completely different philosophical approach, don't they?
They do. Zonal markets prioritize simplicity and liquidity over that locational precision.
So how do they do it?
Instead of thousands of individual nodes, regulators just draw a big border around a massive geographical area, often an entire country like Germany or France, and they declare it a single bidding zone.
Just one giant zone.
Right. The market algorithm computes one uniform wholesale power price for that entire massive zone.
Okay, so to put this in everyday terms, a zonal market is essentially like an online retailer offering a flat rate shipping fee for an entire country.
Yeah, that's a really good analogy.
Like, if I live right next door to the warehouse, it's physically very cheap to deliver my package.
Oh.
But if someone else lives at the top of a remote, snowed-in mountain, it costs a fortune in gas and time to get a package to them.
But under a flat rate system,
We both pay $10. The people near the warehouse are effectively subsidizing the massive physical cost of delivering to the remote mountain.
and the parallel to the power grid is striking. Because in a zonal market, a heavy industrial consumer situated right next to a massive offshore wind farm pays the exact same wholesale price as a consumer located in a highly congested city hundreds of miles away.
Even if the physical transmission wires connecting them are completely maxed out.
Exactly. Internal congestion within that zone is just simply ignored by the primary pricing algorithm.
Wow. Okay, I really want to put some concrete numbers to this because this is where the theory actually hits the trading desk's profit and loss statement.
Let's do it.
So let's set up a scenario. We have a grid with a lot of cheap wind power generated in the north. Down in the south, we have a major power-hungry city.
Typical setup.
Right? And right between them is a single major transmission line that is binding. It's maxed out. No more power can flow south. So what happens in a nodal market?
Well, under the nodal reality, the market engine sees that constraint. It recognizes that the cheap northern wind cannot reach the southern city.
So it splits the prices.
Yes. The north node, flooded with excess generation, clears at, let's say, $25 per megawatt hour. But the south node, desperate for power and forced to fire up expensive local gas generators, clears at $70 per megawatt hour.
Okay, that leaves a highly visible $45 price spread between those two nodes.
Mm-hmm.
And if I am a congestion trader on a desk, I don't just look at that spread, right? I can actively trade it
Absolutely.
using an instrument called an FTR, a financial transmission right.
Right.
But how does that actually work mechanically?
So an FTR is a financial derivative that pays out the exact price difference between two specific nodes.
Okay.
If you anticipate that the transmission line between the north and south is going to be congested, you can go and buy an FTR from the grid operator during an auction. You pay a premium up front.
Like buying an auction.
Similar, yeah. Then, in the real-time market, when the north clears at $25 and the south clears at $70, the grid operator pays you that $45 difference for every megawatt of your FTR contract.
So in a nodal market, congestion isn't just a physical problem for the engineers with hard hats. It is a first-class, tradable financial asset for the desk. You're basically monetizing your ability to forecast the physical bottlenecks of the grid.
Precisely. And what's fascinating is that the FTR also acts as a perfect financial hedge.
How so?
Think about a physical power plant in the north trying to sell to a customer in the south. That $45 congestion charge would normally ruin your margins. But if you hold the FTR, the financial payout covers your physical congestion cost perfectly.
That makes so much sense.
Yes.
Okay, let's take that exact same physical grid, the cheap north, the expensive south, the maxed out transmission line, and drop it into a zonal market. So the north and the south are grouped into one single bidding zone.
Right, and here's where it gets wild. The market clearing algorithm is mathematically instructed to assume the internal transmission line has infinite capacity.
Wait, infinite?
Infinite. It ignores the physical bottleneck entirely and aggregates all the cheap northern supply and all the expensive southern demand into one massive curve. And it spits out a single uniform price for everyone, let's say $40.
Okay, I have to pause here.
Yeah.
Because the physics demand an answer.
Sure.
The transmission line between the north and the south is physically maxed out.
Mhm.
It cannot take another electron without literally melting the wires.
Yeah.
So if the market clears everyone at a flat $40, assuming power can freely flow from north to south, how does the power physically get there? You can't just legislate away the laws of physics.
Well, no, you can't. And that's why the grid operator has to manually intervene after the market clears just to stop the grid from collapsing.
Wow.
This out-of-market intervention is called redispatch.
Redispatch. Can we use an analogy here? Because I'm trying to picture this.
Mhm.
Is redispatch basically what happens when an airline overbooks a flight?
That is actually a perfect way to look at it.
Right. Like, the airline sells 200 tickets for a 150-seat plane because the algorithm assumed, I don't know, that everyone would fed or some people wouldn't show up. That's our zonal market clearing at $40.
Exactly.
But when everyone shows up at the gate, the physical reality sets in. The plane is physically too small. So the gate agent has to frantically walk down the aisle, offering people $1,000 vouchers to get off the plane so they can fit the high-priority passengers.
The mechanics are remarkably similar. In the power market, the zonal algorithm sells the physical capacity as if it's unlimited. But as real-time approaches, the grid operator sees the transmission line is going to overload.
So they have to step in.
Right. Out of market, they have to call up those cheap northern wind farms and literally pay them a premium to turn down or just shut off entirely.
Pay them not to produce.
Yes.
Wow.
And then they have to call up those expensive southern gas plants that weren't selected in the $40 market clearing and pay them whatever they demand to turn on and keep the southern lights on.
They're essentially bribing generators behind the scenes to fix the fantasy that the market algorithm created. But wait, in the airline analogy, the airline pays for those $1,000 vouchers out of their own corporate profits.
Right.
Grid operators are usually nonprofit entities. So who pays for the massive cost of turning down cheap power and turning up expensive power?
Well, the cost doesn't just vanish. It is recovered through a mechanism called uplift.
Uplift.
Yeah. At the end of the month, the grid operator tallies up the millions of dollars they spent on out-of-market redispatch actions. They take that massive bill and they smear it across all the consumers in the zone as a standardized fee.
Oh, wow.
It is a completely socialized cost.
So back to the flat rate shipping analogy, the hidden cost of the system's inefficiency is just quietly tacked onto everyone's bill, regardless of whether their specific neighborhood actually caused the congestion or not.
Exactly. And I see this all the time as a consultant. This is a major pitfall for junior analysts and even seasoned traders who migrate from nodal to zonal markets.
I can imagine.
The curriculum focuses heavily on model skepticism right here. Because if you build a financial model for a physical asset in a zonal market, and you assume your only cost is the wholesale price blinking on your trading screen,
You're going to get grush.
your margins will evaporate. Those socialized uplift costs are very real, and they act as a hidden tax on your operations.
It really makes you realize that the choice between nodal and zonal isn't really an engineering decision at all. It feels deeply political.
It is entirely political. Regulators in zonal markets make a conscious calculation. They decide that maintaining a single price for an entire country promotes, political cohesion.
Because having uniform prices feels fair to the public.
Right, it feels fair. But the reality is it merely hides the geographic disparities. The congestion costs don't disappear. They are just shifted from the transparent wholesale price into the opaque realm of socialized uplift.
Which explains the massive regulatory drama playing out across European markets right now.
Oh, it's a huge issue because when a massive influx of renewable energy, like, say, offshore wind in northern Germany, is built far away from the industrial demand centers in the south,
The bottlenecks get worse.
internal congestion skyrockets, the redispatch costs become astronomical. At a certain point, the political illusion of a single price becomes way too expensive to maintain. So regulators are currently wrestling with what's called bidding zone splitting.
Which means drawing new borders inside the country.
Right. They look at a country and say, okay, the transmission line cutting through the middle of this zone is permanently congested. We have to split this single zone into a north zone and a south zone.
I see. So by splitting the zone, the congestion is finally allowed to be visible as a price spread between the two new zones, rather than hiding it as a socialized cost within one big zone.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's make this practical for the listener. If I am a hotshot trader from a U.S. nodal market like PJM, and my firm transfers me to a trading desk in Germany, am I going to blow up my desk on day one if I don't understand this? Let's talk about the actual trading strategy shift.
You might just blow it up, yeah. The biggest mistake you can make is trying to treat the node basis.
Because that's what you do in the U.S.
Right. In the U.S., your instinct is to look at a grid map, find a bottleneck, and buy the cheap node while selling the expensive node using those FTRs we talked about.
Right.
But if you try to do that in a European zonal market, you will quickly find that internal congestion is not a financial product. There are no FTRs for internal zonal constraints. It is just an operational headache for the grid operator.
So how do you actually make money? Where does the trading action happen if the entire country is just one flat price?
Your entire strategy has to elevate to the borders. You shift from trading nodal basis to trading cross-border spreads.
Okay.
You aren't trading point A to point B inside Germany. You are trading Germany against France or France against Spain. You are looking at interzonal price differences, which are managed by acquiring cross-border transmission capacity.
Got it. So the action moves from the granular physics of a single country's wires to the macroeconomics of market coupling across the continent.
Exactly, which is a brilliant tease for Module 3 of the program, by the way, where we really dive into market coupling.
We will get there soon enough.
Yeah.
But this doesn't just impact the traders on the floor. I want to put our consulting hats on for a second. Let's look at this from the enterprise perspective, connecting to Modules 9 and 11, which focus on ETRM architecture.
Ah, ETRM.
Yeah. And for those newer to the desk, ETRM stands for Energy Trading and Risk Management. It's the massive software platform the organization uses to capture trades, run valuations, track risk, all of that.
And this is critical. The market design physically dictates the shape of your technology stack.
How so?
Well, the data architecture required for a nodal market is fundamentally different from a zonal market.
Yeah.
If you are an IT risk manager, you cannot simply buy an off-the-shelf software package, plug it into both markets, and expect it to work.
So paint that picture for the IT and risk professionals listening. What does a massive granular data model actually look like in practice for a nodal market?
Think about the pure database requirements. A platform built for a U.S. nodal market must ingest, store, and run risk evaluations on 10,000 individual price points,
Wow.
updating every 5 minutes.
That is a massive amount of data.
And it must model complex FTR positions, tracking exactly which physical paths those financial rights cover. Your risk engine has to calculate the locational basis risk for thousands of interacting nodes. It is a heavy, computationally intensive, highly relational database structure.
And a zonal ETRM system, I imagine it's simpler.
It is a much, much lighter data model. A zonal platform might only need to handle a few dozen zonal prices updating hourly alongside tracking cross-border capacity rates.
Right.
The data shapes are entirely different. If you are designing a global trading organization, which is, of course, the ultimate goal of this master program, you must architect an ETRM system that can seamlessly pivot between these paradigms.
Because if you don't,
If your system assumes everything is a single flat zonal price, Your U.S. trading desk will be completely blind to locational basis risk. Yeah. And conversely, if your system forces a heavy nodal structure onto your European trades, your analysts are just going to drown in empty data fields.
So you can't copy-paste a successful U.S. trading strategy into Europe, and you certainly can't copy-paste their software. You have to design the desk for the specific market reality you're sitting in.
Exactly. The desk that survives is the one that understands not just the instruments they are trading, but the underlying philosophy of the market design that created those instruments in the first place.
Well said. Okay, let's bring this all together for the listener. To summarize, nodal markets, which are dominant in the U.S., embrace the physical complexity of the grid.
Right.
They compute granular locational marginal prices, making congestion highly visible and creating tradable assets like FTRs. The downside, of course, is intense complexity and thinner liquidity at individual nodes.
While zonal markets dominant in Europe prioritize simplicity and massive liquidity, they create uniform prices across huge areas, deliberately hiding internal congestion from the financial market. But because the physics remain unchanged, the grid operator must manage that congestion through out-of-market redispatch, passing those hidden costs onto the market as socialized uplift.
And for the professionals running the desk, knowing which paradigm you are standing in dictates your strategy. Are you hunting nodal basis, or are you hunting cross-border spreads? And it dictates the enterprise data architecture you need to accurately track your risk without going blind.
It fundamentally changes how you interpret the numbers blinking on your screen. You always have to ask yourself, is this price telling me the physical truth, or is it an algorithmic average?
It's an essential reality check. And now that we understand how congestion is either priced transparently or hidden behind the scenes, it leads us perfectly into the next step of the course. In Chapter 16, we're going to tackle transmission expansion planning.
Which is fascinating because once you understand the agonizing cost of these bottlenecks, whether paid through visible price spreads or hidden uplift charges, the next logical question is how developers and regulators decide where to physically pour concrete and string new wires to finally solve the problem.
Exactly. We will dive deep into the economics of building the actual grid. But before we wrap up this session, I want to leave you, the listener, with a final lingering thought to ponder on your own.
Okay.
And it builds on the very real tension between physical reality and political simplicity in zonal markets.
Because the landscape of the grid is changing faster than the market designs were built to handle.
That's just it. Think about the massive influx of renewable energy we touched on earlier.
Sure.
We're building enormous generation hubs, like gigawatt-scale offshore wind farms, and they're geographically isolated from the major cities.
Right.
So if this intermittent, geographically isolated energy starts causing extreme, unpredictable internal congestion within a zonal market, at what point does the political desire for a simple, single price collapse under the crushing weight of those hidden, socialized redispatch costs?
That's the billion-dollar question.
Yeah.
When does the illusion become too expensive for the public to bear?
When does the flat-rate shipping model bankrupt the system? Keep that question in the back of your mind as you move forward in the program. Until next time, keep digging into the sources, apply these concepts to your desk, and we will see you in the next deep dive.
You know, when you first sit down on a power trading desk, there is this massive temptation to look at historical price data and just, well, mistake it for the laws of physics.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you pull up a chart and you see a spread between two pricing nodes that has, paid out consistently every summer for 5 years.
Right, and your brain just automatically categorizes it as permanent, like it's a mountain range or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You assume it is a geological feature of the landscape.
Right.
And that it's always going to be there.
Which is a totally natural human bias, especially in finance.
Right. We crave structural stability. So if a specific interface binds every July, meaning the transmission lines hit their physical limits and create this predictable price separation between two areas, we start treating that congestion like a permanent law of nature.
We build trading strategies around it, we structure complex hedges against it.
And we bake those reliable payouts into our long-term profit and loss expectations. But that assumption is actually the fastest way to blow up a trading book.
Because the power grid is not geology. It's a man-made machine, and machines get upgraded, they get replanned and rebuilt.
Exactly.
Which brings us to the core focus of today's deep dive. So, As your expert consultants and trainers from Durga Analytics, we are taking you deep inside the physical and financial reality of the market.
Right. And right now, we are navigating the Power Trading Desk Master Program.
Yes, for those of you following along, this is our comprehensive Journey 13 modules, 234 chapters that takes you from the raw physics of the grid all the way through enterprise ETRM technology to designing a durable trading organization.
We are currently anchored in Module 1, which covers power system fundamentals, and today we are focusing specifically on Chapter 16, which is transmission expansion planning.
And we're doing this because, frankly, you cannot successfully trade locational risk without understanding how and why the physical map gets redrawn.
You really can't.
So our mission for this deep dive is to give you a literal survival guide for your P&L. We are going to teach you, whether you're an aspiring power trader, a working analyst, maybe an originator or a risk manager, why a planned transmission line is the ultimate existential threat to a long-term congestion spread.
And more importantly, how you actually survive it on the desk.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because before we can trade around a transmission line, we really have to understand the fundamental physics and, the economics driving its construction in the first place.
Yeah, the grid does not expand just because an engineer wants to build something shiny. I mean, transmission lines are incredibly expensive.
Oh, yeah. Hundreds of millions of dollars, sometimes billions.
Easily billions. So independent system operators, transmission system operators, and regulators, they're constantly planning these network expansions over 5, 10, or even 20-year horizons.
Right.
And they're essentially balancing those massive capital costs against 3 primary systemic benefits.
Because they need a compelling, quantifiable reason to rate base that massive cost to consumers, right?
Exactly. They have to justify it.
Yeah.
So the first reason is connecting new generation. And this is the dominant driver right now, especially with remote renewables.
Because the wind isn't always blowing where the people are?
Precisely. The absolute best wind resources might be out in the plains, and the most efficient solar might be out in the desert. But the major metropolitan centers actually consuming the power, they are hundreds of miles away.
So you physically have to build a high-voltage bridge to get that cheap power to market.
Yes. Now, the second reason is to relieve persistent congestion. This happens when a bottleneck is constantly forcing the grid operator to dispatch expensive, inefficient local power plants.
Because the cheaper power from outside the region physically just can't get through the wires.
Right. Building a new line solves that inefficiency. And then the third reason is just basic reliability, ensuring the lights stay on even if a major generator or another line unexpectedly trips offline.
Okay, let's ground this for a second, because we really need to understand the mechanics of what happens to a trading desk when that second reason relieving persistent congestion, when that actually occurs.
It's a huge deal.
Think about a real-world analogy. Imagine building a massive multi-lane highway bypass around a perpetually gridlocked town.
Oh, that's a perfect way to look at it.
Right. So for years, the main road through town is just bumper to bumper, and that trapped traffic is an absolute goldmine for the local businesses on that road.
Because they have a captive audience.
Exactly. They aren't selling better gas or cheaper food. They are just charging a tax on the fact that commuters are physically trapped. It is an inefficiency premium.
They're purely monetizing the bottleneck.
Right. But then the state opens a 4-lane bypass right around the town, and the very moment that bypass opens, the traffic just vanishes from the main street.
The congestion is completely gone.
And those local businesses that built their entire financial model on that trapped traffic, well, their premium value disappears overnight.
It drops to zero. And translating that to the power grid, this is exactly what happens to an FTR desk, a financial transmission rights desk, when a new line is built.
Let's mechanically translate that for the listeners.
So if you are running an FTR desk or, if you hold a basis position, you are essentially buying the financial right to collect the congestion revenue between 2 points.
Okay.
Let's say you hold a position between a really cheap wind farm and a very expensive city. As long as the line between them is congested, the city has to turn on an expensive gas peaker plant to meet its demand.
Right, because the cheap wind can't get there.
Exactly. So the price in the city spikes, the price at the wind farm stays low, and your basis spread pays out handsomely. You are capturing that price separation.
But the moment a new transmission line connects the two,
the physical reality of the grid completely changes. The cheaper electrons from the wind farm can suddenly flood into the city,
bypassing the bottleneck.
Yes. So the grid operator no longer needs to run that expensive gas peaker plant. The marginal unit setting the clearing price in the city changes from expensive gas to cheap wind.
Wow.
Instantly, the price in the city drops. The price at the wind farm might rise slightly, and the prices at the two locations just converge.
I mean, for the consumers in the city, this is a massive victory. Their power bills go down.
Huge victory. But for the trader holding that basis spread, that new line just erased the entire value of their position.
Yeah, that bypass isn't a miracle for them. It's a margin call.
Precisely.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Let's look at the actual math on this, because Chapter 16 of the course materials gives us a fantastic worked example. Let's walk through figure 16.1 together.
It's a brutal chart.
It really is. So imagine you are sitting on a desk and you are holding a long south minus north basis spread. Mechanically, this means you are buying the node in the south and selling the node in the north, betting that the south will remain significantly more expensive. Because a specific interface between those two regions binds every single summer, this spread has paid out a very reliable $45 per megawatt hour, year after year. From 2024 through 2027, you are printing $45.
And human nature takes over. It becomes a foundational pillar of your desk's P&L. You start treating it like a guaranteed annuity.
But then, a new transmission line across that exact interface gets approved by the ISO, and the scheduled official in-service date is 2028. This is where the cliff appears on the chart.
The cliff is right. If we look at the data in figure 16.1, the catastrophic impact is laid out perfectly.
It's a straight drop.
The moment that line comes online in 2028, the bottleneck is bypassed. And that basis spread, it plummets from $45 per megawatt hour down to roughly $10 per megawatt hour almost instantly.
Just wiped out.
And it doesn't stop there. As the market fully adjusts to the new topology, the spread bleeds down to just $5 per megawatt hour by 2031.
So the fundamental thesis of your position just dies.
You lose almost 90% of the value of your trade.
Mm-hmm.
The congestion you relied on simply no longer exists in the physical world.
Okay, I understand the physics and the math here, but I want to push back on how a trader should actually handle this because, we aren't trading in the dark ages anymore.
No, we have data.
Lots of data. Modern ISO portals are incredibly transparent. We have interactive dashboards, monthly project milestone updates, official stakeholder meetings.
Sure.
So if I'm a sharp trader sitting on the desk and I see on the ISO dashboard that the line is scheduled for June 2028, why wouldn't I just hold on to my highly profitable position, collect my $45 a year, track the milestones, and then in December 2027, I simply exit the trade?
Yeah.
I mean, I lock in my profits, I walk away, and I let some other sucker ride the cliff down to $10. Why can't I just time my exit based on the dashboard data?
It is a very logical thought process. Honestly, a lot of people think that way. But it falls into the biggest, most dangerous trap in multi-year locational trading.
Sure.
The illusion of timelines. You are assuming the project schedule on that ISO dashboard is a ground truth. But you really have to understand the mechanics of how these projects are actually built.
Wait, are you saying the ISO milestone trackers are wrong?
I'm saying they inherently lag behind physical reality. Think about what it actually takes to build a 300-mile transmission line. You are crossing dozens of local county lines. You are dealing with multiple state jurisdictions, federal environmental reviews, and intense siting opposition.
Right, the NMBY factor. Nobody wants a high-voltage tower in their backyard.
Exactly. So a line that the grid operator officially lists as, on track for 2028 could easily get derailed because a single local zoning board in one county refuses to approve the footprint for a crucial substation.
Oh, wow, just one county.
Just one. That one localized rejection can stall a multi-billion-dollar project for years in court.
So the ISO dashboard only reflects the official paperwork, but the official paperwork is divorced from the messy reality on the ground.
Exactly. Grid expansion is incredibly slow, and it is genuinely uncertain. A project scheduled for 2028 might slip to 2031, or it might get tied up in litigation and never be built at all.
So the opportunity cost of trying to time the market based on that dashboard is massive.
Yes.
Because if I try to play it smart and exit in December 2027, but the line gets delayed in court until 2031, well, I just left 3 years of $45 payouts on the table.
You walked away from millions of dollars in legitimate profit because you got scared of a phantom deadline.
Right. And conversely, if I decide to hold past 2028, betting that the project will definitely be delayed, and by some miracle the developer actually resolves their permitting issues and finishes it on time.
Then you ride your asset right off the cliff down to $10.
Yikes.
This leads to a crucial desking insight we really need to emphasize for anyone managing a book. When a new line is announced, there's a massive shift in where your risk actually lives.
Walk us through the mechanics of that shift. What is actually changing for the trader here?
Well, when you first enter a long-dated basis position, your primary concerns are usually things like the price of fuel, weather patterns, or maybe unexpected generation outages. You are managing price risk.
Standard fundamentals?
Right. But the absolute second a transmission project is approved across your constraint, the project itself becomes the dominant risk in the trade.
Wow.
The physical steel and wire, the local permitting process, the construction schedule, that is what determines if your trade makes money or blows up. Your risk is no longer just price risk. It is mutated into project timing risk.
That completely changes the fundamental job of the trader. You aren't just modeling supply and demand curves anymore. You're basically being asked to handicap construction project management and local municipal politics.
You have no choice. The desk must make an active, conscious decision based on that new reality. Do we exit early and accept the opportunity cost if it's delayed? Do we try to hedge the timing risk financially? Or do we take a directional bet that the line is going to slip its schedule?
But just ignoring it isn't an option.
Ignoring the planned line or blindly trusting the ISO's target date is professional negligence. It leaves the desk totally exposed to a structural collapse.
This brings up something so fascinating. Honestly, this is the real climax of this whole dynamic. If we know that the official ISO dashboards are unreliable, and if millions of dollars in P&L rely on knowing the true timeline, how do top-tier sophisticated trading desks figure out the actual schedule?
Yeah, they aren't relying on the dashboard.
Right, they can't just be waiting for a quarterly PDF update from the regulator.
No, the best desks are looking far beyond the official narrative. They are actively hunting for alternative data to create an information arbitrage.
They want an edge.
Exactly. They want to predict the actual completion date before the rest of the market catches on.
Because if you know the truth before the market does, that is pure alpha. So
Yeah.
what kind of alternative data are we talking about here?
It's all about tracking the physical bottlenecks of construction. For example, a major desk might have analysts or natural language processing tools scrubbing the meeting minutes from obscure local county zoning boards along the route of the line.
Wait, really? Local zoning boards?
Absolutely. If a critical environmental permit gets stalled in a tiny municipality, the desk knows the project is delayed months before the developer officially reports it to the ISO.
That is incredible. What about the physical materials themselves?
That is even more critical right now. Sophisticated traders are tracking global supply chain backlogs for highly specialized equipment, like high-voltage transformers.
Okay.
Let's say a developer needs 3 massive custom transformers for a new substation to hit their 2028 deadline. But the desk tracks global supply chains and knows there's currently a 36-month wait list for that specific hardware.
Oh, man.
Public import records show the developer hasn't even secured theirs yet.
Then you know with absolute mathematical certainty that the 2028 deadline is a complete fiction. It physically cannot be built in time regardless of what the ISO dashboard says.
Precisely. You are front-running the market's realization of a delay.
Yeah.
You are trading the gap between the official paperwork and the physical supply chain realities.
That is wild.
It works. If you know that highway bypass isn't going to be finished for another 3 years, you can confidently hold on to your highly profitable basis spread, collecting that inefficiency premium.
All while less sophisticated traders are panic selling their positions at a discount because they believe the official 2028 deadline.
That is the difference between reading a textbook and actually surviving on a trading desk.
And this ties so deeply into the broader architecture of the Power Trading Desk Master program. We aren't just teaching you this so you can make one good trade. This systemic understanding is required for how a modern enterprise values its entire book.
That is exactly how this connects to the wider curriculum. Think about when we get to Module 3, which covers nodal market models, or Module 5, which deals with scenario generation and long horizon valuation.
Right.
Modern enterprise risk systems cannot just project historical congestion forward into infinity. If your ETRM system, your energy trading and risk management technology, if it doesn't have accurate forward-looking grid topology inputs, your valuation is completely disconnected from reality.
Because your risk model will just blindly project that $45 spread out to 2035, and the enterprise will think it is sitting on a mountain of cash that doesn't actually exist.
Which is why a serious risk organization runs forward-looking scenarios around this exact timing uncertainty. What is our P&L if the line arrives exactly on time? What is our exposure if it slips 2 years due to transformer backlogs?
Or what happens if it's canceled entirely by a court injunction?
Yes, the enterprise risk system must mathematically understand the shape of that project timing risk.
So we've walked through the physical mechanisms of why lines get built. We've seen the brutal math that happens to a spread when cheaper generation floods a node. We've dismantled the idea that you can trust an official timeline. And we've explored how alternative data generates alpha.
It's a lot to process.
It is. So let's synthesize this into something highly actionable for the listener.
No.
Let's say you have to walk into a risk committee meeting tomorrow, or, you are sitting down for a job interview at a major trading house for a locational risk role.
Oh, this is good. The course material actually frames this perfectly with a classic industry interview question. This is the trap that knocks out so many junior candidates.
Be honest.
The scenario is this. You hold a multi-year position, long the basis across a frequently congested interface. What external development could destroy your thesis, and how would you monitor for it?
It is a brilliant trap, because the natural instinct is to think about standard market drivers. A candidate might say, a massive drop in natural gas prices could compress the spread, or maybe a string of really mild summers where demand just doesn't materialize.
And if they say that, they have completely missed the structural threat.
Right.
Those are temporary fluctuations. Fuel prices recover. Weather reverts to the mean. The fatal interview mistake, which translates directly to a fatal desk mistake, is assuming the congestion is a permanent feature of the grid.
The correct answer is that a planned transmission line that physically bypasses that constraint will fundamentally destroy your thesis. It permanently alters the dispatch merit order and permanently compresses the spread.
Exactly. And to answer the second part of that interview question, how you would monitor for it, you have to prove you understand the mechanics of project timing risk. You cannot just say, I would check the ISO's target completion date on their website.
Because then the interviewer knows you're just trading the paperwork.
Right. You have to explain that timing risk becomes the dominant risk factor. You have to explicitly acknowledge that major infrastructure timelines are notorious for slipping due to multi-jurisdictional permitting, local municipal opposition, and supply chain bottlenecks.
Which shows you actually understand the physical world.
Exactly. And you explain that to truly monitor it, you would look for alternative data like zoning board minutes or transformer lead times to understand the physical reality on the ground, independent of the official schedule.
Which brings us full circle. At the beginning of this deep dive, we talked about the danger of treating market conditions like geology, assuming a profitable spread is as permanent as a mountain range.
It never is.
The grid is a machine. It is constantly being replanned, rebuilt, and expanded by regulators who are actively trying to erase the very inefficiencies you are trading. As a professional, your job isn't just to find the congestion. Your job is to know exactly when the bypass is going to open.
And to never, ever trust the first schedule you read. A planned transmission line is the ultimate risk factor for locational trading. You either proactively monitor it, rigorously model it, and smartly trade around its inherent uncertainty, or, well, it will erase your position.
Well said. And that wraps up our exploration of Chapter 16 and the hard realities of transmission expansion planning. As you continue your journey through the Power Trading Desk Master Program, we are going to keep building on these physical constraints.
It only gets more complex from here.
It really does. In our next session, we are transitioning into Chapter 17, where the curriculum shifts to grid reliability standards. We will be diving into the strict operational rules that dictate exactly how much stress this machine can take before the operators are forced to intervene to keep the lights on.
Because as we've learned today, the physics of the grid always have the final say on your P&L.
Absolutely. Keep your eyes on the horizon, track those supply chains, watch out for those new power lines, and we will see you in the next deep dive.
Imagine watching your desk's entire annual P&L just, evaporate in like 15 minutes on a random Tuesday in July.
Yeah, just completely wiped out.
Right. You're sitting there, you're staring at your screen. Your textbook supply and demand model is telling you, hey, power should be clearing at $40 a megawatt hour right now.
But the screen says it's trading at $5,000.
Exactly. $5,000. And, welcome to the physical grid. When you step onto a power trading desk, those beautiful, super clean economic models you learned in finance, they just get completely shattered by physical reality.
They really do. And today we are speaking directly to you, the listener. Whether you're an aspiring power trader, a quant, maybe a risk manager, or an analyst, you are looking to survive and actually thrive on the desk.
Yeah, and as your senior consultants from Durga Analytics, we're here to bring you highly practical, hands-on training to bridge that massive gap between market theory and the pretty brutal realities of power trading.
Because to run a desk that actually makes money and survives extreme volatility, you need a lot more than just a surface-level understanding of financial instruments. You really have to internalize the physical constraints that dictate the whole pricing landscape.
Right, because a market clearing at $5,000, it's not a glitch, is it?
No, not at all. It's a market aggressively overriding its own economics to protect the physical machine itself.
Which is wild to think about. But before we get deep into the mechanics of those specific price spikes, let's just anchor you in the broader curriculum of the Durga Analytics Power Trading Desk Master Program.
Good idea. We're on a sequence journey here, across 13 modules.
Yeah, and if we group them conceptually, modules 1 through 3, they lay down your physical and market foundation. So that's how the grid works, running the desk, and the reality of U.S. and EU markets.
Right. Then you move into modules 4 through 9, which are your heavy analytical and operational tools. That's where we get into strategy beyond textbook trades, valuation, AI, data engineering, and crucially risk management for survivors. Plus, execution and ETRM as a control layer.
Absolutely. And then finally, we zoom out for modules 10 through 13. Those focus on the enterprise level, so regulation, enterprise tech architecture, building a durable desk, and the capstone where you actually design a trading organization.
But you really cannot build those advanced quantitative models in Module 6 without first understanding the physical laws we establish in Module 1.
Which is exactly why today we're diving deep into Module 1, specifically tackling Chapter 17, which is Grid Reliability Standards.
Yeah. And our mission for this session is to dissect why reliability rules sit entirely above the market structure, like why they are the supreme law.
Right. We're going to explore how these rules literally force grid operators to systematically abandon pure economic efficiency.
And why these specific interventions, these moments where the operator steps in, dictate the extreme fat tails of the price distribution. Which, by the way, are the very events where trading desks make or lose the most money.
Those tail events are the absolute crucible for a desk. So to model prices effectively, we first have to understand the ultimate, the prime directive of the grid, which is that a blackout is catastrophic.
It is the worst case scenario. Because of how the synchronous alternating current grid is interconnected, a local failure doesn't just, stay local.
It doesn't isolate itself.
Exactly. It can cascade across an entire continent in seconds. Frequencies drop, generators trip offline just to protect their own turbines from damage, and suddenly the darkness spreads.
Which is terrifying. And regulatory bodies exist specifically to prevent that kind of cascade, right?
Yes, they do. In North America, you've got the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC, dictating these standards. And over in Europe, it's the European Network of Transmission System Operators, ENTSOE, holding that mandate.
And their rules are pretty much absolute.
Completely non-negotiable. The physical power system must withstand credible failures without losing load, period. The lights have to stay on.
So when reliability and economics conflict, economics just get immediately thrown out the window.
Oh, instantly. A grid operator will readily redispatch power generation units completely out of merit order.
Because pure economics would assume the cheapest generation runs first, right?
Right, that's the textbook merit order. But the physical reality is that an operator will happily bypass a highly efficient, super cheap wind farm or combined cycle gas plant, and they'll turn on an incredibly expensive, inefficient peaking unit instead.
Just to resolve a local transmission constraint.
Exactly. Or to support system voltage in a specific area. They will take out-of-market actions, they'll issue reliability unit commitments, and authorize make-whole payments to units that make zero economic sense to run.
All just to maintain system security.
Yep. Pure financial clearing takes a backseat to the laws of physics.
So I always think about it it's kind of like flying a twin-engine commercial jet.
Okay, I like this analogy.
Yeah, so economic efficiency says you should fill the plane so full of cargo and passengers that it requires both engines operating at 100% thrust just to stay in the air. That maximizes your profit per flight.
But obviously you can't do that.
Right, because reliability standards mandate redundancy. You can only load that plane to a weight where if one engine violently explodes mid-flight, The single remaining engine can still provide enough thrust to keep the plane from falling out of the sky.
That is the operational constraint of the power grid in a nutshell. You intentionally operate suboptimally under normal conditions just to ensure you can survive a catastrophic contingency.
And on the grid, we actually define that contingency survival through specific metrics, right? Metrics that traders and quants need to excessively monitor.
Absolutely. The foundational concept here is N-1 planning.
N-1. So the system has to be able to lose its biggest single piece, that's the -1, and still keep the lights on.
That's it, exactly. N-1 means the grid must survive the sudden, unexpected loss of any single major element.
So that could be what? A massive nuclear generator just tripping offline instantaneously.
Or a major DC transmission tie failing. To survive that sudden shock without shedding load, the operator has to hold back capacity. They hold it in the form of reserves.
Okay, let me challenge the economic reality of this for a second, just from a quantitative modeling perspective. As a quant, if I see a 500 megawatt combined cycle gas plant available in the supply stack, my dispatch model inherently wants to clear it to lower the system price.
Of course it does. It's programmed for efficiency.
Right. So if I have to manually force my model to hold back that cheap generation, I'm artificially inflating tomorrow's price forecast. How do I mathematically justify sidelining cheap generation in my daily models?
You justify it by recognizing that the system operator uses a co-optimized dispatch engine. The grid does not solve for energy alone.
It solves for energy and reserves at the same time.
Simultaneously, yes. When you talk about reserves, you're dealing with distinct physical products. You've got regulation up and down, spinning reserves and non-spinning reserves.
Let's focus on spinning reserves for a second, because that's a big one.
Sure. Spinning reserves are units that are physically synchronized to the grid. They are burning fuel, they're rotating at 60 hertz, but they are deliberately operating below their maximum output. They are held ready to ramp up within 10 minutes if something breaks.
So they're essentially providing torque to the system without actually injecting the megawatt hours into the energy market.
Exactly. And that creates a massive opportunity cost. If a really cheap generator is held back to provide spinning reserve, it's missing out on the revenue it could be making by selling energy.
Right, it's losing out on the energy spread.
And the dispatch engine actually calculates the shadow price. So if your quantitative models only run a simple, clean, merit order energy stack, and they ignore the capacity being siphoned off into the ancillary service markets.
Which, just to remind everyone, we covered deeply in Module 3.
Right. If you ignore that, your price forecasts will be fundamentally broken.
Because you're modeling a hypothetical market where all the cheap power is available to meet demand.
While in reality, the operator has actually locked a significant portion of it behind glass for emergency use only.
Behind glass, I love that. And the defining moments for a trading desk occur when that glass breaks.
Oh, absolutely. That is when careers are made or ended.
Which brings us to the mechanics of scarcity pricing. We really need to explore what actually drives the price to $5,000 when the system breaks down.
Let's use the worked example from Chapter 17. It illustrates this perfectly.
Perfect. So imagine a severe summer heat wave. Air conditioning demand is just pushing system load to absolute record levels. The dispatch stack is already super tight, utilizing older, way more expensive generation just to meet the baseline demand.
So the system is heavily stressed, but it is still functioning normally within the N-1 criteria.
Right, it's tight, but it's safe.
But then the contingency hits. Say, 2 large thermal generation units suddenly trip offline.
Just boom, gone.
The required redundancy is obliterated in an instant. The grid's reserve margins plummet below the required minimum threshold.
And now the operator is in critical state.
Exactly. They might have to initiate emergency procedures. They start issuing appeals for voluntary conservation or calling on demand response programs where heavy industrial users are actually paid to shut down their production lines.
Okay, let's explain the underlying mechanism of what happens to the market price in this exact scenario.
Yeah.
We always hear about administrative adders on the desk, but we need to break down how the math actually functions here.
Right. So grid operators implement something called an operating reserve demand curve, or ORDC.
The OR AC.
Yes. The ORDC is an administrative pricing mechanism designed specifically to reflect the scarcity of physical reserves. As reserves drop toward that minimum safety threshold, the mathematical probability of blackout increases.
Right, you're getting closer to the edge.
And the market rules dictate that as this probability rises, an administrative price penalty is layered on top of the real-time energy price.
And that penalty, it's anchored to a specific concept, right? Something called the value of lost load, or VL.
Exactly, VOL. The value of lost load represents the estimated economic damage to consumers if a blackout actually happens. It's a regulatory calculation of what society would theoretically be willing to pay to avoid losing power.
And depending on the market, VOL is typically set anywhere from, what, $3,000 to $9,000 per megawatt hour?
Yes, it's a massive number.
Yeah.
So when reserves drop precipitously, the ORDC mechanism administratively forces the clearing price to approach that value of lost load.
So at that point, you're no longer paying the marginal cost of producing electricity from a power plant.
Not at all. You are paying the administrative penalty for bordering on a catastrophic blackout.
That is such a critical distinction. If you map reserve margins against price over a 24-hour period, the correlation is just brutal. Like, consider figure 17.1 from the chapter materials.
I love that chart. It perfectly graphs reserve margin percentages against the market price.
Right, so during normal daytime operations, reserves are humming along healthily at, say, 20%. And the real-time price is just a flat, low baseline, let's say 40 or 50 bucks.
But then, around hour 15, the evening peak begins. Demand surges just as solar generation is starting to taper off for the day.
The teal line on the chart, the reserve margin, it drops from 15% down past 10%, heading straight for that minimum required safety threshold.
And as that reserve margin crashes toward the minimum, the amber line, it doesn't just follow a gradual curve upward.
No, it violently and inversely spikes to $4,000 per megawatt hour.
It's an aggressive vertical move.
And this highlights a really dangerous psychological trap for traders who are new to the physical desk. When you see a price jump from $40 to $4,000 in a single 5-minute interval, the immediate human reaction is to assume the data feed is broken.
Or that the market has suffered some sort of technical glitch.
Exactly. But it requires a total paradigm shift to understand that this is the scarcity pricing mechanism working exactly as designed.
The extreme price signal is entirely necessary. Think about it. If regulators cap prices too low during a grid crisis, say at a few $100s, generators have absolutely no financial incentive to perform critical winter maintenance, keep backup fuel on site, or build new capacity.
Right. Why spend the money to winterize your plant if you can't recoup the cost during a scarcity event?
Exactly. Scarcity pricing is the ultimate blaring financial signal that the physical grid is in deep distress and requires immediate physical megawatts, whatever the cost.
Okay, let's transition from the physics of scarcity into the granular reality of enterprise risk management. Because the difference between a junior analyst and a surviving trader is entirely in how they manage these fat tails.
It really is. And Chapter 17 explicitly highlights a lethal pitfall for risk managers. You see professionals coming from pure finance backgrounds, right? Equities, bonds.
Right, and they bring their standard tools.
Exactly. They often rely on parametric value at risk models, VAR, that assume a normal Gaussian distribution of price returns. A nice bill curve.
Which is completely wrong for power.
Completely. They use a clean supply stack, and they treat scarcity spikes as unpredictable anomalies, like mere outliers to be smoothed out of the data set.
Treating a $5,000 spike as a statistical anomaly that you just normalize away is literally the fastest way to bankrupt a power desk.
Without a doubt. Desks blow up because their risk models fail to account for the N-1 reality. Seasoned power traders, they watch real-time reserve margins like a pilot watches a fuel gauge.
Because they know the energy price is just a byproduct of that margin.
Exactly. They are not merely looking at supply and demand in a vacuum. They are monitoring the exact degradation of the grid's safety net. Reliability events produce the most extreme price volatility in any commodity trading globally.
Period.
A few hours of severe scarcity can completely dominate a desk's entire annual P&L.
I mean, you can secure or destroy your entire year's bonus pool in a single Tuesday afternoon.
Easily. And this connects directly to our future modules, specifically Module 5 on valuation and Module 7 on risk management. These reliability-driven scarcity events are the defining fat tails of the power market.
So your scenario generation and stress testing, they have to explicitly model these administrative scarcity adders?
They have to. If a risk manager runs a historical simulation VAR that just happens to exclude the 1 week of extreme winter weather from 3 years ago.
Or they fail to utilize jump diffusion models that capture sudden ORDC triggers.
Right. If they fail to do that, the risk metrics they present to the chief risk officer are worse than useless. They are actively dangerous.
Because the VAR limits will just massively understate the actual exposure of the portfolio. Let's say a trader is short physical power going into a tight grid condition, and the risk model assumes a maximum upward move of $50.
The risk manager will look at that and they won't intervene. It looks fine on paper.
But when the price suddenly gaps to $5,000 in the real world, the resulting margin call can literally wipe out the firm's liquidity overnight.
It happens all the time. The physical reality of the grid demands that your risk models possess a discrete trigger. The moment system security is threatened, the normal economic dispatch market ceases to exist. It's gone.
It transforms.
Yes, it becomes an administered market designed purely to save the physical machine.
So practically speaking, if I'm sitting on the desk tomorrow, watching a polar vortex roll in and freeze natural gas wellheads across the state, and I see grid reserves running dangerously thin, my instinct cannot be to trust standard economic models.
Definitely not.
I have to transition immediately to scarcity models and prepare for extreme administrative pricing.
Flying blind into a grid emergency relying on textbook economic models is honestly a dereliction of duty on a power desk. You will get run over.
Okay, so the operational takeaways for the desk here are crystal clear. 1. Reliability standards enforce a strict mandate that blackouts are unacceptable.
2. N-1 planning requires the grid to hold back significant spinning and non-spinning reserves, which fundamentally alters your available economic supply stack.
3. When the physics of the grid and the economics of the market conflict, the grid operator will always override the market.
And 4. When reserves deplete, those ORDC mechanisms and the value of loss load dictate that prices will gap violently upward. These physical reliability tails completely dominate enterprise risk.
Bottom line, you cannot model price without first modeling the constraints of the physical machine.
Never.
However, there is a massive paradigm shift underway that challenges the very foundation of what we've covered in Chapter 17 today.
Oh, this is the really interesting part.
Right. The administrative rules we just discussed, they were designed around large, centralized thermal power plants. Coal, gas, nuclear. Plants that provide massive physical inertia and spinning reserves simply by rotating.
But as the grid rapidly transitions to intermittent renewables relying heavily on inverter-based resources like wind and solar, the physical nature of what constitutes a quote-unquote reserve is fundamentally changing.
It's a totally different physical reality. So the big question to ponder is, how will these rigid administrative scarcity rules have to adapt to a grid whose physical reality and reserve margins fluctuate wildly every single time a cloud cover moves across a gigawatt-scale solar farm?
That is the frontier of market design right now. And it's going to be a critical variable for any long-term valuation model you build going forward.
Because anticipating those physical fluctuations before they trigger a scarcity event requires highly advanced modeling of both human behavior and weather patterns.
You really can't just react in real time anymore. You have to project the stress on the grid hours, even days in advance.
Which requires us to build incredibly robust forecasting models. And that brings us directly to our next session in the master program. Module 1, Chapter 18, Load Forecasting. So, monitor those real-time reserve margins, update your stress tests, and we will see you in the next deep dive.
Welcome back to the deep dive. You know, you can map out every single power plant, you can model the generation stat to the exact megawatt and build this like perfect supply curve.
Absolutely.
But if a dense cloud cover rolls in over Texas at, say, 4:00 p.m. and drops ambient temperatures by just 3 degrees, your pristine model is just completely worthless.
Yeah, it's just trash at that point.
Right. So today we're tearing down Module 1, Chapter 18, which is load forecasting. And we are looking at why forecasting demand isn't just some, isolated data science exercise. It is the literal definition of price risk.
It really is. And, as we continue this journey through the Power Trading Desk Master Program, we need to locate exactly where this fits in the architecture of your desk.
Yeah, context is everything here.
Exactly. I mean, drawing on my consulting for Durga Analytics, running these desks and building ETRM systems, you see how this all connects. We are 18 chapters into Module 1 right now, covering power system fundamentals.
Which is just the beginning, really, of a massive curriculum.
Right. It's a sequenced journey across 13 modules and 234 chapters. So far, we've built the physical grid from the ground up. We've gone through thermal generation economics, nuclear baseload, the mechanics of merit order dispatch.
And the constraints of transmission topology. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now we hit the fundamental rule of the trading floor, which is that demand is half of every price. The system operators commit and dispatch against this forecast, and your desk positions against your own internal view of it.
Because a desk doesn't trade a static baseline. Right. A desk trades the variance.
Yes, exactly.
We know the baseline is dictated by structural and economic realities, like the broader economic health, whether manufacturing output is humming or contracting, that sets a floor for industrial load over the long term.
Right, it's a macro driver.
And we also know the calendar dictates the shape of the daily curve. I mean, a Tuesday morning industrial ramp-up looks completely different than a Sunday afternoon.
Oh, totally. The forward curve has already priced in the fact that July is hotter than May, and that factories are closed on Christmas. That baseline is entirely baked in.
So there's no edge there?
No, none. If your quant team is just telling you that load will be higher on a weekday than a weekend, they aren't generating alpha, they're just reading a calendar.
Right, yeah.
The variance from that baseline is what actually moves the day ahead in real-time spreads. And in the short term, that variance is overwhelmingly weather-driven. But, and this is key, it's a highly nonlinear relationship.
Because state-of-the-art models on a trading desk aren't just looking at, like, dry bulb temperature.
No, they're combining temperature, humidity, wind speed, and solar radiance into a proprietary feels-like index.
Because human comfort and therefore air conditioning load is convex. If the temperature moves from 70 to 75 degrees, demand barely flinches. People might not even notice.
Yeah, maybe a few fans turn on.
Right. But when the temperature pushes from 95 to 100 degrees, it's not a linear increase in power consumption. It is exponential.
Exactly. Air conditioning units degrade in efficiency at those extreme temperatures. That means they draw significantly more power just to maintain the exact same indoor climate. They stop cycling on and off and just run continuously.
Which puts a massive strain on the grid.
Massive. And this is measured through cooling degree days and heating degree days, which attempt to quantify that nonlinear pull. But even that sophisticated weather model is constantly fighting against the decay of its own historical data.
Oh, right, because the grid is fundamentally changing its shape.
Yes, we are seeing massive electrification across the board. You've got electric vehicles charging overnight, and heat pumps replacing gas furnaces in the winter. The baseline is rotting underneath us.
And behind the meter, solar is completely warping the traditional load curve, too.
Oh, it's a nightmare for forecasters.
Right, because a rooftop solar array doesn't show up on the system operator's grid as generation. It shows up as a reduction in demand.
Exactly. So if a utility-scale load model doesn't perfectly account for, say, cloud cover over a specific residential neighborhood,
the grid operator suddenly sees a massive, unexpected spike in net load when those panels drop offline.
which creates a severe data engineering challenge. And, you will tackle this heavily when you reach Module 6, covering AI and data engineering for desks.
It's a huge problem. I like to think about it, well, forecasting load feels a bit like running a massive restaurant where you have to buy all the ingredients a day in advance.
Okay, I like that analogy.
Right. Like, Fridays are busy, so that's your calendar variable. And a recession hurts business, which is the economy variable.
Right.
But if a surprise heat wave hits and suddenly everyone in town wants ice cream, which is the weather variable, your point estimate is totally useless if you don't actually have enough stock in the freezer.
That is a perfect way to look at it. How do you weight recent EV adoption or those rooftop solar installations against 10 years of historical calendar data?
It's almost impossible to balance perfectly.
It is. If your machine learning model is trained on a decade of hourly load data, it is going to heavily underpredict the evening ramp we see today. The structural reality of the grid 5 years ago just no longer exists.
But wait, that structural decay is kind of a multi-year problem that capacity planners worry about, right? A short-term power trader doesn't really care about a 5-year EV adoption curve when they're just trying to balance a book for tomorrow afternoon.
You're absolutely right. The forecasting horizon dictates entirely what goes into the model and how the desk trades it. And the course outlines 3 distinct horizons that serve entirely different enterprise decisions.
So let's break those down.
Sure. So first you have the very short-term horizon. We're talking minutes to hours ahead.
Which the system operator uses for real-time grid balancing, right? To maintain that 60 hertz frequency.
Exactly. Then you have the long-term horizon, looking out years, which is used for capacity expansion and building new plants. But the trading desk, they live in the short-term horizon.
Day ahead, out to a few weeks.
Yes. This is the timeline for system commitment, deciding which power plants actually need to turn on tomorrow.
Because a short-term horizon is where the actual financial settlement happens.
That's where the money is made or lost. In a two-settlement market, the system operator clears the day-ahead market based on tomorrow's expected load.
And then the real-time market setters the difference between what was expected and what actually happened physically.
Precisely. If a trader can predict that the system operator's day-ahead forecast is wrong, they can position their book to capture the resulting price explosion in the real-time market.
So it's the golden rule of the desk. Any position you take is implicitly a bet on the load forecast being right or wrong.
Forecast error is the literal definition of price risk. The physical system has to balance to the actual demand, not a spreadsheet forecast.
Right, the physics don't care about your model.
Exactly. If the actual load deviates from the day-ahead projection, the grid operator is forced to physically pull in more generation or back off existing generation. And that physical action dictates the clearing price.
So let's model that uncertainty. Let's look at a real worked example of a 3-gigawatt miss.
Okay, perfect.
Think of grid balancing like flying a commercial airliner through a narrow mountain pass. The central point forecast provided by the quant team say an expected peak demand of 38 gigawatts is your planned flight path.
Right. Everything looks smooth.
But the error band, the statistical uncertainty surrounding that forecast, represents the crosswinds. If a massive, unexpected 3-gigawatt crosswind hits, the pilot can't just casually adjust the trim.
No, they have to slam the engines into the red just to keep the plane from hitting the mountain.
Exactly. And in power markets, pushing the engines into the red destroys the standard merit order dispatch.
It absolutely does. Let's walk through the mechanics of that 3-gigawatt miss. The system operator runs their security-constrained unit commitment based on that 38-gigawatt forecast.
So they commit the cheap, efficient baseload plants, nuclear, combined cycle gas turbines, maybe some hydro.
Right. They optimize the grid to clear exactly 38 gigawatts at, say, $40 a megawatt hour. But then the weather model misses the humidity index. The actual peak demand surges to 41 gigawatts.
And the system operator just hits the panic button.
They have to. They can't ask a nuclear plant to spin faster. They have to instantly find 3 gigawatts of fast-ramping capacity to keep the grid from collapsing.
So they're forced to fire up those inefficient, fast-ramping combustion turbines, the peaker plants.
Exactly. And these units sit idle most of the year. They cost an absolute fortune to run. Because the market clearing price is set by the marginal unit, the most expensive megawatt needed to meet demand, the real-time price rockets.
From $40 day ahead to, what, $400 or even $4,000 a megawatt hour?
Very easily, yes. And if I'm a trader who identified that the day-ahead load forecast was too low, I might execute a virtual bid. I'm putting in an INC or an incremental offer, or buying day-ahead power to sell into the real-time market.
Because you accurately predicted that 3-gigawatt miss, you just captured that massive spread between the $40 day-ahead price and the $400 real-time price.
Exactly. But if I was positioned the other way, trusting the original forecast and shorting real-time power, I am getting completely liquidated.
Wiped out.
Entirely. That financial outcome, the survival of the desk that month, traces back entirely to a 3-gigawatt error in a weather-driven load model.
Which brings us directly to Figure 18.1 in the handbook. It illustrates this concept perfectly. It shows a standard daily demand curve peaking in the late afternoon.
Right, with the dashed line as the central forecast.
Yeah, but surrounding that line is this shaded area. It's a confidence interval representing a plus or minus 2-gigawatt uncertainty band. But let me play the skeptic here for a second.
Go for it.
If I'm a junior trader, right, and I'm looking at a state-of-the-art ML forecast on my screen, why shouldn't I just trust that authoritative point estimate of 38 gigawatts? Why obsess over the shaded uncertainty band?
Because if you walk into a trading interview and only talk about the central point estimate, you are failing the interview.
Wow, just instantly failed.
Instantly. A desk looks at that central number and immediately asks about its fragility. What is the weather risk to this central estimate? A single point estimate just gives a false sense of security.
So the risk lies entirely in the error band.
Entirely.
Yeah.
Let's say your central forecast of 38 gigawatts is based on an expected peak temperature of 93 degrees. The desk doesn't just accept that. They ask the quants, what happens to the load if the forecast is wrong and it actually hits 97 degrees?
Right. Does demand creep up to 39 gigawatts or does it explode to 43 gigawatts because the entire city's cooling infrastructure enters that exponential degradation phase?
Exactly. If a load forecast is highly fragile to a temperature surprise, that is a flashing red signal for price volatility. The error band widens significantly.
And desks that fixate on the central number and ignore the statistical distribution of that uncertainty band are actively mispricing their value at risk.
Which is why load forecasting cannot be a siloed activity. It ripples through the entire enterprise architecture of a modern trading firm.
Like in the Module 1 simulator listeners are using right now, the demand input isn't just a static time series.
No, the implementation architecture requires you to model demand as a forecast plus an error term. By injecting that stochastic error term, you actually watch how forecast misses propagate through the dispatch stack.
And trigger those price spikes in your simulation. This connects directly to Module 5 on valuation and analytics and Module 7 on risk management.
Right, we aren't calculating risk on a whiteboard. That plus or minus 2 gigawatt uncertainty band feeds directly into the enterprise ETRM system.
So the quants use that error distribution to run like thousands of Monte Carlo scenarios.
Yes, stressing the desk's positions against every possible realization of that load forecast error. The ETRM system doesn't just hold the trade tickets.
It maps the desk's physical and financial positions against those probabilistic load scenarios.
Exactly. If the uncertainty band widens because a volatile weather front is moving in, the ETRM should immediately recalculate the desk's VAR. It needs to flag if the potential real-time price exposure breaches the firm's risk limits.
But, the models are really only as good as the assumptions built into them.
That's the dangerous part.
The source material lays out several critical modeling and operational pitfalls that constantly trap unwary desks. We already talked about the danger of ignoring the uncertainty band.
Right. Another fatal flaw is using out-of-the-box machine learning algorithms, like basic random forests that heavily overweight historical data at the expense of short-term weather impacts.
So if you feed an out-of-the-box ML model 10 years of hourly ISO load data, the algorithm naturally finds comfort in those dense, predictable patterns of the calendar.
It optimizes for average accuracy over time. But a trading desk doesn't care about average accuracy over a year. A desk cares about extreme accuracy during the 5 hottest days of the summer.
Because that is when the volatility happens. That's when you make or lose your year.
Exactly. If your model doesn't aggressively weight real-time temperature and humidity shocks over historical calendar averages, it will fail you exactly when the P&L is on the line.
And the third major pitfall brings us right back to the structural shifts. Failing to apply a decay factor to older data. We know electrification is bending the load curve.
If your quantitative models treat load data from 2018 with the exact same statistical weight as load data from last month, you are modeling a grid that no longer exists.
A market that just installed 1 million new electric vehicles has a fundamentally different price elasticity than it did 5 years ago.
Which is where model skepticism is absolutely critical. A robust analytics team will implement decay factors, intentionally reducing the influence of older historical data so the model can adapt.
But the algorithms won't self-correct for, like, a sudden regulatory mandate that accelerates EV adoption in a specific zone. The desk has to overlay market reality onto the statistical output.
Constant vigilance is required. You can't just set it and forget it.
So let's distill the core operational takeaways for the desk as we wrap up Chapter 18. First, demand is half of every price, and the system operator's physical response to demand variance dictates the clearing price.
Second, the forward curve prices in the calendar and economic baseline. The short-term trading desk trades the variance, which is overwhelmingly driven by the nonlinear impacts of weather.
Third, your position is implicitly a bet on the forecast error. Forecast error translates directly into price risk because the physical system relies on expensive, fast-ramping generation to cover shortfalls.
And finally, the primary driver of risk management is the uncertainty band. A model's fragility to weather surprises tells you far more about potential price volatility than its central point estimate ever will.
Which kind of leaves us with a critical problem regarding how we measure risk in a changing grid. We know that understanding the forecast uncertainty is the key to managing desk risk.
Right.
And we calculate that uncertainty band by analyzing the statistical distribution of historical forecast errors.
Yes, that's the standard practice.
But if structural shifts, like behind-the-meter solar and mass electrification, are permanently altering the shape of demand, won't the historical error data we use to run our Monte Carlo simulations become structurally flawed?
It absolutely will.
Yeah.
It's a terrifying thought, honestly. The very statistical tools the risk manager relies on to measure the desk's exposure are decaying in real time.
Wow, the nature of the error itself is evolving.
Exactly. So the question every risk manager must explore is, How do you protect a trading desk from catastrophic losses when the historical data you use to define your worst-case scenario is no longer an accurate representation of the physical grid?
It is a problem that requires constant architectural adaptation, but, we have to add another layer of complexity to this before we go.
Oh, of course we do.
Now that you understand the mechanics of forecasting total baseline demand, we have to subtract the generation that cannot be dispatched on command, because wind and solar do not respond to price signals.
No, they only respond to the weather.
Yeah, exactly. So join us next time as we dive into Chapter 19, Renewable Forecasting, and we'll unpack the critical, highly volatile concept of net load. See you then. When you look at traditional power grids, there's this strange sort of comfort in human predictability.
Oh, absolutely. Humans are creatures of habit.
Right. We wake up, we turn on our coffee makers, we drive to work, we run the air conditioning, and we go to sleep. Human demand, for all its quirks, follows a calendar. It's a rhythm we can actually predict.
Yeah, but then you introduce massive amounts of wind and solar into that exact same grid, and suddenly that comforting human rhythm is hijacked by something entirely indifferent to our schedule.
Mother Nature.
Exactly. Mother Nature absolutely does not care about your morning commute.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't care about the evening peak. I mean, she operates on her own chaotic atmospheric schedule.
And that shift from human predictability to atmospheric chaos, it fundamentally rewrites how we have to value and trade electricity.
It really does.
Well, welcome back to our ongoing deep dive into the Power Trading Desk Master Program. We are your guides, seasoned power trading and risk management consultants from Durga Analytics.
And as a quick reminder of the sheer scale of the journey you are on with us, this program spans 13 modules and 234 chapters.
Yeah, we are taking you from the raw physics of the power grid all the way through trading strategy, risk management, ETRM technology, and organizational design.
We are covering a lot of ground.
We really are. For those of you tracking along, we are currently inside Module 1, which covers power system fundamentals. Specifically, we are diving into Chapter 19 today, which is Renewable Forecasting.
And our mission for this deep dive is to break down why forecasting weather-driven supply is now the absolute core of short-term power trading.
Right, because in today's high renewable markets, let's be real, a trading desk literally lives or dies based on how well it models weather. The dominant source of uncertainty on the desk has officially shifted. It's no longer about human demand. It's about natural supply.
It is a complete paradigm shift for the industry. I mean, for decades, the dispatchable generation stacked, the massive coal, gas, and nuclear plants, they just sat there waiting to serve human load.
And like we said, that human load has strong, predictable patterns.
Right. If you know it's a Tuesday in November at 6:00 p.m., you have a very solid baseline of what demand will be. You might tweak your model slightly for a sudden cold snap, but the overarching shape of the curve is known. Wind and solar completely shadow that model.
Because their output doesn't follow a clock at all. A massive wind farm can swing from maximum capacity to zero and then back up to maximum, entirely based on a passing frontal system.
Which is terrifying if you're trying to balance a grid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So to actually trade around renewables, we first have to understand why predicting their output is so much harder than predicting traditional load. And it seems to come down to this concept of stacked uncertainty.
A stacked uncertainty, yes.
Let's unpack that, because it's not just a single guess we're making, is it?
Far from it. You are essentially stacking two distinct, highly complex layers of uncertainty right on top of each other. The first layer is just the meteorological reality, the weather itself. You have to accurately forecast the wind speed, the wind direction, the cloud cover, and the exact timing of a weather front moving across a highly specific geographic coordinate.
Which, weather forecasting is a nonlinear atmospheric science. Even the most advanced supercomputers in the world get it wrong constantly.
Exactly. But let's say they don't. Let's say the meteorologists hand us a perfect weather forecast. We still aren't done.
That's just layer 1.
Right. That brings you to layer 2, which is mechanical translation.
Yeah.
You have to perfectly translate those specific atmospheric conditions into actual electrical power output.
Meaning you have to run the weather data through the physical characteristics of the generation assets on the grid.
Yes, because every machine is different. What is the power curve of that exact model of wind turbine? At what specific wind speed does it hit its maximum rated output?
Oh, and it gets even more granular, right? Like, is there dust accumulating on the solar panels out in West Texas?
Yes. Or are the wind turbine blades experiencing icing up in the Dakotas? You have to account for the physical state of the hardware in real time.
Okay, let's unpack this with an analogy. It sounds like trying to predict exactly how many apples will fall from a specific tree during a storm.
I like where this is going.
First, I have to predict the exact wind speed of the storm, which is hard enough on its own. But then, I have to know the exact aerodynamic profile of every single apple on that tree to know if that wind will actually knock it down.
That is a phenomenal way to visualize it. No wonder we get it wrong.
Right. You're taking atmospheric physics, layering mechanical engineering right on top of it, and then trying to extract a single, reliable megawatt number to trade on.
And the sheer difficulty of pulling off that mathematical miracle brings us to the most critical variable for any power desk: time.
The horizon effect.
Yes, the horizon effect.
Because if we are stacking all this uncertainty, the most terrifying question for a trader becomes, well, when do we actually have to lock in our financial guesses?
Yeah.
Because the error margin has to change depending on how far out we're looking.
It changes drastically. If you ask a forecasting model what a wind farm's going to do over the next 60 minutes, it's generally pretty reliable.
Because you can just look at local radar.
Right, you look at radar, you measure the current wind speed right at the nacelle of the turbine, and you calculate what's coming. But if you ask that same model what the wind farm will do 36 to 48 hours from now, the uncertainty is dangerously wide.
If you look at figure 19.1 in the course material, it visualizes this forecast on a timeline, and it paints a pretty intimidating picture.
It really does.
Imagine a graph with a solid line running down the middle. That is your central forecast, your best guess of what the wind will do over the next 2 days. In the first few hours, the shaded bands of uncertainty tightly hug that center line.
But as you move further to the right, deeper into the future, those uncertainty bands just fan out, wider and wider.
It looks exactly like a cone, a widening cone of uncertainty.
And that cone is where trading capital goes to die, because this brings up a massive structural problem in how power markets are actually designed.
What do you mean?
Well, the physical power market doesn't just trade in real time. The bulk of the financial commitment, specifically the unit commitment for those big thermal plants, that happens in the day-ahead market.
Yeah, I'm confused here. Let's pause. If both the traders and the grid operators know that the weather forecast is practically a guess 36 hours out, why doesn't the market just refuse to buy power day ahead?
It seems logical to wait, right?
Yeah. Why not just wait for the real-time market when that cone of uncertainty is super narrow and we actually know what the wind is doing?
Because of the physics of the legacy grid. Think about a massive coal plant or a combined cycle natural gas plant. These are enormous industrial facilities.
You can't just flip a switch.
Exactly. You cannot just turn them on when the wind suddenly stops blowing. A coal plant is like a heavily loaded freight train. It takes 12 to 24 hours just to boil the water, build up the steam pressure, and synchronize those massive turbines to the grid frequency.
Ah, so they absolutely need advanced warning.
They require day-ahead unit commitment. The grid operator has to look at the forecast for tomorrow, decide how much thermal generation will be needed to keep the lights on, and issue the startup orders today.
So the market effectively forces you to make day-ahead financial and physical commitments based on a renewable forecast, right at the exact moment when that cone of uncertainty is at its absolute widest.
You're locking in a position 24 to 36 hours in advance, deep in the widest part of that error cone.
How does a trader confidently put capital on the line under those conditions?
By accepting a hard truth. The central forecast line, the vendor's best guess, is almost certainly going to be wrong.
So you don't trust it?
A profitable desk never pretends the forecast is perfect. They anticipate the bust. They position their risk around the edges of that widening cone.
Because if you misjudge that uncertainty, the financial punishment arrives violently in the real-time market. Let's walk through the actual anatomy of a busted forecast, because this isn't abstract theory. This is real money moving at the speed of light.
Let's do it.
Let's say we are looking at tomorrow afternoon. The day-ahead vendor forecast says we are going to have a massive wind event. Let's call it 7 gigawatts of wind production.
Okay, 7 gigawatts is a massive amount of zero marginal cost energy just flooding the grid.
Right. So the market looks at that 7 gigawatt forecast and commits accordingly. The expectation is that with all this cheap wind, prices will be incredibly soft.
Desk traders might sell power day ahead, expecting to buy it back cheaper in real time.
And the grid operators tell the expensive thermal plants to stand down, stay offline, because they supposedly won't be needed. The entire physical and financial system aligns itself around this expectation of 7 gigawatts.
But then, tomorrow afternoon arrives. We enter real time. And a high-pressure weather system, a lull, rolls into the region just a few hours earlier, or maybe a bit stronger, than the meteorological models predicted.
So the wind isn't delivering 7 gigawatts.
No, It's only delivering 2 gigawatts.
Wow! That is a 5-gigawatt shortfall. 5 gigawatts of power that the entire grid was relying on has just vanished into thin air. Literally.
The wind dies, but demand hasn't changed. People still have their air conditioning running.
So what physically happens on the grid in that exact moment?
Pure panic.
Mm-hmm.
The system is instantly 5 gigawatts short, and as we discussed, you can't just wake up a coal plant.
Right.
So the grid operator has to scramble to pull in fast-ramping, highly dispatchable generation to fill that massive hole before the grid frequency drops and blackouts begin.
But if the coal plants take a day to turn on, what can turn on in 10 minutes?
Peaker plants. These are essentially aeroderivative gas turbines. Think of them as literal jet engines strapped to electrical generators.
Jet engines.
Yeah, they can spin up to full power in 10 to 15 minutes. They save the grid, but there's a massive catch.
Let me guess, they aren't cheap.
They are incredibly inefficient and horribly expensive to run.
So because the wind forecast busted, the grid is forced to buy the absolute most expensive power available at the exact moment they are desperate for it.
Which causes the real-time price to absolutely skyrocket.
Yeah.
It doesn't just bump up, it spikes violently, often heading the market price caps. It trades at multiples of what the day-ahead price was.
And this is where the carnage happens on the trading floor. If you were a desk that took that 7-gigawatt day-ahead forecast at face value and you sold into the real-time market expecting soft prices, well, you are absolutely decimated.
You are forced to buy back power at astronomical peak prices just to cover your short position. You are bleeding capital.
Conversely, look at the desk that understood the cone of uncertainty. If they looked at the models, realized the atmospheric setup was highly unstable, and anticipated the risk of a lull, they might have positioned themselves to be long in real time.
And when that price spike hits, they provide liquidity to a desperate market, and they profit massively.
Which brings us to a golden rule for surviving on a power desk. In high renewal markets, the very first question a trader asks about a day-ahead position is not, what is the demand forecast?
No, the very first question is always, what if the wind forecast busts?
It has to be.
Renewable forecast error is the premier driver of real-time price volatility. It is the archetypal cause of price spikes in any windy or sunny market today.
So, practically speaking, how do we model this? Because clearly, analyzing human demand in isolation is a recipe for disaster. We have to view the market through an entirely different lens.
We do, and this requires mastering the most important mathematical shift for anyone working in short-term power markets. You have to transition to trading net load.
Net load. If there is a core formula for understanding modern power grids, this is it. Net load equals demand minus renewables.
Exactly.
Let's break down why this specific calculation is so crucial.
Think about the market from the perspective of the dispatchable generators. The gas, coal, and hydro plants, they do not care about the total gross demand of the city.
They don't.
Not at all. They only care about the portion of demand that is left over after the wind and solar have taken their cut.
And why do wind and solar get to take their cut first?
Merit order dispatch. Because wind and solar have zero fuel cost. The wind is free, the sun is free, so their marginal cost of producing the next megawatt there is essentially zero.
Meaning they always clear the bottom of the supply stack.
Yes, they get dispatched first. The thermal plants are only competing to serve whatever demand remains, and that remainder is the net load.
It's like planning a massive dinner party based entirely on the total number of guests. Let's call that your gross demand.
You buy enough plates, chairs, and food for 50 people.
A solid plan.
Right. But you completely forget that 25 of those people are part of a club that promised to bring their own massive main courses. That's your renewables.
I see where you're going with this. If they actually bring the food, great. But if they all flake on you, or bring a tiny side salad instead, you are suddenly scrambling to order wildly expensive takeout at the last second to feed everyone.
And in this scenario, the wildly expensive takeout is the peaker plants.
Exactly. You didn't miscalculate the number of guests. Your gross demand forecast was perfect. You miscalculated the net food required. You failed to forecast the net load.
The analogy holds up perfectly. And because a busted renewable forecast can swing the supply side by 5 or 10 gigawatts in a single hour, the volatility of that net load is now heavily dominated by the renewable side of the equation.
Not the demand side.
Correct.
I see this trap constantly. It is a classic pitfall for junior analysts, and honestly, a fatal mistake to make if you are interviewing for a role at a major trading house.
Oh, absolutely fatal.
If you're sitting in an interview and the desk head asks you, hey, A day-ahead position looked perfectly safe, but lost heavily in real time. Walk me through why that might have happened.
If your first instinct is to start talking about a missed temperature forecast driving up gross demand, you probably just failed the interview.
It is the most common blind spot. You are completely missing the structural driver of the modern grid. In a high-wind market like ERCOT in Texas or the North Sea markets in Europe, the gross demand might have been perfectly predicted.
The temperature could be exactly what they thought.
Exactly. But if a wind front stalls out, the net load violently spikes anyway. If your model is forecasting gross demand instead of net load, you are flying blind.
So, knowing that point forecasts are incredibly dangerous and knowing that net load is the true metric of grid stress, how does a modern, durable trading desk actually build the enterprise architecture to survive this? Because we can't just run a trading book on a gut feeling about the weather. You definitely cannot. And this ties directly into the later, more advanced modules of the master program. Relying on a single daily email from a weather vendor is just obsolete.
It's not enough anymore.
To manage horizon-dependent error, you have to build massive data engineering pipelines. This is a marquee use case for the internal machine learning we cover in Module 6.
Break down what those data pipelines actually look like on a desk. What are we ingesting?
You're pulling in raw meteorological data from global models like the GFS or the European ECMWF.
Right.
But you're also ingesting real-time satellite imagery to watch cloud shadows moving toward massive solar farms. You're pulling SCADA data from the turbines themselves. You're tracking regional icing reports.
That's a massive amount of data.
It is. You take all of that raw, unstructured data and you feed it into your own internal machine learning models.
And the output of those internal models is not a single magical megawatt number, right? Because the curriculum specifically calls for model skepticism.
Yes. Extreme model skepticism.
Because external vendors will gladly sell you renewable forecasts as precise pinpoint numbers. They will send a report that says, tomorrow at 3:00 p.m., wind production will be exactly 4,212 megawatts.
And a seasoned risk manager must view that single number with extreme hostility. We already established that a point forecast sits in the dead center of a widening cone of uncertainty. Trading on a point forecast is a massive pitfall.
So what matters instead?
What matters for risk management and for pricing the market is the distribution. You need to know the P10 and the P90.
Let's clarify that jargon for a second. What exactly are P10 and P90, and how do they actually help a trader?
It's a mathematical way of quantifying that cone of uncertainty. A P10 forecast means there is only a 10% probability that the actual wind output will fall below this number. It is your severe downside risk, your worst-case floor.
Okay.
And P90 means there is a 90% chance the wind will be at or below this number, representing your upside scenario. Instead of one single number, you have a probabilistic range of outcomes. You are mapping the entire curve of what Mother Nature will do.
Because distributions matter infinitely more than a single central estimate.
Always. And for those listening who really want to internalize this, there is a fantastic implementation hint in the course materials.
Oh yeah, I love this part.
Take the Module 1 simulator you've been working with. Take your renewable availability and transform it into a forecast plus error time series.
Meaning, intentionally introduce random errors that grow larger the further ahead you look in the simulation.
Yes. Simulate that horizon effect yourself. Then, subtract that error-filled renewable data from your demand to calculate your net load.
And then what?
Finally, clear that net load against your dispatchable generation stack. If you run that simulation 1,000 times, running many different error draws, you will see exactly how meteorological uncertainty directly translates into a massive distribution of clearing prices.
You will literally watch the real-time price spikes happen in your own model, just by tweaking the weather error. The simulated peaker plants will fire up and the clearing price will explode.
It is the absolute best way to physically understand the risk your capital is exposed to.
This has been an incredibly dense, critical, deep dive. Let's pull it all together and summarize the core takeaways for you, the listener, out there on the desk.
Good idea.
First, renewable output requires stacking two massive uncertainties: forecasting chaotic atmospheric weather and then perfectly translating that weather into mechanical conversion output via power curves. It is fundamentally harder than forecasting calendar-driven human load.
Absolutely.
Second, that error margin fans out into a cone as time extends. That uncertainty peaks right at the 24 to 36-hour mark, which is exactly when the day-ahead market forces you to commit capital.
Right when you are most blind.
Third, when those day-ahead forecasts bust, they trigger real-time panic. The grid has to fire up expensive peaker plants, which acts as the premier driver of massive price spikes and severe imbalance costs.
And fourth, because of this dynamic, you must always forecast and trade net load, demand minus renewables, never just gross demand.
And finally, probabilistic distributions will always beat point forecasts. A single predicted megawatt number is a trap. You have to use data pipelines to model the P10 downside and the P90 upside. You have to trade the entire cone of uncertainty.
That is exactly right.
Which perfectly sets us up for the next stage of our journey in the master program. Because now that we understand how violently these weather-driven forecasts can miss, how does the physical grid actually survive these massive, unexpected swings second by second without the whole system collapsing into a blackout?
It's a delicate balancing act.
We are going to tackle exactly that in our next session, Chapter 20, Intermittency and Balancing.
But before we sign off, I want to leave you with one final structural thought to mull over.
Let's hear it.
We've spent this entire time dissecting how incredibly difficult it is to get these meteorological forecasts right. But think about the market dynamics. If renewable forecast errors are the absolute largest driver of short-term volatility, then on a modern power desk, your own perfect accuracy might not actually be the goal.
Wait, really? Perfect accuracy isn't the goal.
Think about it. What if the most profitable trading desks aren't the ones with the absolute best weather models, but rather the ones who are best at mathematically pricing just how wrong everyone else's models in the market are about to be?
When you observe the world of power markets from the outside, I think there's this natural tendency to focus on the big, slow-moving pieces,
Right, like building those massive offshore wind farms.
Exactly. Or you picture a trader on a desk clicking a mouse to buy like a 50-megawatt block of power for next Tuesday. It all feels very deliberate.
Yeah, but it feels like a chess match. Like everyone has time to analyze the board, calculate their margins, and, just calmly make their move.
But it only looks orderly on the surface, because underneath that deliberate chess match is this frantic, mostly invisible reality.
Oh, absolutely. It's a reality where thousands of automated physical and financial decisions are being made every single second, and purely to keep the lights on and the grid from collapsing.
And today's mission is to expose that hidden heartbeat of the grid, because honestly, if you don't understand it, your trading desk is going to bleed money. So welcome to this deep dive, which is tailored specifically for your professional journey.
If you're navigating the Durga Analytics Power Trading Desk Master Program, you already know the trajectory we're on.
Right. We are moving from the raw physical realities of the power system straight through trading strategy, valuation, analytics, execution, and ETRM technology.
All to reach our ultimate goal, which is designing a durable, profitable trading organization.
Exactly. And right now, we are situating ourselves in Modules 01, which is Power System Fundamentals. We're unpacking Chapter 20 today, Intermittency and Balancing.
Yeah, and building on the foundational knowledge of economic dispatch from Chapter 9, today is all about understanding that continuous heartbeat of real-time balancing.
Right, and how intermittency challenges it, and why this physical reality creates the highly prized tradable commodity of flexibility on modern trading desks.
Which is huge. To understand balancing, we have to recognize the most terrifyingly simple rule in all of commodity trading. On the power grid, supply must equal demand.
Every single instant.
Every single instant, not just every hour, every second.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because to really grasp the implications for a trading desk, we have to separate real-time balancing from economic dispatch. It's a really common trap for junior analysts to conflate the two.
Oh, totally. They just lump it all into grid operations.
Right. So if economic dispatch, which we learned about in Chapter 9, day ahead or hour ahead planning, if that is like planning the route on a road trip and deciding who drives each hour, then balancing is completely different.
Yeah. How would you frame the balancing part?
Balancing is the driver's hands constantly making micro-adjustments on the steering wheel just to stay in the lane at 70 miles per hour.
That is a perfect analogy because the wind is blowing the car, the road isn't perfectly straight, and what's fascinating here is that balancing is never done.
It's just a constant loop.
Right. It's a constant automated control process. And it sits entirely beneath those slower how much decisions of commitment and dispatch.
Because dispatch is discrete, right? You tell a combined cycle gas plant to run at a specific megawatt level for an hour.
Exactly. But you don't have human operators in a control room calling up power plants every 4 seconds to manually request another megawatt.
That would be impossible.
It would be chaos.
Yeah.
It relies on automated signals, like automatic generation control, reacting instantly to deviation.
So wait, if the grid operator is keeping the car in the lane automatically, what is the physical dashboard they're looking at to know they are drifting?
That would be grid frequency.
Right. In an alternating current system, grid frequency is the ultimate instantaneous reflection of the supply-demand balance.
Exactly. In Europe, the target is 50 hertz. In much of the Americas, it's 60 hertz.
And the mechanics of this are quite elegant, actually. Let's break it down. If demand on the grid exceeds the available supply, say, an industrial facility suddenly ramps up production, the frequency falls below that target.
Right. It's basically like a treadmill.
Oh, I love the treadmill analogy.
Yeah, if you suddenly drop a heavy weight onto a running treadmill, the motor bogs down, right? The belt slows down until the system can pull more power to catch up.
And conversely, if supply exceeds demand, the frequency rises. The treadmill belt speeds up.
Exactly. And if you look at figure 20.1 from the handbook, you see this chart of system frequency. It's not a flat, dead straight line at exactly 50 hertz.
No, it's this jagged, fluctuating, squiggly line that wobbles up and down.
Right. It wobbles around the target. And the grid operator relies on fast-responding resources to keep those wobbles inside a safe, shaded band on that chart.
Okay, so what does this all mean? I mean, if the chart shows this clean frequency near 50 hertz picture, doesn't that mean everything is fine? Why should a trader care about a perfectly maintained squiggly line?
Because that clean picture is an illusion.
A mirage, basically.
Totally. It masks a really fast automated control layer that has massive financial consequences. Those frequency deviations, those little wobbles, they are the literal physical alarm bells of the grid.
Meaning money is being spent.
Right. So much money. It signals that expensive balancing services are being deployed. When the line drops by even a fraction of a hertz, the grid operator has to automatically procure balancing services to inject more power.
So they're paying generator or batteries to ramp up instantly.
Right. And as a scheduler or a risk manager, you might never manually touch these sub-minute systems, but you absolutely feel the financial impact directly in your imbalance settlement statements.
Well, a slight wobble is one thing, but what happens when that alarm bell starts ringing loudly due to sudden, unpredictable weather changes?
That's when things get scary.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Let's walk through the core worked example from the chapter about surviving sudden intermittency, the 2-gigawatt cloud.
Yes, this is a classic scenario.
So picture a sunny afternoon in California or Texas. The grid operator is relying on this massive bank of utility-scale solar farms. Suddenly, a thick weather front rolls in. Those solar farms are shaded by a passing cloud.
And output violently drops by 2 gigawatts, 2,000 megawatts.
In a matter of minutes. But demand hadn't changed.
Right. Factories are still running. Data centers are still cooling.
So the physics here are brutal. The system is instantly 2 gigawatts short, and the frequency immediately dips. It plummets.
The treadmill just had 2 tons of steel drop directly onto the belt. If the grid operator doesn't catch it immediately, protective relays trip, and you get cascading blackouts.
So how do they catch it?
It's a hierarchy of response. It's not just one big switch they flip. It's a layered defense mechanism based on speed.
Right, because different assets have different reaction times.
Exactly. First, you have fast reserves and battery storage. They inject power within literal seconds. They act as the emergency brakes to arrest the frequency's fall.
And once the batteries stop, the immediate collapse.
Then the slower reserves take over. These are typically fast-ramping gas units or hydro facilities that take a few minutes to get up to speed. They take over the burden while the operator has time to formally redispatch the grid.
It's literally like a relay race.
Yes, exactly.
The fast batteries run the crucial opening sprint to stop the disaster, and then they hand the baton to the slower reserves for the marathon of stabilization.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Because batteries have limited duration, right? They can't run forever.
Can't just buy the grid time.
Right. And here's the kicker for the trading desk. Every single runner in that relay race expects to get paid.
Of course they do.
Because intermittency makes net load incredibly variable and unpredictable. Sudden swings like that 2-gigawatt cloud, that's not a rare edge case anymore. That's becoming normal.
Which brings us directly to how this impacts a trading desk's bottom line. Let's shift from the physics to the commercial reality.
Let's do it.
How do these automated split-second balancing acts translate into money for originators, quants, and traders?
Well,
So it's not just making money on daily arbitrage, like buying cheap at night and selling high in the evening.
no, the highest margin often comes from just sitting there, fully charged, waiting for that cloud to hit, and getting paid a premium to act as the emergency brake. If we connect this to the bigger picture, as intermittent renewables grow, the need for balancing skyrockets.
And the costs associated with it skyrocket too.
Exactly. Flexibility isn't just a perk anymore. It is a structurally rising, explicitly valued commodity.
So how does this real-time data flow into the wider trading organization? Because if I'm building an enterprise architecture, I need to know where this fits.
Well, if we map it out according to the curriculum, balancing creates the ancillary service revenue streams that storage valuations depend on. We cover that deeply in modules 4 and 12.
Right. And what about risk management?
Real-time imbalance data is the absolute lifeblood feeding intraday risk management, which is module 7, and it feeds real-time analytics in module 6.
Because if your energy trading and risk management system, your ETRM, is only ingesting hourly block prices, your intraday desk is basically flying blind.
Oh, completely blind. You can't just look at hourly SCADA data anymore. Your data engineering teams have to build architecture capable of handling sub-minute telemetry and frequency data.
Otherwise, you get crushed by imbalance penalties.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen traders perfectly predict the day-ahead hourly price, take a massive long position, and then get wiped out because the wind died down for 15 minutes within that hour, and they didn't model the sub-hourly risk.
Ouch. Yeah, that leads right into the common interview pitfalls we should warn people about.
Oh, yeah. What's the biggest one you see?
Definitely underrating the value of flexibility, or junior analysts just completely ignoring frequency as the foundational basis for fast response value.
Right. They model flexible assets using basic hourly price arbitrage and just leave all that high-margin ancillary service revenue on the table.
It's a huge mistake. Okay, let's distill the key takeaways for the desk from all this material.
Sounds good.
First, balancing is a continuous instant matching process beneath dispatch. It's that automated steering wheel.
Second, frequency is the ultimate indicator of this balance. It's the physical dashboard.
Third, resolving imbalances requires a priced hierarchy of reserves. That relay race from fast batteries to slower gas and hydro.
And finally, the rise of intermittency makes fast, flexible assets incredibly valuable. Flexibility is the new underlying currency of the power market.
It really is. But, this raises an important question to leave you with.
Oh, I like this one. This raises an important question indeed. If the grid of the future has almost completely replaced steady thermal generation with highly intermittent renewables.
Right, the wind and solar.
Yeah. How will the physical dynamics of frequency behave when almost the entire balancing burden relies on the financial incentives of private battery-provided response?
Like, if these battery algorithms become so perfectly tuned and so massively scaled that they immediately erase every single micro-wobble in frequency.
Exactly. Do we eventually reach a point where the volatility disappears entirely? And if it does, what happens to the profit margins of the developers who built those batteries?
Wow, do they basically cannibalize their own market by solving the physical problem too perfectly?
Right. They could crash the ancillary service prices they depend on for their returns. It's a huge paradox to ponder.
It's a phenomenal risk to consider, especially if you're financing 30-year assets based on today's volatility premiums.
Absolutely.
Well, understanding the massive premium placed on flexibility today sets the perfect foundation for our next step in the curriculum. Because if flexibility is the new gold rush, you need to know exactly how to value the pickaxes.
I love that.
So we invite you to join us in the next chapter of the Power Trading Desk Master Program, Chapter 21, where we will dive straight into storage economics.
See you there.
Until then, just remember that the wholesale hourly price is only the surface of the ocean. The real currents and the real profits are churning in the seconds underneath. When you really look at a traditional power plant, like a gas turbine or maybe a coal generator, the core concept is actually incredibly straightforward.
Right. I mean, you burn fuel, you spin a heavy piece of metal, and you get power. It's just an instantaneous conversion.
Exactly. But then you look at a battery on the grid and it's totally different. There's no fuel, no turbine spinning. A battery doesn't actually create a single drop of energy.
No, it really just moves energy through time.
Right. And suddenly the entire way a trading desk interacts with the grid just fundamentally shifts.
It completely forces a mental rewire.
Yeah.
Like if you're sitting on a desk managing thermal assets, your primary constraint is, well, the cost of fuel right now.
Yeah, but with a battery, you're suddenly trading time just as much as you're trading electrons.
Absolutely. And honestly, navigating that mental rewire is exactly why we're here today.
Yeah, as your guides and consultants here at Durga Analytics, our whole focus is bridging that gap. Taking you from textbook theory to the high stakes, kind of messy reality of a physical power desk.
And for those of you grinding through the Power Trading Desk Master Program with us, We're on a pretty massive journey here.
Oh, massive is an understatement. We're navigating 13 modules, 234 chapters in total.
Right, taking you from the physical grid all the way through strategy, valuation, risk management, and, ETRM technology.
Yeah, all to build the actual architecture of a durable, profitable trading organization from the ground up.
Because you really can't design a functional ETRM system or manage enterprise risk if you don't deeply understand the physical constraints of the assets you're trading.
Which brings us to our current location in the program. We are in Module 1, Chapter 21, Storage Economics.
One of my absolute favorites, honestly.
Same. We're tackling the fastest growing flexible resources on the grid, but we aren't just here to marvel at the cool technology.
Right. If you're an aspiring power trader, an originator, an analyst, or, a risk manager, you have to understand how these assets actually survive.
Exactly. Like, how do they make money? How do they reshape the very price curves we trade against every day?
And most importantly, what are the modeling pitfalls that will just completely blow up your valuation?
Oh, man, yeah. Getting storage economics wrong as a junior quant doesn't just mean your daily forecast is off by a few percent.
No, it means your desk is fundamentally mispricing flexibility, which is catastrophic.
Okay, so let's start with the physical reality because, well, physics always drive the price.
Always.
If I'm looking to trade a battery, what are the hard constraints I'm actually dealing with?
So a storage asset is basically defined by three core parameters.
Yeah.
First is power, and that's measured in megawatts.
Okay, so just instantaneous muscle.
Exactly. It's the rate at which the battery can inject energy into or pull energy off of it.
Right.
The second parameter is energy, and that's measured in megawatt hours. This is the volume.
Got it.
So it dictates how much the battery can actually hold, and therefore, its duration.
Okay, let me test a visual here to make sure I'm really separating those two. If a battery is, let's say, a water tower,
I like that.
is the power, so the megawatts, essentially the width of the pipe connected to the tower, like how violently the water can gush in or out?
Yeah, let's build on that because the water tower is a really great baseline. A wider pipe gives you higher megawatt capacity.
Right, and the energy, the megawatt hours, is the total cubic volume of the tank itself.
Exactly. A larger tank gives you higher megawatt hour capacity.
Right.
So if you have a 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt hour battery,
Yeah.
that's a pipe that can push 100 units of water per hour connected to a tank that holds 200 units total.
Oh, I see. So if you open the valve all the way, that tank is completely empty in exactly 2 hours?
Nailed it.
Awesome. So if I just buy 200 megawatt hours of cheap power during the day to fill my tank, I just sell 200 megawatt hours of expensive power at night. I mean, easiest trade ever. It's a perfect one-to-one flip.
See, that assumption right there is exactly how a junior trader blows up a desk's P&L.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, because you're completely forgetting the third parameter, and it's the one dictated by the unforgiving laws of thermodynamics.
Uh-oh. Thermodynamics always ruins the fun.
It really does. I'm talking about round-trip efficiency.
Wait, so I don't get out what I put in?
Never. The ratio of energy you get out of the battery divided by the energy force into it is always, always below 100%.
Wow. Okay. Where does it go?
Well, the chemical process of charging and discharging generates heat. And that heat is just energy bleeding away into the atmosphere.
Okay, so to bring it back to our water tower analogy, my pipe has a leak in it.
A significant leak, yeah.
So I have to pump way more water into the tower than I am ever going to get back out when I actually open the valve to sell.
Exactly. And that leaky pipe establishes the absolute golden rule for your trading models. You must always buy more energy than you sell.
Always.
Always. I mean, I have audited ETRM systems where the architects built these brilliant arbitrage spreadsheets, but they hard-coded a one-to-one energy transfer.
Oh no, they ignored the efficiency loss completely.
Yep, their valuation was mathematically broken before the desk even executed a single trade.
Wow, that makes the asset sound incredibly fragile, to be honest. Like if I'm guaranteed to lose volume on every single cycle because of this leaky pipe, how does anyone convince their risk department to fund this?
It's a tough pitch. You're physically guaranteed to lose energy.
Right. So what do you do?
Well, it means your trading strategies have to aggressively overcome that built-in physical penalty. You can't just be a little bit right.
Right. Your margins have to completely absorb your thermal losses.
Exactly. And this brings us to how these assets actually survive out in the wild. We call it the revenue stack.
The revenue stack, okay. Because I'm guessing a standalone storage asset rarely survives on just a single trick.
Rarely. It usually stacks three main value streams to stay profitable.
I imagine the first one is the classic arbitrage we just kind of hinted at.
Yeah, energy arbitrage. The concept is ancient, right?
Yeah.
Buy cheap, sell dear.
Right, so you charge the battery during periods of grid oversupply, like, say, the middle of the day when solar generation is just flooding the system and prices completely crash.
Exactly. You hold that energy, you absorb that efficiency loss we talked about, and then you discharge it during the evening peak.
When the sun sets, demand spikes and prices basically skyrocket.
That's the one.
That seems like the obvious play. But what else is in the stack? Like, what's stream number 2?
The second stream, and honestly frequently the more lucrative one, is balancing and ancillary services.
Okay, I hear ancillary services thrown around a lot in market reports. But let's translate that for the desk. What is the grid actually paying us to do?
Well, the grid operates on a super fragile heartbeat. Like in North America, the alternating current frequency has to be maintained at exactly 60 hertz.
Right, 60 hertz.
And if supply and demand fall out of balance for even a few seconds, that frequency starts to fluctuate.
And I'm guessing that's bad.
Very bad. If it drops too low or spikes too high, the entire grid can collapse into a blackout. So grid operators need resources that can respond in fractions of a second to correct those microscopic imbalances.
Oh, and a traditional gas turbine just can't do that, can it?
Not at all. A gas plant has massive, heavy steel turbines. It takes time to spool up or spool down. But a battery...
A battery is just solid-state electronics.
Exactly. It can reverse from full charge to full discharge in literally milliseconds.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, and grid operators will pay a massive premium for that rapid flexibility. You're basically being paid to act as the grid's high-speed shock absorber.
That totally makes sense. So arbitrage is about moving bulk volume, while ancillary services are all about speed and precision.
Precisely.
Okay, so what is the third stream in the stack?
Capacity and reliability. And you can think of this one essentially as an insurance premium.
Insurance? How so?
Well, grid operators run these forward capacity markets where they pay assets simply for the promise of being available during extreme peak stress events.
Oh, like a brutal summer heat wave when everyone's blasting their AC.
Exactly. You get paid a fixed rate just to guarantee that you will show up and deliver when the system is on the brink of failure.
Got it. So if I'm a trader staring at my screens on, say, a random Tuesday morning, I'm trying to juggle these three streams.
Right.
But, you know, human nature suggests we're going to fixate on the sexiest one, which is finding that massive peak minus trough arbitrage spread.
Oh, 100%. And that is the harsh reality check we always have to deliver in this chapter.
Yeah.
When new analysts evaluate a battery, their eyes immediately go to the daily price curve. They see a massive spike and say, oh, look at that spread, we're going to print money.
Right, because it looks so obvious on a chart.
But then consider a shoulder month. Say a really mild day in October where literally nobody is running their air conditioning and nobody's running their heaters.
The price curve is just completely flat.
Exactly.
Well, if the price is $30 all day long, there's obviously no spread to capture, so you just do nothing.
It's actually worse than that. Because of your leaky pipe, the round-trip efficiency loss, if you tried to arbitrage a flat curve, you would actively lose money on every single cycle.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, you're buying, say, 115 units at $30 just to sell 100 units at $30.
Ouch. So on a flat day, the arbitrage desk just goes home completely empty-handed.
They do, but the asset still has massive capital costs to cover, right?
Right.
This is exactly why you have to model the entire stacked revenue stream. On those flat days, it's the fast balancing ancillary revenues and the fixed capacity payments that actually keep the desk in the black.
Wow. So a naive calculation that only looks at the highest and lowest price of the day just wildly misrepresents both your upside and your basic survival baseline.
Completely misrepresents it.
I think we really need to put some hard numbers to this because it's fascinating. If I'm an analyst tasked with valuing a cycle, just how brutal is this efficiency penalty in practice?
Okay, grab your notepads.
Yeah.
Let's model a standard 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt hour battery.
Okay, got it.
And let's assign it a round-trip efficiency of 85%.
Very realistic spec. So our tank holds 200 megawatt hours, but the pipe leaks 15% of everything we try to push through it.
Exactly. Now let's look at the market. During the midday solar glut, prices crashed to a very cheap $20 per megawatt hour.
Nice and cheap.
But later, during the evening peak when everyone gets home and turns on their appliances, the price shoots all the way up to $120.
Oh, man. That is a fat $100 spread. I really like the look of this.
Right. So let's run the math of a single cycle. We want to discharge our full 200 megawatt hour tank straight into that evening peak.
Okay.
But because of our 85% efficiency limit, we can't just buy 200 megawatt hours from the grid at midday.
Right, because if I buy 215% bleeds off as heat and I only have, 170 left in the tank, I'm totally short.
Precisely. So to end up with 200 megawatt hours securely in the battery, the desk has to purchase 200 divided by 0.85.
Okay, let me do the math on that real quick. So 200 divided by 0.85.
Wow.
That means we have to actually buy roughly 235 megawatt hours of energy from the grid.
Correct. So our cost to charge is 235 megawatt hours multiplied by that midday price of $20.
Okay, so that cost the desk $4,700.
Right. Now we hold that energy until the evening. The price hits $120. We discharge our pristine 200 megawatt hours into the grid.
Awesome.
So your revenue is 200 times 120.
Which is $24,000. Okay, so we take our $24,000 revenue, we subtract our $4,700 cost to charge the leaky pipe, and we are left with a gross margin of $19,300 for that single cycle.
A fantastic result. Though we really must note this is gross arbitrage before we factor in degradation.
Degradation, like the physical wear and tear on the lithium-ion cells.
Exactly. Every cycle degrades the battery a tiny bit. We actually dedicate a heavy portion of Module 12 to modeling that degradation, but for our purposes today, $19,300 is a highly profitable day.
But let me push back on this because, we just cherry-picked a massive $100 spread.
We did.
What happens if it's a cloudy day, solar doesn't crash the midday price, and our spread is incredibly tight? Like, say, midday is $20, but the peak only hits $25.
For just a $5 spread.
Yeah, exactly. A $5 spread. Should we trade it?
Let's run your scenario. Your cost to charge is still $4,700 because you still have to buy those 235 megawatt hours at $20 to fill the tank.
Right, the leak doesn't care about the price.
Nope. But now you sell your 200 megawatt hours at $25. So your revenue is $5,000.
Oh, wow. So I got 235 units, I sold 200 units, and my gross profit is a miserable $300.
Exactly. And once you factor in that physical degradation of the battery cells for running that cycle, you actually just lost thousands of dollars.
Wow, that's brutal.
It is. The arbitrage spread must comprehensively exceed the round-trip cost, or you are literally paying the grid for the privilege of warming up the atmosphere.
That fundamentally changes how an automated dispatch system needs to be coded, right? Like,
Yeah.
if my ETRM system just looks for any positive spread, it's going to trade us straight into bankruptcy.
Yes. Which brings us to arguably the most dangerous modeling trap we see on trading desks. We call it the myopic pitfall.
The myopic pitfall, myopic as in short-sighted. How does that actually manifest in the code?
Well, junior quants often build dispatch algorithms that evaluate the market hour by hour, totally in isolation.
Okay.
So the code asks a really simple question. Is the price right now, at say 4.0 p.m., higher than my average cost to charge plus my efficiency loss?
And if the answer is yes, the algorithm just says, great, we're in the money, shit discharge.
Exactly.
Well, play devil's advocate here. If I'm solidly in the money, why wouldn't I take the profit?
Right.
A bird in the hand, right?
Because your tank is finite.
Oh.
Right. Let's say at 4 ppm, the price bumps up to $60. Your algorithm happily discharges your entire 200 megawatt hour tank and books a pretty modest profit.
Okay, sure.
But you didn't look ahead. 2 hours later, at 6 p.m., a transmission line trips, the sun sets way faster than expected, and the price spikes to $500 a megawatt hour.
Oh, man. And my tank is completely empty because I blew it all on a $60 price. I just left a small fortune on the table.
Precisely. You cannot react to the current price in a vacuum. Storage dispatch requires something called intertemporal optimization.
Whoa, intertemporal optimization. Let's translate the quant jargon for a second. What does that actually mean for the desk?
It basically means you are playing chess, not checkers. You have to decide when to charge and discharge based on the entire expected price path for the day.
Or maybe even a multi-day horizon.
Exactly. You are constantly calculating the opportunity cost of the energy currently sitting in your tank. Like, if I sell now, what future revenue am I giving up?
Wait a second. For everyone who has been diligently following the sequence of this master program, this sounds structurally identical to a concept we covered way back in Chapter 5.
Yep, the water value problem in hydrogeneration.
Yes.
The logic of when a dam operator decides to release water from a reservoir based on future price expectations. is mathematically identical to a battery deciding when to discharge.
That's incredible.
Yeah, you're optimizing a limited inventory over time against a stochastic or, highly uncertain future price path.
So how do we actually solve that mathematically? Because we obviously can't just magically guess the future.
From an enterprise perspective, we solve this using dynamic programming.
Ah, okay.
And we'll actually tear into that deeply in Module 6 when we cover analytics and AI. But the takeaway for today is really non-negotiable.
Which is?
If your ETRM system cannot see and optimize against a forward price path, it fundamentally cannot value storage.
Got it. Okay, so we've zoomed in really closely on the physics and the math of one single asset. I want to pull back for a second and look at the macro grid.
Let's do it.
Because right now, every major utility and trading shop is throwing literally billions of dollars at building massive battery parks.
Yeah.
What happens when everyone starts doing this at the exact same time?
This is where the physics of the grid collide beautifully with market economics. We really have to discuss the duck curve.
The famous duck curve. So for those new to the term, this is the visual shape of net electricity demand on a grid that is heavily saturated with solar power.
Right.
During the day, solar floods the system, pushing net demand and prices deep down into this massive U-shape, which is the belly of the duck. But when the sun sets, solar generation disappears at the exact moment everyone gets home and turns on their ovens and TVs.
Creating a massive near-vertical spike in net demand.
Right, the neck of the duck.
It is a violent price swing. And storage is the ultimate natural partner to this reality.
Because it's basically designed to soak up that cheap excess solar in the belly and inject it straight into the steep evening ramp of the neck.
Exactly. It smooths out the physical stress on the grid while capturing a really magnificent spread.
Okay, but let's play this out logically. If I have thousands of megawatts of batteries all buying power during the cheap midday hours, that massive influx of new demand is going to naturally raise the floor price in the belly.
It's going.
And then when all those batteries simultaneously discharge into the evening peak, that massive wave of new supply is going to crash the ceiling price in the neck.
You've just arrived at the ultimate paradox of storage economics.
Wait, really?
Yes. Storage captures value by arbitraging the price shape. But as more and more storage is deployed onto the grid, it actively flattens those very price shapes.
Wow.
By doing its job perfectly, it destroys the very volatility it relies on to survive.
Wait, so by succeeding, batteries are actively destroying their own business model. It's like a high-frequency trader who is so good at exploiting a pricing loophole that the exchange permanently closes the loophole.
It is a ruthless self-cannibalization. Storage is not a passive market participant just taking prices as a given. It actively reshapes the distribution of future prices.
Which means if I'm an originator or a risk manager building, say, a 10-year valuation model for a new battery project, and I'm assuming that historical price volatility will just remain constant.
Your model is a complete work of fiction.
Unbelievable.
If your ETRM system projects historical duck curve spreads 10 years into the future and completely ignores the gigawatts of new batteries entering the interconnection queue that will flatten that curve, you will massively overvalue your asset.
You'll approve a $100 million project that will never, ever make its money back because the spreads will just vanish by year 3.
Exactly. Which is exactly why we emphasize model skepticism so heavily in this master program.
Right.
Clean analytics, deeply understanding the physical grid, and rejecting lazy assumptions, that is the only way a trading desk survives in the long term.
Seriously, this has been an absolute masterclass in challenging assumptions. Let me try to pull all this together so we have a clear, desk-ready synthesis of Chapter 21 for you.
Sounds good.
First, storage economics are built on a revenue stack. You cannot rely on simple arbitrage. To survive, you have to dynamically optimize across energy arbitrage, fast response ancillary balancing, and fixed capacity payments.
Spot on.
Second, the physics dictate your limits. Megawatts are your pipe width, megawatt hours are your tank volume, and round-trip efficiency is your unavoidable, totally frustrating leak.
Very unavoidable.
Third, because of that leak, you must always buy more energy than you sell. Your arbitrage spread has to be wide enough to overcome the physical thermal loss, or you are actively destroying value.
Literally warming the planet for free.
Right. And finally, dispatch algorithms absolutely cannot be myopic. You have to preserve your limited inventory for the most valuable hours using intertemporal optimization.
Chess, not checkers.
Exactly. Constantly wary of the fact that the battery fleet as a whole is actively flattening the very market curves you are trying to trade.
A very clean synthesis. And to leave you with a final thought to kind of chew on regarding that market reshaping paradox.
Oh, I'm ready.
Let's assume the technology scales flawlessly. If widespread storage eventually works so perfectly that it completely flattens the daily price shape across the entire grid,
Okay.
if it destroys the intraday spreads it relies on to be built in the first place,
Mm-hmm.
how does the grid of 2035 actually function? Will future batteries survive purely as grid insurance policies, paid exclusively through capacity markets just for existing? If batteries conquer time perfectly, does time stop having a price difference in power markets altogether?
That is a deeply, deeply provocative thought. Like, if we solve the time problem, volatility as we know it might just vanish. It completely reframes the entire purpose of a power desk 10 years from now.
It really does.
But as fascinating as that future is, we have to deal with the grid we actually have today. We spent this entire session talking about how to shift power supply across time to meet demand.
Right.
But what happens when we flip the script? What happens when a trading desk figures out how to pay the demand to shift itself?
Now that is a fun topic.
We are going to tackle exactly that in our next deep dive. Module 1, Chapter 22, Demand Response. Keep your models grounded in physics and your risks strictly managed until then.
For decades, I feel like power markets have treated human demand like the weather.
Right, just this unstoppable, unpredictable force.
Exactly. A force that supply has to frantically adjust to. It just happens, and the grid basically has to bend over backwards to accommodate it.
Yeah.
But what if we flip that assumption completely on its head?
That's exactly what we're doing today.
Yeah, so welcome to this deep dive. If you're building a career on a power desk, you are right in the thick of our Power Trading Desk Master program.
Right.
And just as the quick reminder for you, we are taking you on a sequence journey across 13 modules and 234 chapters.
It's a lot of ground to cover.
It is, yeah. We're covering everything from the raw physics of the grid and market reality, straight through to trading strategy, valuation, analytics, risk management, execution, and finally, ETRM, technology and governance. Each module is built around real markets, real numbers, and a desk-ready project.
Which all culminates in a capstone, yeah. Designing a durable trading organization. And honestly, to do that, you have to understand every single layer of the operation, from the physical electrons all the way up to the trading floor P&L.
Absolutely. And today, we are grounding ourselves in Module 1, which is Power System Fundamentals. Specifically, we are locking in on Chapter 22, titled Demand Response.
This is a fun one.
It really is.
Yeah.
We are moving past that old worldview where, generators produce power and consumers just blindly take it. Today, we're looking at a paradigm shift where demand itself acts, well, exactly like a generator.
Right, essentially producing power by not consuming it.
Exactly.
And that is the crucial shift because before an analyst can even begin to model how this impacts a forward curve or, before a risk manager can stress test a portfolio, we have to understand how the physical reality of the grid has actually changed.
Right. We're shifting from passive demand to active dispatchable demand response, or DOC.
Yeah, DISRs. And the source material hands us this golden rule right at the start. 1 megawatt of avoided demand at the peak is mathematically and physically as valuable as 1 megawatt of physical generation.
I love that rule. Let's make this tangible for a second. I always think of the power grid like a highly rated, incredibly crowded restaurant on a Friday night.
Oh, okay, I like where this is going.
So the dinner rush hits at 7 p.m., right? Every table is full, the kitchen is completely slammed, and there is a massive line out the door. Now, the traditional grid operator approach, the passive demand approach, would be to instantly build a second, highly expensive kitchen in the back alley just to handle that 2-hour dinner rush.
Right, which is your peaking power plant.
Exactly. It's immensely expensive, stressful to operate, and mostly it just sits idle the rest of the week.
It's an incredibly capital-intensive way to solve a very temporary problem. I mean, building a $50 million peaking plant to run for, 60 hours a year? It's wildly inefficient.
Wildly inefficient. So a clever restaurant manager looks at the line out the door and says to, 3 of the largest groups waiting, listen, if you agree to go grab a drink down the street and come back to eat your dinner at 8:30 instead of 7, your meals are half price.
Oh, that's perfect.
Right. The manager just paid them to shift their demand. You solve the capacity problem, you serve everyone, and you didn't have to build a new kitchen. That is demand response in a nutshell.
It really is. And if we look at the physics of it, that manager just turned the demand side from a system liability into an active part of the flexibility toolkit.
Right.
For a grid operator trying to maintain a stable frequency, keeping the grid humming at exactly 60 hertz in the US, for instance, they don't care if they achieve that balance by injecting more electrons from a gas turbine or by pulling fewer electrons out of the system.
The math balances either way.
Exactly. The math balances either way. DR brings immediate relief from the exact part of the market that historically only caused stress.
Okay, so the restaurant analogy makes the concept clear. But on a structural level, how do grid operators actually force or, incentivize consumers to eat later?
Right, the actual mechanics.
Yeah, because if I'm trading this market, I need to know how this volume actually clears. The chapter breaks this down into 3 distinct flavors of flexibility. Let's start with the first one, which is price-based demand response.
Yeah, so price-based DR relies purely on consumers reacting to market signals. This typically takes the form of time-of-use tariffs or real-time pricing at the retail level.
Okay, so just paying different amounts at different times.
Exactly. The utility structures, or the contract, so power is exponentially more expensive during the evening peak, say from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and then it's significantly cheaper overnight.
Right.
The consumer sees that price signal and voluntarily decides, hey, I'm going to run my dishwasher or my heavy appliances at 11 p.m. to save some cash.
See, I understand the theory there, but if I'm short the market during a massive summer heat wave, I can't bet my desk's P&L on the hope that thousands of homeowners will suddenly care about a 10-cent price hike and turn down their AC.
It feels risky.
Yeah. Price-based just feels too voluntary, too soft for a grid operator to truly rely on during a real crisis.
And you're absolutely right to be skeptical. That is exactly why grid operators and trading desks heavily rely on the second flavor, which is incentive-based demand response.
Okay, how is that different?
Well, this isn't a soft price signal. It is a legally binding contractual agreement. We are talking about capacity programs or interruptible contracts, usually with large commercial or industrial players.
So this is where money actually changes hands before the event even happens.
Yes, exactly. A grid operator or an aggregator might have a contract with, say, a massive aluminum smelter. The contract stipulates a standby fee, so the smelter gets paid thousands of dollars a month just for being willing to participate.
Just for picking up the phone.
Right. But in exchange, if the grid is ever approaching a critical shortage, the operator has the right to issue a mandatory curtailment order. They call the smelter and say, you must drop your consumption by 50 megawatts within 10 minutes or face massive financial penalties.
Well, okay, so it is dispatchable, firm capacity.
It is firm.
That makes way more sense for a trading floor.
Right.
It's quantifiable risk mitigation. But that brings us to the third flavor, automated or fast DR. And I have to push back here a little bit.
Go for it.
The source talks about smart thermostats and electric vehicles. When we talk about balancing a modern multi-gigawatt grid, is aggregating a bunch of residential Wi-Fi thermostats really moving the needle? Honestly, it sounds like a rounding error.
I get that. It does sound like a rounding error until you look at the underlying data architecture and the sheer volume of assets. Automated DR is not relying on human behavior. It is entirely machine-driven. We aren't talking about one thermostat. We are talking about a virtual power plant, a VPP, that networks together like 200,000 smart thermostats, 50,000 EV chargers, and automated building HVAC systems all at once.
Oh, wow. And because it's machine-driven, I guess that solves the latency issue.
Exactly. Latency is the key here. And an aggregated fleet of EV chargers can detect a grid frequency dip and automatically pause charging within seconds.
Just instantly.
Instantly. That provides the kind of sub-minute balancing that you traditionally could only get from a spinning gas turbine holding back reserve power. So it is an incredibly serious utility-scale resource precisely because the aggregation of microactions creates a massive macro impact.
All right, so we have price-based, incentive-based, and automated DR mechanisms locked in. Let's look at what actually happens to the market when the operator pulls this lever. We really need to talk about shaving the peak.
Yes, peak shaving.
If you map out the daily demand curve for a grid on a scorching Tuesday in July, you typically see this massive, terrifying surge heading into the evening. Demand is just rocketing upwards. Let's say it's targeting a peak of 40 gigawatts right around 6 p.m.
And to understand why that 40 gigawatt peak is so terrifying for a trader, you have to understand the generation stack or the merit order.
Right.
A grid operator dispatches power plants from cheapest to most expensive. At the bottom, you have wind and solar, zero marginal cost, then baseload nuclear, then efficient combined cycle gas plants. But as demand surges toward that 40 gigawatt absolute peak, the operator just runs out of efficient options.
They start scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Precisely. To meet those last few megawatts of demand, they are forced to turn on the most expensive, least efficient generators on the system.
Which are usually, what, those decades-old combustion turbines?
Yeah, the ones burning diesel or fuel oil.
Yeah.
And the cost to run those plants dictates the marginal price of the entire market. So if that ancient peaker costs $400 a megawatt hour to run, the market clears at $400.
And if I'm a trader sitting on a short position during that hour, hoping to buy power out of the spot market to fulfill a contract, a $400 clearing price is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
I'm actively sweating through my shirt watching that demand curve rise.
Oh, absolutely.
But this is where the DR desk example from the source text gets incredibly practical. Let's walk through the math. We are forecasting that 40 GW peak. We are staring down a $400 settlement for a solid 2 hours. But before we hit the peak, the operator activates 1.5 gigawatts of incentive-based demand response.
Right. They send the signal. The industrial users pause their manufacturing lines. The VPPs dial back the smart thermostats by 2 degrees. That 1.5 gigawatts of demand vanishes. It just evaporates.
Okay.
So the grid no longer needs to supply 40 gigawatts. The actual physical demand settles at 38.5 gigawatts. You have physically shaved the peak off the demand curve.
And because we only need 38.5 gigawatts, we don't need to turn on that ancient, expensive oil peaker anymore, right?
That is the magic of the mechanism. The marginal unit, the absolute last most expensive generator, needed to balance the system drops back down the supply stack.
Wow.
Yeah, so instead of a $400 oil peaker setting the price, the new marginal unit is maybe a highly efficient gas plant that only costs $90 to run.
That is a staggering drop. You go from a forecasted $400 market clearing price crashing down to a $90 clearing price entirely because of 1.5 gigawatts of demand response.
Yes.
We avoided rolling blackouts, the industrial consumers got their incentive payout, and the market price settled $310 lower. I mean, the exact same flexibility that a massive grid-scale battery would provide was delivered by the demand side.
It is elegant, it is cheaper, and it improves reliability during the most highly stressed hours of the year.
Right.
But here's where we need to transition from the physical grid to the actual trading floor. How does a modern power desk actually model this? Because if you model this wrong, those price crashes will completely destroy your trading book.
Right. Let's talk about the supply-side calculus. If I'm an analyst or a quant building a forecasting model, I have to price in these ghost megawatts.
You do. In a robust quantitative model, available demand response doesn't look like a demand reduction. It mathematically acts as cheap capacity sitting right at the top of the generation stack.
Okay.
It functions as a price ceiling. It caps how high those peak prices can mathematically go. But, as the source points out, there are massive pitfalls here for analysts.
Right. The chapter outlines a few fatal modeling mistakes. And mistake number one is the classic error, which is reverting to the old assumption and treating demand as purely fixed.
Yes. If a quant builds a pricing algorithm and ignores DR entirely, treating the demand forecast as an unyielding, rigid line, their model is going to massively overpredict the height and frequency of price spikes.
Because it doesn't see the ceiling.
Exactly. Their screens will flash projected $400 or $500 prints that will simply never materialize in the real market because the DR will trigger and shave the peak before it ever gets there. So if a trader buys forward contracts based on that flawed, hyper-volatile model, they will bleed money.
But the text also highlights mistake number two, which is the exact opposite, overestimating DR availability. So I can't just code DR into my ETRM system as this infinite sponge that will perfectly soak up every single price spike.
You absolutely cannot, and this is the vital reality check every risk manager needs to enforce. Demand response is a powerful tool, but it is deeply finite. You have to account for DR fatigue.
DR fatigue.
Yeah. If there is a brutal 5-day winter freeze and you call on that industrial aluminum smelter on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, well, their contract might legally restrict you from calling them on Thursday. Their operational limits are just maxed out.
Right. Or, on the price-based side, people just get tired of being uncomfortable. If it's 105 degrees in Texas for a week straight, consumers might just decide, you know what, I don't care what the power costs today, I am not turning my air conditioning off.
Exactly. Human tolerance and industrial contracts have limits. Furthermore, telemetry fails. Communication signals to VPPs can drop. Counting on demand response to flawlessly cap every single peak is a dangerous assumption that will lead a desk to underpredict their exposure to tail risk events.
And this brings us to a massive operational hurdle, which is the enterprise perspective. We aren't just talking about a trader making a mental adjustment on a spreadsheet. We're talking about the core infrastructure of the desk. The energy trading and risk management platforms, the ETRMs, they have to structurally adapt to model this. And honestly, reading between the lines of the text, this sounds like a data engineering nightmare.
Oh, it is a profound architectural challenge. I mean, historically, an ETRM database was designed to model a physical power plant.
Right, something tangible.
Yeah. Say, a gas turbine at a specific node, meaning its physical injection point on the grid, with a specific heat rate, which is just the measure of its fuel efficiency. That plant has 1 meter, and it sends one volumetric update every hour. It's clean, simple data.
But a virtual power plant made of 100,000 smart thermostats completely shatters that architecture.
Completely shatters it. To aggregate 100,000 distributed thermostats into a single 15-megawatt tradable asset, your ETRM and analytics platforms have to ingest high-frequency, decentralized telemetry signals every few seconds.
From 100,000 different locations.
Yes. And more importantly, to actually get paid by the market operator for a DR event, your system has to verify the baseline.
Meaning you have to mathematically prove what the house would have consumed if you hadn't intervened.
Exactly. You have to calculate a counterfactual baseline for 100,000 separate endpoints, calculate the delta to prove the reduction actually occurred, and then submit that massive data payload to the grid operator for settlement. If your ETRM database physically chokes on high-frequency data, or if your settlement logic just can't handle baseline counterfactuals, your desk simply cannot trade modern demand response. It requires an entirely different caliber of data engineering.
So, as we wrap up Chapter 22, let's just distill the core lessons for the desk. First, the foundational assumption has changed forever. Demand is no longer a passive weather event. It is an active, dispatchable resource that responds to market signals.
Second, we know it operates through 3 main mechanisms: price-based tariffs, incentive-based contracts, and automated machine-driven aggregation.
Third, for the quants and risk managers out there, 1 megawatt of avoided demand at the peak equals 1 megawatt of generation. It acts as a structural price ceiling, shaving the peak off the demand curve and violently crashing prices from scarcity levels back down to normal operational levels.
And finally, you have to model it with deep skepticism. You must account for DR fatigue, contractual limits, and the immense data architecture required to actually verify and settle these complex distributed assets.
This chapter is really a crucial pivot point. It completes our exploration of Module 1's flexibility toolkit. If you look back, this sits right alongside Chapter 20 on intermittency and balancing and Chapter 21 on storage economics.
Right.
Together, DR, battery storage, and flexible thermal generation form the holy trinity of how modern grids actually manage the chaos of renewable energy.
And you must lock this mental model in now because it connects directly to the rest of the program. When we reach Module 4, we will dive heavily into the trading strategies around virtual power plants and distributed energy resources.
Yeah.
In Module 9, we'll tackle the ETRM architecture required to manage them. And in Module 12, we will get into the heavy mathematics of flexibility economics. If you don't grasp the mechanics of demand response today, you simply won't be able to price a VPP tomorrow.
Before we go, we want to leave you with one final provocative thought to chew on as you review your notes. We've established that demand response is a phenomenally effective tool. It shaves the peaks, it protects reliability, and it drops prices from $400 down to $90. But think about the long-term system dynamics here.
It creates a fascinating, almost existential paradox for market design. Because traditional thermal generators, those peaking plants we talked about, rely entirely on those rare $400 an hour scarcity events to make their yearly profit. It is the only way they recover their massive capital costs.
Right. So if aggregated demand response continues to grow exponentially and it effectively acts as a perfect, cheaper substitute for peaking power plants, what happens to the long-term investment incentives for traditional generation?
That's the million-dollar question.
Yeah. If a gas plant's most profitable scarcity hours are consistently shaved away by smart thermostats and industrial algorithms, who is going to finance and build the backup thermal power plants we might still fundamentally need to survive a multi-day winter freeze?
It is the ultimate paradox of peak shaving. By making the market wildly more efficient and cheaper today, you drastically erode the investment signals required to build physical steel in the ground for tomorrow. It is a massive puzzle that every grid operator, regulator, and trading desk is currently trying to solve.
Now that we've completed Module 1 and mastered the physical system and the generation stack, get ready to transition to Module 2, where we'll look at what it actually takes to run a power trading desk.